Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Steal from Dellandrea. Looks to center. Another bank shot attempt. Score! Did Dellandrea tip it home? The fourth line of the Dallas Stars strikes Dellandrea. Gives the Stars the lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday with your boy, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. That was the go-ahead at the end of the second period for the 3-2 Stars lead. They rely on Jake Ottinger in the third, then get the empty netter from Hintz. And we have the American League Championship Series all over again as no one can win at home. Raf, James, Choppy, we are tied at 2 apiece.
Tied at two. I had my buddy was at the game. He lives out there. He's a Vegas ticket holder. And the whole time, he just texted me saying the Stars are going to win. Stars are going to win. I'm looking at him like, y'all are up 1-0. Y'all are up 2-1.
Is he like your normal pessimistic fan?
You know, I don't know that he is. I don't know him to be a pessimistic fan. He just looked at it. The Vegas was not playing well. And I guess I know he didn't like one of the calls. It didn't really amount to anything, but he didn't like one of the calls. But
Neither did their coach.
Neither did their coach. It's true. Yeah, but he did not think they were playing great hockey. And come to find out, he turned out to be right. The Stars, like, you know, they played a really solid game. They played a really solid game. There was times where Vegas had like the last 8 shots, right? And the Vegas was. The game went in shifts, right? Where Vegas was the aggressors, then the Stars were the aggressors. That's just a normal hockey game. But Dallas has played really well in these 2 games in Vegas. You could argue much, much better than the Knights did. And that's why we're tied at 2 here.
How about the backbone and the resolve of the Dallas Stars? Something you can't normally say around here about playoff teams in the Metroplex, especially the football team. Like, if the Dallas Cowboys with the equivalent go down 0-2, like, they're going to lose by 30 or 40. They're just going to get blown out because they'll probably fold up and quit. The Stars, they didn't do anything in the first 2 games to have you be like, what are you all doing? Like, they got beat fair and square. They put forth their effort. They didn't get embarrassed. And then you go down, and then you win game 3, and then you go down 1-0 last night, and you respond to that against the defending champions. I'm really, really impressed by that.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you know, again, you know, here's Eichel doing things again, right? I mean, he was around the puck a lot.
3 consecutive games, he scored 6 points in the series.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Stars fans that are a little bit unhappy with how they're letting Vegas get into the zone so easily. They're playing back off the line, off the blue line. And Vegas, when you watch, if you were to just watch them when the Stars are approaching their zone, I mean, they are right up against it, trying not to let them in. It didn't matter. It didn't matter last night. You know, the Stars were just, they're just a better team.
Baby.
Go Stars, baby.
The Knights outshot the Stars 14-8 in the first period. That changed in the second. Stars outshot Vegas 17-6 and scored twice to take that 3-2 lead. Bruce Cassidy called that goal at the end of the second inexcusable. That seemed to break them a little bit. You saw their body language. Again, they thought they were going into the intermission, going into the third period, all tied up. And then you get the Stars score to take the lead. Pete DeBoer on grinding out. That's what that third period was. That is grinding out a Game 4 win.
You knew they were going to push in the first, and they did. I thought, you know, despite the push, I never felt like we were overwhelmed at any moment. You know, they had the advantage in some shots. I thought they were running around chasing hits. You know, so we talked between the goal at the end of the first with Dadonov was a big one, and then, you know, we talked about using that over aggressiveness of them chasing hits against them. And I thought in the second period we really took control of the game. I don't know what the shots were in the second period, but drew some penalties, you know, made them play in their own end.
Pepe, you were up late with the rest of us tweeting about this. What do you think of your squad?
Well, I got to raise my hand on this one because after game 2, I'll admit I was wrong. I said it was the 2016 Rangers. Get ready for the sweep.
Woo.
And man, was I wrong. And I'm glad to be wrong. I mean, because that was the thing going into game 3. Our only positive take was that, hey, the Stars have been a good road team all year. And Vegas had been a good road or a good home team as well, so something had to give. They went 2 straight, and I was worried early on because that first power play, the Stars had 0 shots on goal. It was ineffective. And I was like, man, if you can't get the power play going, it's going to be a long night. But, man, just the grind, the grit for this team. Wyatt Johnston is insane. I mean, the young stud, he's unbelievable. That shot by Dodonov early on, I don't know how that makes it through.
That's and they even tell you, that's a new –
Yeah.
It's a new – they already talked about it's a new shot.
The more people are scoring off that angle, how?
It's the way the goalies are guarding and covering that side of the net when the puck is – and either side, really, when the puck is in the corner. They're just kind of guarding against that, and I don't know how they do it. These guys are so skilled. That's the thing. Athletes today, if you were to just compare them to athletes of yesterday, just drop the athletes of yesterday here today, like they would never compare. Like, compare eras to eras is different. That's why you got to do it like that, because the athletes there are just so skilled. They grow up, and they've been playing the same sports they were 7 years old. And there's the amount of kids that just stop playing other sports as soon as they can, just to focus on one sport and become essentially professional athletes that aren't getting paid at 11 years old is wild. They're just so skilled. Look at an NBA game. Everybody could shoot. Everybody can shoot an NBA game. Everybody is a incredible stick handler in the NHL. It's crazy.
I think DeBoer talked about them chasing hits. I assume he's talking about the physicality.
Yeah, because if you look at it, like they showed the stat last night, Vegas has been the aggressors in the hit department for most of the series.
Each game, Vegas with 55 hits, the Stars with 31. It was basically even in Game 2. Game 3, they had 24 more hits, 47-23. And then last night at one point, they were up 17 in terms of the physicality. It was 30-13.
Yeah, that's just the way it is Vegas is a physical team. They got a lot of big guys. That's one of the things, if you notice, like the last couple of years if you went and watched the game in person, Vegas is big. They're a big team. But it's their style. It's their style, and it's punishing, and that's why it's a tough series.
Ottinger, with his 3rd straight game, allowing just 2 goals. In the 2 games in Vegas, he has stopped 65 of 69 shots. 65 of 69 for Otter.
Yeah.
And that just felt like one of those, all right, maybe get ready to hang on for dear life in the 3rd, clinging to that one score lead.
Yeah, and if you look at he's not really getting beat. Like he's getting some of the goals, it's been rebounds. It's not necessarily him just getting beat, right? And that's if you look at last night's goals, he's not getting just beat. Like some of these are just rebounds. He's able to stop everything in front of him. That's the thing. Don't make mistakes. We saw the Vegas goalie, let's just say Game 1. Was it the Marchman goal? It was just a shot from, corner blue line that just somehow made it past him. Otter hasn't let anything up like that. He just hasn't let up goals like that in the series.
The other series last night, over. Emphatically over, as the Florida Panthers wipe out Tampa Bay 6-1 Florida. They win the series 4-1, so that ended last night.
Yeah, this was a 3-1 game, and then they had 3 empty netters at the end. It was just to really salt this one away, which is what happened. But that was Florida this is the end of the run for Tampa. It's the end of their kind of run. They're looking at certain guys maybe retiring or not being moved back. So we'll see what winds up happening there. But this is the Florida. Florida is the team of the Sunshine State now.
Game 5 tomorrow night, along with Mavericks-Clippers Game 5. So get ready for an epic doubleheader in the Metroplex. We'll get you set for it here on Sean and RJ. Bobby will be joining us coming up at 6 o'clock. We have a Stone Temple Pilots giveaway during the Expressway. Will Chambers is very excited about that. Ooh. We have John Bucci-Gross, the great Bucci from ESPN at 8 to talk Stars hockey, and Tim McMahon from Los Angeles at 9:20. How hurt is Luka Doncic? Speaking of the NBA, was that the final game for LeBron as a Laker, or the final game for LeBron in the NBA? We'll tell you what else happened last night. Get you set for our Firehouse Tour that resumes this Friday, and around the NFL with the draft leftovers. We're just getting started. Tolo Tuesday, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the
Murray has it on the high right side. High pick from Jokic. Murray, jumper from 8. Got it again! 3.6 seconds left for the Lakers. LeBron over to Prince. Jumper's no good at the horn. And the LA Lakers can take that L on the way out, along with that whistle. Denver takes care of La La Land for the second game in a row.
Man, Denver radio with the call as the Lakers are eliminated. Same exact formula that I told you was going to happen the beginning of the series. Lakers up, Denver comes back, probably Jamal Murray clutch in closing. And Jamal Murray hits the second game winner of the series. LA was up 8. And then all of a sudden, it was a run. Bassick started texting me. Stars were in intermission. And I'm like, okay, here we go. They're about to fold up. They didn't have any timeouts left in the final 3 minutes after a Darvin Ham challenge. And Denver moves on 4-1 in the series.
And listen, this is what happened when the Lakers won their play-in game. They were going to get Denver, right? That was the whole thing. They were going to get Denver. It was like, do you really want Denver? Well, turns out you don't. But they were in this series. Let's not like act like they got blown out in every game.
You could make an argument. It's a shame that the Lakers are getting taken out like this because Denver may wax their second round opponent. Like I'm willing to bet a lot that the point differential in their second round series is way more of a bigger gap than what they had against LA. These were close games.
Yeah, let's see. It'll be Minnesota. Should be a good series. Yeah, but maybe like these were close games. It's gonna be hard to get closer than these. These were pretty good. So I don't feel bad for the Lakers at all. But not having LeBron in the postseason can't be good for the league. You don't have LeBron and you don't have Steph the rest of the way. Like that can't be good for the NBA.
Point differentials 11-2, 7, 11-2. Those were
close.
The games.
I mean, you're averaging about 7 points right there, 7-point margin of victories.
I was surprised it was even 11 points in a couple of those, but the Lakers were up late in many of them. So now all the attention, of course, is towards the one who loves the attention. The ultimate diva, LeBron asked, are you done in the league? Are you done as a Laker?
Tonight, was there any thought at all that, this could have been your last game with the Lakers?
I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
I haven't given it much thought. We will cross that when we need to. So that is LeBron, who finished with 30, 11, 9, and 4 steals. Says he's going to shift his thought process to training for USA basketball ahead of the Paris Olympics this summer. So he has until June 29th to either opt into the final year for $51 million or become an unrestricted free agent. He has the player option.
And when does he have to exercise that by?
June 29th.
And when is the NBA draft?
No idea. You're Mr. College Basketball BetQL.
June 26th. Interesting how that happens.
Oh, LeBron, you think he set up his opt-out for the NBA?
No. I think that's. I mean, he'll decide after the Lakers decide if they're going to pick Bronny or not in the second round. That's my guess because, I was just looking at this article that said there are some NBA GMs who are like, look, he was Jonathan. Is it Givony or Givoni?
Sure.
They had him right as a lottery pick at one point last year.
Yeah.
He
scored 2 points a game.
I know that was before the season, but a lot of NBA GMs are like, well, USC played about a position. He'd be a lottery pick if he could shoot. He isn't shooting right now. Either the Lakers will take him, either they'll use their second round pick on him just to keep LeBron happy because I don't think they truly want to lose LeBron James.
No.
They've got the 17th and the 55th pick. So that's what they've got right now. We'll see what they do. I think they'll wind up picking Bronny with 55.
What pick do they have?
17 and 55.
Okay, so they have a first-round pick?
Yeah, it's New Orleans' pick.
Okay, because I was looking at the mock drafts and it says New Orleans is 17.
Yeah, they just showed on the TV that they can take the New Orleans pick.
So. What if LeBron, and again, I have been so fascinated with Bronny's draft status compared to everyone else. I cannot wait to see how this plays out. What if LeBron tells them you got to pick him at 17? Forget about gambling and screwing around with the second round. You got to lock him up at 17, and I'm opting in.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, no, listen, like...
Because if you're another team, you're in the West especially, or you want LeBron, I'm not letting Bronny get to them in the second round. I'm not just handing him over to the Lakers and causing LeBron to stay there. I screw up the Lakers, and I make LeBron be a free agent.
Yeah, because here's the thing. At 17, you might be able to get Terrence Shannon. He'll probably still be available, and that is he's a really good player. He's a really, really good player. There's a lot of guys that you can get. If you want, Zach Edey will probably still be there. There's a lot of guys you get at 17.
And you know what?
It's not a great spot.
Yeah, and LeBron will go, so what?
So what? I know. It's not a great spot to be in because there's obviously 16 guys that are better that go before you in the NBA draft is in the NFL draft, but I'm not going to spend a first on him. I'll take him at 55.
So you're not going to draft him at 17?
I mean, I don't think the Lakers will. I would. But the Lakers, here's the thing. Not if I'm the Lakers. The Lakers don't need LeBron James. They're bigger than LeBron.
Oh, my.
They're the Lakers. The Cowboys are bigger than any player. The Yankees are bigger than any player. And the Lakers are bigger than any player. In the history of the sport. They've had Kareem. They've had Magic. They've had Wilt. They've had Jerry West. They've had Kobe Bryant. They've had Shaq. And they've been fine ever since.
So if
I'm Orlando's GM, I draft Bronny at, where are they? Number 18. If I'm the Kings, I draft him at 13.
Okay.
If I'm the Bulls at 11. If I'm the Hawks at 10. Then I draft him. The Lakers, meh.
877-881-1053. Franco the Franco injury attorney text line.
You at 17?
Yeah.
You drafted him at 17?
I'm drafting him at 17 to keep LeBron.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it.
To keep LeBron. All right, elsewhere in the association, OKC polished off the Pelicans, so the Pelicans are packing up for Galveston, and Porzingis was trending last night because some people thought he had an Achilles with the lower body injury. That did not look great, and I was so wrong about how Porzingis would last in Boston. They love him.
They love him, man.
They love him. I was like, this is a soft, injury-prone player for the wrong town. They will eat you up and spit you out, and he's embraced it. They've embraced him, so they were pretty crushed last night as the Celtics beat the Heat.
Yeah, this is his perfect role though. Like he's a 2.5.
Yeah,
you know, he's not a 1. He's not a 2. He's a 2.5. He's a 3. You know, like that's fun. This is a great role for him. And I'm with you. I did not think Porzingis would go to Boston.
No.
And be anything special. This is much better than I ever imagined he could possibly be. But he's got some nasty in him. He always has had nasty in him. Right?
Has he?
Yeah. I mean, like
You're going to take us back to your G League dunk or whatever?
No. I don't mean like nasty, like physical. I mean like, you know, like didn't he get a bar fight in Latvia? You don't get bar fights in Latvia if you don't have a little bit of nasty in you. You know, you just don't. But yeah, I was with it. I didn't know like that injury is like, uh-oh. Is that a calf? Is that an Achilles? Is that a knee? You know, what is that? And how long does this keep him out? Because, you know, with him, he's been a major part of their team this year.
Yeah. The Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour is back, and it is back on Friday. We are heading to Garland Firehouse number 3 from 5:30 to 10 o'clock. So thanks to the Garland Fire Department for having us out. It is brought to you in part by Palmer's Hot Chicken. They're going to be feeding you. So Palmer's Hot Chicken sandwiches, and what timing? You can come on out and win a Zach Martin or Zeke Elliott autographed helmet. Zeke autograph helmet.
Oh, wow.
Zach Martin autograph football. We're going to feed you as well, and it's going down this Friday with the Firehouse Tour.
They're back. They're back. There was a fun time to be able to do the Firehouse Tours during the fall and late summer, and now we are back doing it until...
This allows Bobby, this is his favorite, allows Bobby to have friends.
It allows him to have friends. He doesn't usually have friends.
Good morning,
He's able to get out there and see people. So we get out there to be able to see people as well.
Yeah.
We had a fun time at the Invited Classic, the golf tournament. You know, I like being able to get out, and now we'll be able to do it every month.
Like yesterday, Tolo Sean Sean Young from Wilson Bauhaus finally got us chairs that we were desperately begging for up here. He outfitted the entire studio and station with brand new chairs from his company, and you met up with him yesterday?
Yeah, he had a charity golf outing, and I was like, all right, I got like 6 holes I can play. That's about the time I have on a Monday.
What a celebrity. I can't play 8. I'll play 6.
I'll play. Well,
my time.
I was like, I'll play.
And your power was out. You still couldn't sacrifice more time.
I know. I didn't know the power was out when I got home. I got, it was a shotgun start, so we started on 12. And we just made it to 18. And I was like, all right, well, this is a perfect time to leave because otherwise I'll have to get on the cart and just ride out. And they had somebody that could take my place. So it was good to see him out there. And then that place was just Tolo galore.
Really?
Listeners everywhere asking about, you and the snakes because your snake had just happened when I was out there. So they're all asked about the snake. They're all asked about Bobby Belt. Is Bobby really like that? Is Bobby really like that? Is Peyton's mustache really that creepy?
No,
those are just some of the questions that I was.
It's already grown back, by the way.
I know. Looks good. Looks good.
Michael Gallup has a new team. Jason Kelsey has a new broadcasting job. And did Sean Payton draft this quarterback because of his backpack? That's all next for the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan.
If you're Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Hopefully you win the Stone Temple Pilot ticket giveaway. You have to fight with Will Chambers over that during the 7 o'clock expressway.
See a fan?
He texted me, Stone Temple Pilots? I was like, yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, that's my favorite band growing up. So what, like 45 years ago?
I mean, yeah, they were good. They were good in the 90s. They were tremendous. It's not quite the same band. Rest in peace.
They were my favorite band. I didn't know
Some
they were
new guy?
ready to tour with the new guy. That was Will Chambers yesterday.
Who died?
Their lead singer.
You don't have any knowledge or respect for Stone Temple Pilots?
Stone Temple Pilots, wouldn't they be considered like alternative rock?
They would be absolutely considered
alternative rock.
It was more grunge. It was kind of the grunge alternative.
Alt rock is like my biggest blind spot. I don't know.
You're missing out.
Nearly enough of
It's
it.
fantastic. Like, this is
Rock music making a big comeback in this town.
I like rock, alt rock, I remember somebody said, that guy who looks like Gavin Rossdale behind you. I was like, I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, this is kind of more on the grunge alt side than just like this is not like Blink.
Very
7 o'clock expressway giveaway. John Buccigross at 8 o'clock to talk about the Stars win in Vegas. Tim McMahon from LA to talk about the Dallas Mavericks and how hurt Luka really is. McMahon at 9:20, but we got some NFL leftovers. Michael Gallup plans to sign a 1-year deal worth up to $3 million with the Las Vegas Raiders. So he basically gets, at the top end of it, the same exact deal as Ezekiel Elliott with the Cowboys.
I mean, if I were him, I'd have stayed unemployed.
Why?
As opposed to going to a team with no quarterback. Who's their guy? Jimmy? They gonna throw Jimmy out there?
Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell. Yeah, you ain't getting. The only way for him to get another deal is to go to a place that's got like Patrick Mahomes. Let him just like.
I think Michael Gallup needs to collect paychecks while he can.
Oh, he does.
By the way, Garoppolo is with the Rams.
Yeah. He needs to fall into money somehow, but you ain't getting another contract off of where you are with the Raiders.
Yeah, I think Michael Gallup needs a sports psychologist more than he needs a quarterback.
Oh my.
I mean, honestly, it's his head, like between the ears, he got broken after the ACL, and it shows up. And so, to me, I honestly had like forgotten Michael Gallup was out there until Peyton sent the text that he had signed. I was like, oh, okay. But what this means is obviously he'll play there for a year, and then next year, the Cowboys will they'll let CeeDee Lamb walk in free agency. And they'll be like, well, we signed Michael Gallup for $2 million though, so we're good.
I forgot that Jamal Adams was out there and still available because we had some Jamal Adams conversations. Bobby and I were interested at a Zeke Elliott type price, maybe a little bit more. And apparently yesterday, Seattle may still be lingering and the San Francisco 49ers. So that's the latest. I forgot Jamal Adams was out there.
Boy, that would be
glad I forgot about
just perfect if he went to the 49ers. Because if he goes to the 49ers, he will become a Pro Bowl player.
They'll give him number 42.
Yeah, he'll become
cut half his finger off.
He'll become a Pro Bowl player again, and he'll just make life hell on the Cowboys because that's how things would work out.
Yeah, well, he'll make life hell until he sees Jake Ferguson ahead of him on the other side. Then Jake will make life hell for him, make him his little you-know-what again.
In so many ways, you're a pessimist and also a massive homer at the same time for the Cowboys.
What would I do now?
I don't think anybody is usually saying, like, wait till Jake Ferguson's across from Jamal
Okay,
Adams.
that's right. I am going to say that. All right, wait, Mr. Big Giant Leg Tat. Wait, Mr. Giant Leg Tat's ahead of you.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter with he got a Dallas Stars tattoo, Jamal does, so he's had to be happy staying up watching that last night. Drake May was never going to go to the Commanders at 2. The two quarterbacks they had in consideration were Jaden Daniels and J.J. McCarthy, according to Schefter.
So they legitimately wasted time by bringing Drake May to Top Golf then. If he was never going there, they were just like, well, let's throw Drake May in here, see how everybody else reacts to his presence here.
Well, there's token interviews all the time. It's called the Rooney Rule.
The J.J. McCarthy.
It's not right, but it's true.
The J.J.
You're not wrong.
The J.J. McCarthy discussion, I know we made this comparison, but it really was like the Mac Jones thing. I think he's better than Mac was, but it was this weird, like, oh, like McCarthy, he could have gone second, he could have gone third, like all this talk of it's like, okay, then why did he go 11 like as the second to last quarterback take? I think the McCarthy chatter was BS to a big extent for a lot of teams.
He also said that the two teams that like Spencer Rattler, RJ's boy, the most were the Broncos and the Falcons. And he kind of pushed back on Ian Rappaport's comments that the high school reality show cost Rattler and teams were really turned off by that. But Schefter said those two options closed up with Atlanta and Denver, and that left Spencer sitting on the board longer than people thought.
Yeah, that was a weird...
Man, you just have a stank-ass Schefter face this morning, Bobby.
Yeah, because Schefter, like
you're
okay.
a company man?
No, because what it is that, like, Schefter's going to be very careful. Let's go, if you need to, just go Google Adam Schefter, Dwayne Haskins, and see why maybe he wouldn't want to talk down to a quarterback about their character. I'm just saying he adjusted.
You think?
Yeah.
Adjusted.
Watch Schefter adjusted after that whole blowback. He does not talk about players and character and maturity stuff the way he used to after that.
Well, how about those two interested in Rattler?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there was a very odd draft for quarterbacks that way. Like, you get 6 of the top 12, then not another one until, 150? That's one of the strangest drafts I've ever seen. Like, you don't see that, where there's no quarterbacks taken in the second, third, or fourth rounds, but you get 6 in the first, and then you get 6 in the last 3 rounds. It's pretty wild. But yeah, like if you don't need one, but that's the other thing. The New England did what I thought is pretty smart. It's what Washington did. You can hedge. Just because you took Drake May doesn't mean you can't take Joe Milton. Just because you took Caleb Williams doesn't mean you can't take the Tulane kid, Pratt. Doesn't mean you can't do that, right? The idea that, I already took my quarterback. Well, I mean, that you take more than one edge rusher in a draft class. You take more than one safety in a draft class, right? I mean,
because more than one edge rusher plays on the field at a time.
That's true, but I mean, you don't know which quarterback's going to hit. As Bill Parcells says, it doesn't matter if you hit on your first, if you hit on your seventh. You want to hit on X amount of picks per draft class.
I think it's hilarious that a month after paying Kirk Cousins, it's clear like Atlanta thinks less of him than Washington ever did. Like, just like, how quickly can we replace him? Can we get Spencer Rattler? Can we get Penix? Who can we get to replace Kirk Cousins already?
That Falcons GM is a gaslighter too. Like Jerry Jones is jealous of him as a gaslighter because they were like, "What about your defense? What about corner?" And he's like, "Well, we didn't want to reach.
Reach.
We didn't
want to reach on a position.
We didn't want to reach on a position.
That's how you ruin your franchise.
Gaslighter.
Yeah,
I'm loving Atlanta.
It's amazing.
I'm loving the Atlanta Falcons. And then Diana Rossini quoted some GM suggesting that Arthur Blank was not happy with the Penix pick and said that the GM told her, Mr. Blank is how old? He's 81. He wants to win now. He's not obsessing over 2026 and beyond. They have needs now. So she's trying to push a little bit general manager's thoughts that Arthur Blank, he doesn't want these future draft picks. He wants to win right now.
That's an interesting situation because that's what the GM, the owner's got to give the GM the autonomy here and be like, what is in the best interest of the franchise? Is the best interest of the franchise worrying about your age and you wanting to win before you pass away?
Right.
Or is it the long-term health of the team?
Well, Jerry has clearly made the long-term health decision.
The adjustment.
Because it ain't this year.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but
I can easily make the case that taking Michael Penix is in the best long-term health of the franchise. I can easily make that case.
Right. That's the argument.
Right, and that's
that blank wants to win now.
Right, but that's where the GM has to come in and be like, yeah, I understand that, and us having a quarterback gives you the opportunity to win now.
By the way, it's not the GM apparently. Now look, Michael Lombardi is biased, but he has been again
Rich McKay.
He's taken Raheem Morris. They were all so terrified of Belichick having too much power and controlling things. And apparently, according to Lombardi, again, he's Belichick's boy. He's taking a flamethrower to Atlanta with every GM shuffle. It's amazing. But that GM works for Raheem Morris, kind of like John Lynch does for Shanahan. That's the word from Lombardi. Raheem Morris was obsessed and in love with Michael Penix. It was Raheem.
That's good. You let essentially a defensive-minded head coach get in his head what he wants at quarterback and dictate personnel. And I really like Raheem Morse. Raheem Morse would have been a guy that I would have been interested in here in Dallas if the Cowboys had moved on from McCarthy. But I don't know that I'm letting him walk into a building and all of a sudden start picking personnel.
I wouldn't. I mean, that's that. I wouldn't do that at all. But I mean, yeah, I understand. I understand the anger if you're a Falcons fan. I mean, you didn't get a win now player. But I also understand from the GM's perspective, like if the GM thinks he's going to be there, if he thinks he's going to be employed for 5 years, 8 years, I mean, go ahead.
How about the Bo Nix backpack? Oh, I know this drove you. This is an RJ Choppy special.
Yep.
Because it's Sean Payton hate combined with corny intangibles.
Whatever. Oh,
Backpack.
good call, Peyton. Peyton has no idea what show this is.
Things and knickknacks too.
Did you see the show?
No, I whispered it to him. I said, get backpack.
Get backpack.
Good find quickly, though.
Very nice, very nice. So there's a story that is written in Sports Illustrated how all these things happen. How the Broncos came to draft Bo Nix, how the Falcons drafted Penix, all that stuff. It's from Albert Breer. And in it, they talk about Bo Nix. And he was reaching down. He's with Denver. He was reaching down to grab his backpack. It was a 3-hour meeting they had. And Sean Payton says to him,
he was getting ready to head out to the field for his workout.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, the article is making it seem like this whole thing like wasn't planned or set up. Like it was just a random observation.
So he goes, what's in your backpack? And Nix reaches inside and grabs a roll of tape that he says that he needed for his ankles if he was going to train. He also pulls out a pair of football cleats, a spare pair, and a lacrosse ball, which those are painful if you're going to use those.
Yeah.
And he says he needs to roll out his back.
With the lacrosse ball.
Yeah, so you lay on the ball, you move it around, and you can put it inside the best part.
Okay,
you should put it right in your hip flexor.
Thanks for
that hurts. And what they said is what wasn't in the bag was just as significant. Mostly because it's confirmed the reputation that preceded Nix was real. He is the son of a quarterback, following daddy's legacy, struggled at Auburn, built his own on the other side of the country. He's a gym rat, couldn't get enough football. And that moment, the Broncos became true believers in Bo Nix.
Yes.
So let me tell you what Sean Payton did.
So that was for his back, that ball?
Yes.
Well, then that proves everything we know about Bo Nix, because most 45-year-olds have back problems and they need to treat it.
This goes to show you what an absolute moron Sean Payton is, who lucked into one of the 5 most cerebral quarterbacks that ever lived, is that this idiot is so impressed that a guy carries gym equipment in his gym bag. Okay? Go to any Lifetime or 24 or LA or Planet Fitness, even the Purple Gym, and you ask to see what's in somebody's gym bag. I guarantee you it isn't work papers. All right? It's not groceries. It's gym equipment. This guy was carrying around nothing more than his gym bag. It probably had a deodorant stick in there. It probably had some spray, maybe a hairdryer, a towel. Of course it had tape. It was his gym bag, you moron.
What did he, when it says it was just as important what wasn't in there, what was he expecting to see in there?
Yeah.
What did he think he's going to have like a, video
other
game
stuff,
controller.
Video game, an Oculus headset. Of course it was just gym equipment. It was his gym bag.
And so Nix is older than Penix by a year. Nix is
he's an old man.
24. I thought Penix was going to be 24, 25. He's 23, but Nix is 24.
Bo Nix is an old man, and he's not a very good football player. So good luck in Denver. As we were talking about it over the weekend, probably the most mid quarterback room in the history of the NFL. With
You're
Jarrett
not a fan.
Stidham
You're not a fan of Bo.
No,
just because of
I would have taken Jaden Daniels over Bo, which should tell you something because I don't like Jaden Daniels.
What round did you have, Bo?
4th.
Woo! I like it. The Dallas Stars, Road Warriors, like the World Series champs, and a Stephen A. Smith trying to help the Dallas Mavericks beat the Clippers. Next on Sean and RJ.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2 times.
Eats has low fever products. You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wrist shot, glove save, knocked down by Thompson. The rebound, score! He does it again. Wyatt Johnston ties it up. A power play goal for Dallas, and we are deadlocked at 2.
That was the call last night as your Dallas Stars even up the series in Vegas. Nobody can win at home. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby coming at you live. Johnson scores just a few weeks away from his 21st birthday. Scored his 3rd goal of the series as the Stars take 2 straight in Vegas. A lot of cleanup goals last night. A lot of follow-up trash.
Yep. That's good. That happens. A lot of times you can't beat the goalie on just one shot. I mean, sometimes it takes a rebound. Sometimes, like Vegas had a goal that hit the post.
Yeah.
And then Eichel was able to clean it up, right? So sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just put a great shot on there like Dodonov did. That was just a great shot that just it beat the goalie. Hit off the back of his helmet. For crying out loud.
What is this kid's ceiling that people are projecting for him? Wyatt? In terms of star, superstar, where are we going with his projection? Let me know on the Franco injury attorney text line.
I don't think it's because Connor McDavid, right? I don't think it's at that.
You're kidding.
I know, right? So I don't think we have to worry about that one. He's not LeBron. But, I mean, he's absolutely going to be one of the better players in the league. Like, we're talking about a top 10, 12 player, 15 player in the NHL.
Well, I mean, what is everybody like? The whole discussion about the Stars, it felt like coming into this was like, yeah, they're one of the best teams in hockey, but it's as like what they are as a team, and like the sum is better than the parts. Like, they're not necessarily as individuals a bunch of standout players. Like, you're not going to see a bunch of like, oh man, you got some of the best in the league here, and here. It's more just that as a team, they're solid across the board and they play really well together.
He can be a guy that's your best player on a cup championship.
What are your thoughts off what some website told you about last night?
Well, I'm looking here and it says they won 4-2, and I think that's honestly, it's funny. This one felt like the most evenly matched to me of all the games that they've played so far. Like, this is the one that felt. I mean, Dallas obviously should have won Game 3 in terms of just with all the shots they were getting on net, but this is the one that felt the most like it could have gone either way over the course of like 3 periods. It's starting to remind me of, do you remember the Rockets Mavericks series in 2005 where Tracy McGrady and the Rockets come in here and they won the first 2 games of the series? That was the Sean Bradley dunk, like T-Mac dunking on Sean Bradley. And they come in here and they win the first 2 in Dallas, and people are like, this is all-time utter collapse that you let Houston come in here and just punk you the first 2 games. And then they go back down to Houston, they win the next 2, even it up, and it's a whole new series, and the whole narrative changes. Like, it feels sort of the same way where it was one of these things where we're like, do they win a game? Like, do they have a shot of even winning a game in this thing heading to Vegas? And now it's like you feel like Dallas kind of has taken the upper hand back.
The Franklin injury attorney's fan text that he's the best player from his draft class easily. Like, he's really, really good. And they've put themselves in a position now where they're back to home ice. They could easily win this series. And they've been the better team over the last 120 minutes of hockey. And that's something you probably definitely couldn't say in the first 2 games. Now they got the momentum back. The big issue is, Vegas has played really well here, and they're a good road team anyway, so we'll see what happens.
And Vegas was right about Vegas because they barely favored the Stars last night to get the win.
They did. They favored the Stars to get the win, and so Vegas was right, and I haven't seen the number for the next game, but I assume the Stars should be favored. I don't know why they wouldn't be favored.
I got it Stars minus 150.
Yeah, that's a healthy favorite. It's not a huge favorite, but it's a healthy favorite.
So that's
comparatively speaking. Sorry, Edmonton is minus 195 over the Kings in their next game, and that series is 3-1.
So that sets up an awesome hump day. 2 consecutive Game 5s. Stars, Golden Knights at 6:30. Hey!
Goodness.
But then Mavs-Clippers at 9.
No.
So
Big no.
From 6 to about midnight, you're going to get playoff action in the Metroplex. Game 5s all tied up.
Let's hope for rain so practice gets canceled.
Is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah, because I would like to see the game.
You got phones, right? Like, you can monitor both.
I'll be coaching. I can't.
Coaching.
You're the one who tells us all the time coaching doesn't matter, Chop. You don't need to be coaching.
But I got to run things. And I'm also Uber dad that day. It's my Uber day.
Stephen A. Smith is in some hot water from NBA fans for supposedly helping the Mavs beat the Clippers, as Stephen A. called the league office to ask why Russell Westbrook was not suspended for what he did in Game 3 at the AAC.
Russell Westbrook deserved to be suspended for today's game. That's how appalling his game was. Now, I've been raving about Russell Westbrook since he arrived in Los Angeles. He's been a godsend for the Clippers as far as I'm concerned. He's an Energizer Bunny. But what he did the last game, I want y'all to go back and reflect on what transpired in Game 3. Look at this foul right here. You knock the guy clear upside the head. You sit up there and you come down on Luka Doncic in the back. That play right there, you could have separated his shoulder. Then you push him in the chest. Then you go after PJ. And then after that, even though PJ shoved you in the back, and then you're shrugging off the referee. I felt so serious about this, fellas, I called the league office and I said, I need an explanation. Tell me why Russell Westbrook wasn't suspended. And I was told that the officials gave their report. And every indication in writing that they provided said, we handled this. He got a couple of technicals, plus a flagrant one, plus he was ejected, plus no one was injured. So we took all of those things into consideration. That's why we didn't suspend him.
I hate nowadays when I have to vehemently disagree with Stephen A. because, we're all tight since he comes on the morning show. And I like the less fake transition they've made over there on First Take. But
it is less fake.
It is less fake.
It is definitely less fake.
Yeah. This is so dumb. Not one time I called for the ejection, but not one time in any of Russell's antics. And he is a freaking punk. He is an annoying punk that's out there. Not one time did I think suspension. He should be and he will be out for the next game. So Stephen A. Smith calling the league office to figure out. I'm like, how did that thought into your mind that Russell Westbrook would be or should be suspended? So that's part one. Anyone else want to disagree with that?
Okay, real quick. Was he talking about the Luka play with the separated shoulder that when he kind of pulled him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Separated shoulder on the baseline.
Yeah.
When he came
were
down.
square dancing. Those two were square dancing.
I mean, Luka probably acted like he separated his shoulder.
That's right.
Okay.
Did you think about Westbrook suspended?
No, it didn't. It never even crossed my mind.
It never crossed my mind.
Certainly not enough to call the league office and say, let me talk to Adam Silver right now. I need to address this with him.
That's one thing that's been a little bit annoying. Like Stephen A. is trying to flex so much that he knows Michael Jordan and he texts Michael Jordan and he calls Michael Jordan. He tries to bring it up in a subtle way, but you can see right through it. As for him calling the league office, Clippers fans are furious and irate. I'm still at a loss that he called the league office for Russell to be suspended. You don't work for the NBA. What are you doing? Stephen A. doubled down. Yeah, I said it, and I damn sure meant it because of his play on Friday. Knowing the league office would have normally suspended anyone for this, I called to ask why this was different. They explained, and I get it. For those tripping that I call the league, it's my damn job. And I agree with him. There's nothing wrong with him calling to try to get an explanation on something. But, of course, Clipper fans are going to take this like he was out for Russell's head.
Yeah, on the Franklin injury attorney's fan text, ejection, not suspension. I thought he might get suspended because he threw a punch. Y'all need to watch this again. You're completely wrong. Russ is being hella extreme, completely in the wrong for throwing a punch. Stephen A. is correct.
Oh God! So we got Homer. All right,
Homer.
Before I complete my sentence, I know what they're talking about with the punch. Let me go back and look at it. Okay, it was like this. Okay, I don't, and I wouldn't want him suspended for the next game. That wasn't a Draymond Green punch. Yeah, it was more of a shove.
You're gonna,
and he got ejected.
It's gonna take a lot to suspend. I mean, ask the Rangers how much it takes to get somebody suspended during a playoff game.
You think Luka called him Westbrook, and that's why he did what he did?
If he swung at PJ's face, that would have been different. He went for his chest. Come on, let's not be so soft. But Stephen A. calling the league office to try to get clarification. There's nothing wrong with
getting
that.
an explanation's fine. He makes it sound very dramatic. I called him up and I needed an explanation. I said no, this will not stand. You need to tell me exactly why this didn't happen. But you're right. Russell Westbrook is a punk, and it's not a character. He's just a POS individual. He did this it was last year. He's a Cowboys fan, and he had pushed to get sideline passes to go out there and hang out, and they're well, hey, we'll hook you up. Can we get just a quick interview on DallasCowboys.com on the sideline when we get here? They're like, yeah, absolutely. That was part of the agreement. And he showed up, and they walked up to him to get it, and he goes, and he just gives a cut sign and refused.
Yeah.
And it's you're just a punk.
He'd be someone I'd be scared to go up to and ask for anything, interview wise. He would shut you down cold blooded, stone cold face. But
that is
he was loved in OKC though. His transition has been a total 180, right?
He was good in OKC, but wasn't he always kind of a baby?
No, man.
I always thought he was a baby.
I think he was beloved. He was the Lone Ranger. I'm not going to bandwagon.
Yes.
I'm going to hustle. I'm going to go 100 miles an hour. I remember Thunder fans Ruben, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he was like loved as a part of the Thunder before he rolled out.
Harden, Durant, Westbrook playing together for 3 years or whatever they did in Oklahoma City. Like, did they contribute to just how like toxic all three of them seemed to become when they left? Or was it just that's a wild collection of three individuals who were incredibly immature?
Right, because Westbrook was the anti-Durant.
He was the anti-Durant. He stayed.
It was Westbrook versus Durant. Durant was the bad guy.
Yeah.
And then Russell became so thin-skinned that he couldn't deal with someone saying Westbrook in the stands. That's when I started to turn on him.
But he was always an ass. Even when he was beloved down there, he was always kind of an ass, wasn't he? Like he was somebody who.
Remember.
Like,
I remember he wore like.
No, there's the viral moment of him doing the whole like the face. People still use the meme. Him going what? And him, like he's always dismissive. It's just he was good, so he didn't get the same criticism before. But he was I felt like he was always a jackass.
I always thought he was entertaining. I always liked him. I never thought he was anything bad.
877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. All right, everybody is asking me about it, so I will talk about putting my new house on the market because of another copperhead yesterday. My snake problem with the 6 a.m. club. We have a Stone Temple Pilot ticket giveaway during the Expressway. John Butchergross and Tim McMahon all on the way on the Show of Wales as we continue on The Fan. But we are also the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We have some NFL broadcasting news to bring you. Jason Kelce has a new job. He is joining Monday Night Countdown. So everyone after the more likable Kelce brother, as Travis got paid yesterday, but Jason Kelce, ESPN.
Okay. I think he's got obviously a career ahead of him. I mean, their podcast is pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
He's likable. That's the thing. He's very, very likable.
I'm a little worried about the fit. It's like Shaq had to go to TNT. He could not go to ESPN. Way too buttoned up. They got to make sure Kelce
can be Kelce.
Yeah, here's the problem. Have they allowed McAfee to be McAfee, you think?
Yes.
So just same sort of approach, I guess.
Because here's the option, devil's advocate. What are his options?
Right.
His options are network TV, CBS, NBC, Fox.
Yeah.
Which nobody's more buttoned up than network TV or ESPN. Like, I guess the option is
Amazon.
Or Amazon, which nobody watches because nobody has. I mean, they have it, but it's just like, it's different. I don't care.
Or independence,
right?
Which plenty of people have been able to sustain in this day and age.
We're about to find out in this city. The new cast of the NFL today, the news came out that Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms will not return after a combined 48 years. So here's the new cast. Snooze alert.
Oh, God, I know.
Of the NFL today on CBS. James Brown will host. Nate Burleson, he is the golden child. He's what Tiki Barber dreamed of being. Bill Cowher will remain. J.J. Watt and Matt Ryan.
I get maybe they're just saving money. Is that what this possibly is, or just getting younger?
Or getting new.
New. I mean,
do you think J.J. Watt? Do you think J.J. Watt and Matt Ryan would be paid significantly less than Sims? And
it's not a money thing.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're making, but I mean, this doesn't make any sense from an entertainment standpoint because Boomer and Phil, I think, are better than J.J. and Matt
J.J.
Ryan.
is not good. And that's been disappointing. I thought, there's some, you see him in, what movie he was in? He was in Bad Moms or one of those movies. And he was, he's funny. His character's funny, whatever else. And he's got, a funny Twitter persona or whatever else. I've started to feel like there's a little, and it may just be because he's so mass appeal and he feels like he has to approach things a certain way. I have started to feel like there's a little bit of rust to him at times. That's a little bit of a turnoff.
My brother was actually right about this about, 8-9 years ago. He's like, why are you watching these pregame shows? And I cannot tell you how long it's been since I watched one of the network pregame shows on a Sunday. I have no interest whatsoever. I'm not going over to NFL Network. I'm not going over to ESPN. I'm definitely not going over to CBS. To me, they got the most lame vanilla one of all of them. Maybe Fox for a Glazer report, or for Sean and RJ to get left off of there after they come in here and record.
Yep.
Or maybe that was Amazon. I'm not paying attention to any of these pregame shows anymore. My brother had it right.
No, they're for boomers. They're for boomers.
Fox is good, I think, still. I know it's older and everything else, but I think the Terry, Howie, Michael, Jimmy dynamic is entertaining when they start getting going. It's obviously not inside the NBA, but I still think it's entertaining. I like them together.
Kelce would fit more over there, even though they kind of have Gronk, and it feels like Gronk.
Gronk sucks.
He sucks.
He's so bad.
He's terrible.
Which is not surprising. It's not like you watched Gronk or whatever, hear him talk and be like, oh, he's going to be great on TV. It's just he's Gronk, and they want the Magic Mike energy from him.
They're like, what else can he spike? What can we work in this week for him to spike? That's it. That's the state of all the shows.
Yeah, Kelce at Fox probably would have been a better fit, but it's still, again, it's so buttoned up. I don't know. I think Kelsey's a better fit throw him on Good Morning Football instead of McCourty or something like that. But if he doesn't want to do one of those daily shows and he'd rather just be network game coverage, then yeah.
All right. Went home yesterday and I got a text message from Tolo Joseph. who is doing some landscaping, pest control on the house. And he said, sorry, man. Sorry, I got to send you this. And it was a picture, maybe Ryan has it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, of a fat-ass copperhead snake.
Oh, baby.
Second, speaking of snakes,
Yeah, did you name it Bonte?
Yes, right. The second copperhead in 3 weeks, and this one was just right there in the front yard. And it looked fake to me. I was looking at the picture, and I'm like, man, because the skin looks so smooth, and I was like, that's fake. You're messing with me. And
They're a
like,
gorgeous snake. They are phenomenal. Now, don't go near one.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not like, don't give them 2 feet of one.
Yeah. So I'm living in the woods now. I'm in Sunnyvale. I'm going to blame Gavin Dawson if and when me and my children and my family get bit by these venomous predators. There it is. Ryan's got it. Look at that thing.
It's gorgeous.
It looks so fat. And I'm like,
Is
wait.
it pregnant?
I don't know. Ask the Wrangler over here, the expert.
No, this is, I believe, mating season. So they wouldn't be like that big yet.
There's the video of it.
Sure it's mating.
So I'm pulling on the driveway. He's like, no, it's not a prank. I get home, and Joseph has out. I need to get one of those things. What is that?
Oh, it's freaking out,
Yeah, it's
man.
just I showed you that
You have
the
to
link
move.
on Amazon.
You
So
do have to move.
He gets that snake stick, gets it by the head, and this guy's such an animal lover. I'm like, kill it, chop it up, let's do it, sashimi.
All right, fellas.
And he's like,
$50 on Amazon. Get one cheaper too.
50, and he's like, no, I have to find a place to release it. Like, that's what these other companies do. They put things in their traps to kill them. I don't like that. He's like a hippie. He's like a hippie pest control guy.
Yeah.
And he's like, nope, I got to find a place. All these things need to continue to live. So he puts it in this bucket, and I'm like, oh, well, crap. So now I'm living in snakes on a plane. So I've had 2 copperheads. I had a little small, like, grass snake at the front door, which I had to deal with. And then later on yesterday, he also found a rat snake on, like, the walking trail on the side of my house. So people are like, well, what happened to your lion pee? I ordered mountain.
Did you get the lion pee?
I have it. I put it on social media. I have mountain lion urine.
Did your ShamWow come in too? Or like your OxyClean that Billy May sold you? Or
Wait, are you crapping on ShamWows?
I'm
ShamWow.
crapping on. You got duped. You got duped by real mountain lion. That is a ton of pee,
man, and it's really nasty. That's a G-bag bet payoff.
Ugh,
it is like dark. And
Put
I'm
a
like,
little dab it on your neck as a G-bag
I'm
payoff.
scared to drink it.
So you think they're
how much would Chiafalo? How much would it take for Chiafalo to take 3 swigs? It is dark.
I don't know. Eric,
he would do it.
very dehydrated mountain lion.
Hey, yeah, it's a very dehydrated mountain lion.
I mean, Eric might think well, actually, you a big cat pee, that's actually good for your immune system. It actually would help if you drank it.
So I put out. I got all the snake stuff in my Amazon box in my cart. I got the snake away. I got the repellents. I got the dust. I got the mountain lion urine, and I just put out half of the snake powder.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't do it on that side of where this copperhead
snake
was.
Powder, you mean the snake
away stuff like that. And then some Tolo's got in my head about using the urine because they're like, you're going to draw some other animals.
Well, what the urine is supposed to do is keep the animals away.
Yeah.
So that the best way to remove snakes is to get rid of their food supply. So you keep everything away.
Yeah.
Now you're not
going to
draw
like some type of mountain cat.
No.
I saw
it's going to be attractive.
I saw like a panther in this rural Texas town. And I'm like, all right, just what if there's some random panther roaming around here is going to come and see if they can get busy because of the mountain lion pee.
The assumption would be is that you're not going to draw a coyote or a bobcat because they would be a meal. They're prey for a mountain lion.
Yeah.
Now, could you draw a opposite sex mountain lion?
Yeah.
If there's some around here, I don't think there are.
Here.
I don't think they're very native here.
Yeah.
So my assumption would be that no, you're not going to draw an apex predator.
Yeah.
Now, and the hope is that you remove everything else.
Yes.
That's the hope.
Yeah. So I had Tolo Joseph install. Today's second day of installation. But now I'm literally walking around. I cannot walk around my yard.
Get a cat.
I'm just terrible. A feral cat, like a random cat.
Get like half a dozen cats and let them patrol the yard.
Yeah. Well, my allergies have finally gone away after 10 years in DFW.
Oh,
I can't get cats. I can't get cats, but Tolo Joseph and RJ, you can keep your mouth shut for the rest of the segment because I know you love to crap on all of my tactics. But 3-foot snake fence I'm putting up. I did not ask for any HOA permission. I'm terrified of that. That's going to be a problem. But it looks good. 3 feet. He told me the poisonous snakes can't climb like that. Rat snakes can, but I don't even care. I need it for my peace of mind with my 2 children running around, growing up in that backyard. So I got the 3-foot snake fence that should keep out the coyote. Well, I don't know. Coyotes might be able to jump, but hopefully it stops like 60% of the snakes that will be coming into my yard. If I can stop 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, we'll have something. But I'm terrified to go ahead and walk around. I am. That's the state of the Sharif house.
Yeah, I would not. If I was over at your house right now, I would not walk around your backyard. I don't think I'd even want to sit on the porch at the moment. It makes me wonder, like, when we're out there, like, once the sun went down, what could have potentially just been lurking in the shadows. Yep. So at this point,
like, I can't even walk by, like, the outdoor couch. I want to show off this Nebraska furniture couch. I'm in love with this thing. And I can't walk by it without thinking someone's going to come out and get my ankle and just jump out.
Yeah. So is that?
I can't go down to the sunken kitchen, Emerald Custom Pools, because I think there's an anaconda down there in there. I wanted to
check your filters.
I told you to shut up.
Yeah.
Worry about your power out.
I won't tell you that copperheads go in trees. I won't tell you that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna dab a little bit of the mountain lion pee on like your ankles so that like you won't be like nabbed at or whatever else?
Yeah.
Like that's not a bad play right there. So which would you prefer? Would you prefer dodging snakes here at the house or dodging bullets at the old home?
Snakes.
You'd rather have the snakes.
Yeah, because the bullets, no one was getting shot. No one was getting killed.
There was one in your window.
There was.
That was close.
In your child's window.
Yeah. Hey, I'm closing the house today. Shut up. I'm closing the house at 11 o'clock. But no one was getting killed. It was just idiots shooting off guns right there down the street from Skyline. But this is, although I will say this, although I haven't personally dealt with the 2 copperheads like hands-on, only the little garden snake, I feel like my fear, and this is my number one terror in life, I feel like my fear is going down a little bit. Maybe the reality is hitting me, like you're just gonna have to deal with this. You're gonna have to one day run out there, make sure it's away from your wife and away from your kids, and you're just going to have to deal with it. So that terror is like, I feel like it's going down a tiny bit.
Face your fears.
I feel like if I get that stick, I could wrangle one.
Face your fears, man. That's like Dr. Phil. Face your fears. It's good. Like it's the immersion therapy.
How has Amanda handled it?
Man, she's cold-blooded as a reptile anyway. So she's like, there's nothing you can do. That's all she tells me. There's nothing you can do about it. So why are you worried? There's nothing you can control. And I was like, but I can.
Jason Garrett philosophy.
Yeah.
Control what you can control.
She's like, it is what I think. She's just happy to not have the bullets. She would would deal with vipers and boa constrictors and everything. And I'm way more worried than she is about it. Yeah. But my dad's coming.
Oh, boy.
And if he hears about this, I haven't told him. I'm not planning on telling him, although I'm going to have to figure out a way to be like, no, Dad, let's not walk in the yard. Like, let's not go look at the trees and the view and all that. Because he would, I don't know what, he's a nut. I don't know what he would do. I think I'm doing a kind of nutty thing by snake-proofing it already. As other,
yeah, he's a nut. You just
what are you doing, Ryan? That thing was not in my yard.
Oh man,
you're just pulling up random snake videos.
Boa.
Yeah, this is from Dawson's backyard in Sunnyvale. So this is what this is your neighboring community.
No, I'm telling myself.
Look at that.
I can't even look at that.
It says Sean, I'm coming for you.
Give me a hiss, Peyton. So there it is. I'm just hoping once the construction is gone, I'm telling myself it's construction, it's high weeds.
How much longer is that?
HOA, they got a little bit.
Until then, you're in the Sharif Glades.
Yeah. Like I need to go ahead and clear out the high grass and everything, and then I think I'll be good. I'm telling myself that. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line. We got a brand new giveaway this week for the 6 a.m. Club. You're the best part of our show and the strongest audience, so we want you to win it. Plus, we have some Zeke Elliott, true or false, on the home of the Cowboys with Zeke's return after this.
But let's get you some savings on your property taxes with Ownwell. That's right. Owning property does come with its challenges and expenses and costs.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on, like the announcer guy said. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we have a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway to hook you up with during the expressway that starts at 7:20. John Buccigross to talk about the Dallas Stars at 8. And, of course, we have Tim McMahon, final hour, 9:20, to preview Mavs-Clippers. We got Game 5s for a hump day tomorrow.
Game 5 for a hump day. And it's great. Look, it's good to get Tim on. We don't get him on very often. He doesn't wake up during our show very often, but, we can sometimes use him on his podcast. Just take his clips.
Yep. Yeah. As long as you get permission for it, Chop.
Pete DeBoer, after the Dallas Stars get another road win. No one can win at home. It's the ALCS all over again. Pete DeBoer on gutting out Game 3.
You knew they were going to push in the first, and they did. I thought, despite the push, I never felt like we were overwhelmed at any moment. They had the advantage in some shots. I thought they were running around chasing hits. So we talked between the goal at the end of the first with Dadonov was a big one, and then we talked about using that over aggressiveness of them chasing hits against them. And I thought in the second period we really took control of the game. I don't know what the shots were in the second period, but drew some penalties, made them play in their own end.
Dadonov? I thought it was Dadonov. I know Jane Sater says Daddy.
Yeah, Jane just calls him Daddy.
Ken Hitchcock mispronounced Mike Modano's name his entire time he was here. Called him Modano.
Daddy. He did?
Yeah. Don Nelson mispronounced Dirk's name his entire time.
Did you see what happened to Chris Tanev in pregame with the puck?
With the puck?
The puck off his face?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, some guys wear a helmet during pre-skate and some won't, and he doesn't. He got his bell rung.
But Daddy had the impossible goal. I don't know how the hell that thing went in from that side angle. And Bobby, I said this at 5:30. If the Dallas Cowboys had like 30% of the resolve and the backbone of this hockey team, maybe we could make it past a round or two.
Yeah, it's like it's the old line from the movie Rudy. If you had 1/10 of the heart Rudiger did, you would have made All-American. Instead, you're on scout team.
You summed up your sorry career in one sentence.
Yeah, exactly. Old Vince Vaughn getting reamed on the field there. No, that is honestly there's a difference in the resolve and the makeup, just in general of the teams that we look at in DFW. You can split it in half right now. The Stars coming back, doing what they did, winning 2 on the road with the odds stacked against them. The Rangers being the road warriors, going on the road last October, making that run that they did. And then on the flip side, the way the Cowboys have seemingly given up whenever there's any adversity, and the way the Mavericks, who 2 golden opportunities with Kawhi off the court, have come out completely unprepared to play basketball.
Spittle, and the last time he sent me this pronunciation guide, it went horribly wrong with stank ass and then
stank acid, yeah.
Stank acid Dadonov. So I was going Dadonov, but Dadonov. From the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle with the Spits and Suds podcast out to recap Game 4. LeBron and the Lakers are done.
Murray has it on the high right side. High pick from Jokic. Murray, jumper from 8. Got it again! 3.6 seconds left for the Lakers. LeBron over to Prince. Jumper's no good at the horn. And the LA Lakers can take that L on the way out, along with that whistle. Denver takes care of La La Land for the second game in a row.
The more I hear these play-by-play announcers,
it's nice to know they're not homers.
The more I hear, these play-by-play announcers throughout the country are out of control.
Pretty nuts. They're pretty nuts. Nobody's a Tampa Bay Lightning guy, but some of these guys they get into it, obviously, and then they'll take some shots.
Yeah.
Like he used a couple of, punny L.A., La La Land, take that L.
Take that L with you on the way out of here.
So same exact thing happened to the Lakers again. They were up 8. Denver goes on a crazy run, and then Jamal Murray hits a second game winner of the series. And now everyone is asking, what is LeBron going to do? Because, Bobby, he has the player option right after the NBA draft where his son will or will not be selected on June 26th. So Carrie Champion, who used to be a broadcaster on ESPN, she was a SportsCenter anchor. She said she got a text message the other day from someone saying this is LeBron's last game as a Laker. That was from Carrie Champion. Last night he was not answering those questions.
Yeah, she did say that. I don't know. I think a lot of this hinges on Bronny. And if they decide to take him, if the Lakers, the NBA draft is a couple days before LeBron has to opt in. It's the 26th and 27th.
Right, because free agency's the 30th.
Right, so he has to decide by the 29th. So it'll be like 3 days before he's got to decide. Well, if that's the case, maybe he sees the Lakers do, because they've got the 17th pick, which is New Orleans, from the Anthony Davis trade. Wow. Still getting that thing paid off. And they have the 55th pick. So that will determine, I think, what LeBron does. If the Lakers don't take Bronny, then I think he may retire. If somebody else takes Bronny before the Lakers get to him, I think he may go there. And if the Lakers take him, I think he stays. I think obviously the Lakers would like to have him back, but at what cost? Are you going to waste the 17th pick?
I was thinking about this when I was driving in, and I first heard you guys talking about the Bronny stuff. What is if this?
Look at that, by the way. On court time leading the Lakers 165 minutes. Denver for 59 minutes. Are you kidding me? Wow, they more than doubled the time leading on the floor.
By the way, it's funny you talk about on the floor wild stats. Did you see the one that said Beal, Booker, and Durant had the worst point differential of any trio in the NBA playoffs when they were on the court together?
Wow. Like in history?
This playoff run. They had the worst one. Now, it's interesting, though. I was thinking about it. If this is the end of LeBron with the Lakers, what is his Lakers legacy? Because I think ultimately it was a big move at the end of here's kind of the crystallization of his career, whatever else. I think his Lakers run has been completely forgettable.
I mean, he won a title.
Bubble title.
I mean, they gave one away, so what am I going to do, right? They gave the title away.
No, I know, but I'm saying bubble title, I don't think it's going to be a memorable thing. Well, he did win the IST, though.
He won the in-season tournament.
They won the IST. That's a big deal right there.
That's a good question. That's a good question about LeBron's Laker legacy.
I mean, people still look at those Celtics titles and the UCLA, titles. I mean, they still count them.
I'll give him credit for winning one, but I'll also be like, man, they got eliminated, and they had a miracle run to the Western Conference Finals, but they were a disappointing regular season team.
Oh yeah, they didn't care whether they.
No, it's not that they didn't care. They weren't good enough. They weren't good enough
to play.
They were old. They were injured. Yeah. So maybe a little bit of a disappointment because they weren't sitting there in the finals all the time. But that's LeBron talking about his future. Elsewhere, you had the Pelicans get eliminated by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and Charles Barkley had to apologize because of Beyonce for these comments that he made on TNT. Instead of sending the Pelicans to Cancun, he chose Texas.
Disappointing on us. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston with that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all located. We gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water. Come on, man.
Charles is just dying on there. Well, Galveston Island took to their Facebook page to respond, saying, Charles Barkley, here I was thinking we were cool, then you go throwing shade like we're strangers. What's up with that? And then they put some bad Photoshop of Charles sweating in a polo shirt on the beach there in Galveston. Well, apparently Charles felt the need to go ahead and take back some of the comments. He did not want some superstar smoke.
Yeah, we had some fun with that. And you know who latched onto the conversation?
Who was that?
Beyonce's mom.
Beyonce's mom?
Yes. Chuck, we don't play about Galveston, Texas. You sucker. Our water might not be blue, but it's still the beach, and we love it. Jay sent this to me, and Angie B yesterday. He asked us if we're going to let him talk about our city like that. All good. We got a great laugh.
Miss Nose. I don't want that smoke. I don't want the beehive and Jay after Chuck. Miss Nose, I apologize. I do not want the beehive and Jay after me.
So how do you like Galveston now? It's beautiful.
We're not going there. Would you go on vacation?
You've got a chance.
Oh, hell no, I ain't going on vacation.
You've got a chance to wipe the slate clean here.
I would go to Galveston. Let me tell you something. That water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women. No, I'm not going to Galveston. I want to go to the beach down and just stand the river walk and watch them big old women walk around San Antonio.
So you know what? So you know what sets him off. Okay, so you know what?
Would you rather go, Chuck? San Antonio. You know, that's what they invented Victoria's Secret, Jack. Why is it secret? Because them little women down there, they can't get in them cute little underwear. They wear bloomers down in San Antonio. Oh my God.
Somehow,
Victoria's Secret down there.
I can't believe he still goes at him and he can't. Nobody says anything.
Oh my gosh.
You can't touch him.
Oh my gosh.
Big old
women out there.
It's true though. You don't want the beehive.
No.
The
Or the
Beyonce,
Swifties.
yeah, the Swifties and the beehive. Those are
Have you dealt with
the two biggest psychos on earth.
Have you dealt with either one?
Yeah, I mean,
What's
yeah,
the hive that
Swifties.
y'all have gotten caught in?
The Swifties. Yeah, I've gotten hit by the Swifties, and I got hit by the Mike Leslie hive one time after the Rams lost the Super Bowl to the
Dan
Patriots.
Hansen hit you
No,
up?
there was some story up there that was. Never mind. I probably shouldn't even
The
say
Mike
it.
Leslie hive?
I don't know.
What is that? All the people who wear
It's
sweater
just
vests
Mike
in
Leslie
town?
tried to like quote tweet it. Yeah, it's him and Earl Caseneed. It's like Leslie like quote tweeted it and like tried to get me like canceled or something. But
And what was it?
I was gonna say it, but then I thought about it. I was like, I don't think you would want me to say it on the air.
So
without...
Mike like tried to get you?
Well, yeah, he was just like, seriously, dude, and like tried to get a bunch of people mad.
How's your relationship with him after that?
I mean, we don't talk.
Oh.
I didn't talk to him before though. It's not like we're buddies.
Yeah.
It's like me and CD Lamb have the same opinion. We don't talk to Mike Leslie.
You get caught in any highs. Mine was probably San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, the 49ers hive was a big one. I got caught in the hive last year when I made the song. When I made that the Rangers song, and the Rangers, went on lose 3 straight games, and everybody was like coming at me. But it's probably Tennessee football. My own people came at me.
No, the Caitlin Clark hive. Just you, Sean. The entire hive right there. That's the one.
I'm the Caitlin Clark hive?
Yeah.
I'm going to burn Diana Taurasi's jersey. She
You
keeps
like that?
going after my girl like this. 877-881.
Can't wait to get the Caitlin Clark ones. They're going to be so cool. They're open toes, the straps.
Insulting
Stop
your
it.
poor little girl's dreams.
Stop it. There are young women out there, like your own daughters, who finally have somebody to look up to.
Hey, Wednesday night I'm going to see Marcus high school softball. And Thursday I'm driving all the way to Midland. It's official, by the way. It's not Abilene. It's Midland. 4.5 hours.
Midland?
Then 4.5 hours back, just in time for the Firehouse tour. I may be coming to the Firehouse tour with no sleep.
All right, yesterday in Crosstalk, it's like all 5 wanted to bet me that Zeke Elliott was going to start a running back for the Cowboys. I said, no way. RJ Choppy with some Zeke Elliott, true or false, on the home of America's team, the commercial-free expressway with a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
A Stone Temple Pilot ticket giveaway that you may have to fight Will Chambers over is coming up momentarily. We're going to ask Reddit here during the commercial-free Expressway. If you are new to the show and new to the station, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we go commercial-free up until 8 o'clock every single day during the week. And John Buccigross from ESPN will join us at 8 to talk about the Dallas Stars evening up the series last night. Tim McMahon from Los Angeles for Mavs-Clippers at 9:20. But, of course, yesterday the news was all about Ezekiel Elliott returning. Why are you clapping?
Because I'm pumped. He's back, baby. Getting the band back together. Re-signed Damian Wilson, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Jameel Showers. Are we going to bring him back? we could always use more leadership guys.
Choppy got some Zeke. True or false?
Let's do it. True or false? If Zeke leads the Cowboys in rushing,
false.
They are a 7-win team.
True, and maybe less.
Nuance, like there, like I mean, he could lead the team in rushing. They could have it could be 600 yards rushing, but if it's because they're pushing the ball downfield, and
yeah, that's the point of the question. You have to decide.
I mean, they might
these are without context.
False, because I don't think them being a 7-win team is dependent on Zeke. I think they're just a 7-win team. So
okay,
what do you think?
Yeah,
if he leads them in rushing,
I mean, I think that they're going to win games based on Dak, obviously. But if he's their top running back, averaging, if you take the Jets game out of Week 3 last year, Zeke averaged, it looks like 3.345 yards a carry. That's not good.
They'll be a bad team if he leads them in rushing, in my opinion.
Team. All right, kind of with the same one, but this is touchdowns. If he leads the Cowboys in rushing touchdowns, they are less than a 7-win team.
No.
False, because I think he's just going to be a fan.
He'll be a short line.
Who's a fantasy football running back that you would pick up? Peyton, you pretend to be good at fantasy. A goal line score that you knew they weren't going to get 50 yards in the game, but they might get you 2 touchdowns.
Was that Bettis at the end of his career? Know what he did?
I mean, that was Jamal Williams a couple years ago, wasn't it? Or was he actually picking up rushing yards? Jamal Williams scored 17 touchdowns a couple years ago as, like, not a prolific runner.
Let me know, fan text. Franco injury attorney text line that goal-to-go running back who would get those scores. Who else was in New Orleans with Kamara?
Mark Ingram, right?
Mark Ingram, yeah.
Okay. Maybe a Mark Ingram type. There's got to be some names that are going to pop up here.
So Jamal Williams averaged 62 yards a game and scored 17 touchdowns for Detroit in 2022.
Yeah.
Wow.
But no, Zeke will probably lead them in rushing touchdowns, but I don't connect that with their record.
I don't either. If he starts more than 5 games, they won't win the division.
False. I will take into account injury to whoever the starter is, which I still believe there will be another starter.
False, because Julius Jones was the starter 1 year, and the reality was Marion Barber was their lead running back, and so to me, Zeke may start a game, or Zeke may be a guy who is the first opening drive, and then from then on out he's not playing most of the game.
Do you have him starting as a true false? Let me just ask that to you all. If you don't,
I do not.
Okay. Is Zeke Elliott going to start game 1 for the Dallas Cowboys at running back? Is he going to be the lead back? Will he get the most carries in the first game?
Probably.
He'll get the first carry of the season.
Will he get the most carries in the game?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be the lone wolf. I'll start making some bets. It depends how many at the station want to bet me, but I'll try to bet 6 different people. I wonder if I can go all right, $50 a person would make me sweat a little bit.
Pay for your snake fence.
Pay for my snake fence. Tolo Joseph was not happy. I called him a hippie, by the way, Army and sniper. So I maybe should have said that. He texted me, went back on the Odyssey app. He wasn't happy. I called him.
He's going to re-release that snake back in your backyard.
Yeah, exactly. Peyton, did any fantasy touchdown scores come in?
Yeah, we have a few. One obvious one that we didn't think of was Kareem Hunt in Cleveland when Nick Chubb was healthy. Kareem Hunt was at the goal line. Cordero Patterson and Dylan Green from the 806.
Jalen Hurts from the 214. That's a great answer.
Dylan Green?
Green Bay?
AJ Dillon.
AJ Dillon. Oh, okay. He just said Dillon. Gotcha. AJ Dillon.
So Dylan Green.
Well, I said Dylan Green Bay, and so I said Dylan Green.
Okay, Ron Peyton Burgundy.
It's like you're
Dylan Green from the Bay Packers.
It says Dylan Green
Bro,
Bay.
it's like you're losing brain cells by the month. What is going on?
How much weed are you smoking?
I think this 3 o'clock wake up is finally starting to hit you.
Do
My
you
Lord.
smoke a lot? Is that?
No, I do not.
Imagine if he
Start?
smoked.
He needs to start.
Yeah, you should start doing the top 7 to 7. What was the question? Oh, Zeke is not going to start. Zeke is not going to get the most carries game 1 at running back. There's no way the Dallas Cowboys would do that to us.
Over under chop 14.5 carries for Zeke game 1.
Under.
I would take the
Under.
We don't have their schedule yet.
Hey, he wants to run the damn ball though.
If they play,
It's just like anything.
Now they generally play a good a division opponent. So if they're playing like the Giants and they're going to run them up, he might. But in a close game, I don't think he's going to get 15 carries.
No.
I bet you he carries the ball 15 times.
All right, we're going to bet. Well, I want to write down all these prop bets. I want Lion P, the lion urine bet payoff.
Oh, you can't drink that. You gotta do is you gotta put your face in it.
Chiafalo did text in, said, yeah, lion urine, great for gut health. So
Is that what he said?
He was joking, but yeah, he said that.
Probably does think that. All right, next one. True or false? Zeke is not the leader people think he is.
That's for Bobby.
False. Like in terms of, I mean, what do people think of him as a leader? In terms of a tone setter and culture and like practice habits, he absolutely is. They lost juice at practice this year because he wasn't there.
2 other theories that have been thrown out there by Tolos. Number 1, did they do this for Dak at all? Number 2, is this a Dak and Zeke send-off together? And then number 3, is this more of a coaching thing for Zeke behind the scenes in that room? Those are 3 different theories that are out there.
Yeah.
Did they do this to make Dak happy?
I don't know that they did to make Dak happy. I don't know that they operate like that.
I don't think Dak operates like that. I don't think Dak goes like, oh, do me a solid. It's not Luka wanting to keep Dwight Powell around. Like I don't think he thinks of things in those terms. What about him? What do you mean by, is it a coaching thing? Like him functioning as a coach?
Yeah, like he's a player coach, basically. Like he'll be there for a young room or to mentor whoever else they have or whoever else they get.
Yeah,
like
Udonis
Haslam.
That may be part of it. But I mean, they didn't. It's not like they put anybody in there for him to mentor. It's not like they wouldn't drafted anybody. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, next one. Zeke was not a last resort. They truly think he can still play.
I'll say false because I don't think they're that crazy.
Who's
I don't
they?
think. Jerry,
Just the Cowboys. Like just
I think Jerry does think he can still play. I really do. They're sitting there talking to reporters after the draft press conference, Jerry's talking about the last 8 games of the season. Boy, if you look how Zeke ran the ball at the end of the year, they're at least talking themselves into it.
All right, let me give you a true or false. Let's say the Cowboys' offensive line has been, on a scale 1 to 10, a 7. Okay?
Yeah.
And you and Melvin Gordon have always agreed, your Twitter buddy, it's about the offensive line. Let's say...
A little arrogant.
What?
To think it's just about the offensive line and not the running back.
Oh, my... Bobby, if you can talk about it if you want, bro. It's your show, too. If you want to get into it, I didn't think it'd be a likability good thing. I know Chiafalo opened up this can of worms. If you want to address it, we can address it. Think about it after I make this point. If the offensive line with the drafting or whatever factors is a 9, okay? They go from a 7 to a 9, the last line that Zeke ran behind, to a 9. Can we all end up looking stupid in this room about his effectiveness?
Yeah, I mean, he'll be efficient enough. If they are like just opening
the Great Wall of Dallas, yeah.
You got to remember, like Darren McFadden was a 4th in the NFL in rushing.
He was 4.6 a carry.
He was 4th in the NFL in rushing behind that line in 2015 that could absolutely block. Like, I mean, they could. And so, yeah, if you fixed your run blocking, which there's not a guarantee, you think you've done things to make it better, but if you have repaired that, then yeah, I'll say this. You are a lot more effective with a 9-grade run blocking and a 5-grade running back than you are with a 9-grade running back and a 5-grade run blocking.
Next one. They did not draft the running back because they had this in their pocket.
Good question.
No, false. They didn't draft a running back because it didn't fall the way they wanted.
The draft just got away from them.
They are so thin. They are so incredibly thin across the board in terms of their roster depth that I think they said wherever the value is, that's where we go, because we could honestly stand to use anything. So wherever we see value, that's what we're picking.
Sean?
I agree. I'm looking at all these other touchdown goal line backs. Tolo Chris, Mike Tolbert, the touchdown vulture.
Oh, yeah.
A-hole stole more touchdowns from others for over a decade. And then Tolo Erickson, Marion Barber. Barber with Julius.
All right, last one.
All right.
Despite all of his faults, he still had a better career than Jalen Ramsey.
Woo! No. False.
Nope, that is completely false.
Like, not even close.
Okay, I think a lot of Cowboy fans disagree.
Really?
A lot of Cowboys fans.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I bet you. Well, let me ask you this: who gets in the Hall of Fame first?
Ramsey. Ramsey is the best cornerback of his generation. It's not even close.
Are we putting him in a different generation than Sherman and Revis?
Yes.
Okay. That would kind of put them. I figured they'd be kind of.
I put him in a different generation than Sherman, Revis, and Patrick Peterson. They're all kind of like in their own time.
I agree.
Okay.
If you could redo the pick of 4, and what has the tone been on the fan text?
Dude.
Because I'm getting Paul saying, "What's this negative vibe on Zeke? He's not the solution. I don't think he's going to be a problem." What's the negative vibe, Paul? Only you and Emmitt Smith feel this way, and the Cowboys front office. We've been talking about this for 3 years. We were ahead of this and took so much heat. Choppy from a value standpoint, me from an eye standpoint. I'm like, he looks like he's running in quicksand. Like, there's no burst, there's no elusiveness, there's no breakaway, there's no second level anything. And then he would always get hurt. And this isn't any personal dislike. I'm very impressed, and I think Zeke Elliott deserves a ton of props for the guy he appears to be and the turnaround that he made. I'm just talking about him being washed years ago as a number 1 option. We've been talking about this for a long time. Many Cowboy fans have as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's not. It's funny. Again, we talked to Mitch LaPointe, their director of college scouting, on that day 3 of the draft, and he said that the biggest trait he needs in a running back right now is home run capability. He needs speed, and that's not Zeke. So, I mean, you're still looking for that. Does Zeke serve a purpose? Yes. Should that purpose be top of the depth chart runner who's getting 15 carries a game? No. But they might have to do that. But you know what it is? It's like we brought up with Machado yesterday. It very well could be 2018 wide receiver room issue again, where they're like, we cut Dez, but we can make it work with Deontay Thompson and Allen Hurns, and then they get 7 games into the season, they go, we need to go trade a first-round pick for Amari Cooper. Not that they have to trade a first-round pick, but that they will say, we have to go acquire somebody because this isn't working.
All right, 877-881-1053. Well done with the questions for a Zeke Elliott true or false. That is the way to text and call for the Tolo Daily Giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Jubilee Tour with Live and Stone Temple Pilots at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
John Buccigross from ESPN to talk about the Dallas Stars evening things up with Vegas. It's a Tolo Tuesday, commercial free. That means we ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are doing Ask Reddit here every Tuesday during the Expressway. We will get your thoughts on the Twitch, the YouTube, and the truck wreck. The Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line. Oh, wait,
by the way, before this, did you want to talk about your draft issue or no?
No, we can talk about it at some point. It's just not, we got to go to this because
Okay.
I don't have the audio ready of because I figure we should incorporate the audio of G-Bag talking about it.
Okay.
That should be part of it. But yeah, we'll talk about it because I did have people
by tomorrow. So
I
you have
did
till 9:30.
8:40. I can do it for below the belt if you want. That's ground talk.
I don't want to.
That will literally
I
be
don't
below
think
the belt.
I don't think it helps us at all.
I got people texting in going, yes, I want to know why Bobby stopped talking for 3.5 hours. So yeah,
you make the call.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, some of us want to stick up for our station. That's what we want to do.
Oh Lord!
All right, let's go to let's do Ask Reddit. Let's just go ahead and jump into that. All right, RJ Choppy,
Robert,
what's the worst thing you did for money?
Don't mention any advertisements.
Yeah, be careful. Otherwise, Zach and Eric may get those.
No, I don't regret any of those. I mean, working on the farm was pretty dumb.
You know what? I'm gonna call you a liar on that.
On what?
I feel like this is an exaggerated, great RJ Choppy tale that none of us can track down the accuracy of, and you really didn't do anything out on a farm. It's just it's a Larry David type crazy story. I'm calling BS. You didn't do anything. You didn't go work on any farm. You may have stepped out there to pick up the girl you were dating one day.
I was dating the farmer's daughter. Yes, I was dating the farmer's daughter.
I think that's a reality show. Like the Farmers
Only is the
app.
the dating app. Yeah, I know it was a reality show. No, I did. I was there for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and it was the worst decision I ever made. It was just outside of Knoxville.
Worst.
What did I say?
Worst?
He's
I'm saying, is that's definitely the worst?
That was the
We
worst
don't have to really
job
get it.
decision.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you know what? No, I was not. Grapevine Parks Department. That was the worst job I ever had.
tell
it was
us
the
about
worst
that.
thing I ever did for money. It was the summer of 1998. It was 100 degrees every day for like 50 days in a row.
Not the 98 summer was no effing joke in Dallas. Wasn't that like 50 days in a row of 100 degrees or more? It was awful.
I'm sitting there, and I had just moved here like a year or two before.
Well.
And I had worked for the Parks Department in New Jersey, which, by the way, is a union shop. You get nothing done. We played cards until 10 o'clock. Then we worked for an hour, came back, 3-hour lunch, played cards again, worked for an hour, came back, 2-hour playing cards till you went home. Here, they put you to work, okay? And 15-minute break here, 30-minute lunch, 15-minute break at 2, go home. It was the absolute worst job ever. There was nothing that you could get me to do. Digging trenches for irrigation, mowing the lawns. I love mowing lawns. I don't love mowing lawns every day. Oh, by the way, go into that marsh, put these boots on so you don't get bit by cottonmouths, and go weed eat the trenches here. Worst job ever. Kudos to anyone doing Parks Department stuff.
You called him a liar, so 903 is calling him Choppy Smollett.
Choppy Smollett.
What a reference.
Oh, like Juicy? Juicy Smollett?
Like Juicy Smouillet.
Yeah. Is it Smouillet?
No, it's Jesse Smollett.
Jesse.
It's Jesse Smollett.
Jesse Smollett.
But Dave Chappelle called him Juicy Smouillet.
Do you have one for this?
Yeah, worst thing I ever did for money was not a job. It was just I was
like a bet.
I'll pay you $50 to, and it was like set out 6 shots of Jack and they're like, you do them all back to back. I'll give you $50. And I was like, okay, I'm broke. I'll do it.
Yeah.
And so I did it, and that was instantly. I mean, within 2 minutes, my stomach felt like I was like there were just razor blades going through it.
Oh my God.
It wasn't even like a man, I got so messed up. I mean, I did. But the worst part of it was that was one of the worst pains I've ever felt in my life. Was that just immediately like pouring all that burning alcohol onto an empty stomach? That was pretty bad.
Pepe?
Yeah, I was stupid as a kid. I mean, and this was like I was 9 or 10, and it was only for like $30 maybe max. But my friend said, "Hey, put your whole finger in a fire ant bed for 10 seconds."
Aren't you the one who said you learned not to mess with? Is this
exactly
how you learned
from
not
that
to mess
moment?
with them?
Yeah, from that moment, I was like, "Do not mess with them." So it was like 10 seconds. I was like, oh, "Okay, they'll just crawl around for a little bit." No, big ant pile too. I got my $30, but man, my hand hurt.
$30 is a lot when you're 9 or 10, though.
Yeah, did it swell up and everything?
No, we had bumps all over the place, but I mean, after a couple of days, it went away. But it hurt.
Wow.
Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says roofing is his answer. That was the worst thing he ever did for money. Sean, what do you got?
I really felt embarrassed and like less than when
embarrassed?
I had to put on that Rockford Lightning mascot.
I need photos of it. I need
I'm trying
photos.
to remember what it was now. I don't know whether it was a raccoon. But when I was wearing that thing, man, I was calling my dad, and I'm like, man, I don't know, Dad. I don't know if I can do this career.
He wanted you to go back to med school.
Yeah, right. It was whatever. I guess that's a bear, or what is that? What do you think that is?
Like a rat.
A rat. It was either way.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It was having to wear the mask.
It's an embarrassment.
It is an embarrassment because I had to do this to do the color commentary and also sell tickets for the Rockford Lightning, which Isaiah
Did you commission
Thomas
at least or anything?
Commission on this ticket sales. But then they're like, oh, you got to alternate wearing the mascot during these games. So that's my answer.
Did you have to call the game with the head on so you could quickly change into it?
Franklin Inventory's fan text. Building boat docks at Cedar Creek Lake. Worked at a stockyard in Kentucky. Had to low man on the total pole. Had to shovel dead, bloated animals into the dog food truck.
Gosh.
Let's see. I sold stuff on eBay. Logged in on a roommate and drove the price up. Banned for life. I beer bonged a fifth of SoCo for $100. Woke up in the ER.
Oh my Lord!
Jumped in a frozen pool for $20.
Ooh.
Those
Yeah.
are great.
That's not worth
Taco
it.
Bell.
Oh no, I love Taco Bell.
Taco Bell's great. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ. You can let us know your thoughts on the Twitch, the YouTube, and on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. Sean Sharif, this isn't a direct question about me. It's supposed to be personalized. What screams I'm bad with money? Is it tipping $200 at an open bar? And
what screams I'm bad with money? Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to think of you first. See, but your spending is you're trying to do it in a nice, generous way. You want to tip, you want to buy everyone drinks and shots. It's reckless, but it's reckless with
it's also not like I've driven us into the poorhouse. It's not like I'm failing.
We don't know. You don't like us to see the finances.
Well, I mean, that's just because it gives. Look, here's the reality of that it gives, and she and I have talked about this recently. She can look at all of it. I know her. It will give her unnecessary panic just to see how much we spend each month, not just on life, but how much bills cost and how much just in general our income of what's going out the door is going to be.
And Choppy, before Bobby, I think I had a little question about you with financial responsibility on this show, because I think you said you love shopping and you love ordering things, and right, there's two types of people. You get the money and it burns a hole in your pocket. You have to spend it, or you go ahead and you're a little bit more Peyton frugal and you save it up. Do you have that reputation or habit?
I had moments where I would just gotta get it. I had to get something new. I wanted this new thing. I wanted to. So I was it was more bored. I bored eat. I bored shop. At least I used to. I don't know as much anymore. Now I'm all right. I have my fun. Midlife crisis over. I don't buy Lulu anymore.
Yeah.
I haven't really shopped there.
Well, how did you phrase the question again, Bobby?
What screams I'm bad with money? And 214 says waiting for the leaves to fall.
Waiting for the leaves.
The Dallas Cowboys reference.
Pepe, what about you?
So this one, look, so when you're at a checkout line, at the Target, Walmart, and you get fooled by the candy and the gum right there by the checkout line, you're like, yeah, I need that. I need that Reese's. It's only $1, but I need it. If you get fooled every time by doing that, you are terrible with money. It's not that hard just to scan your items and walk past it.
Yeah, there's someone that we used to work with who always had to get the new gadget, the new thing that's out. Always had to go ahead and get that to try to appear cool, and then it just sits there and rots in the garage. That's being, I think, really bad with money.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's people saying if you have a,
I could say a stock investment, trying to lower my cost to average to get out of it. That could be really, really bad with money. I'm not going to cut bait. I'm not going to cut bait. This would be me again. You're welcome, Eric and Zach, but that would be me personally speaking of trying to get yourself out even on a trade.
People are saying if you have an expensive car in front of a trailer home or a bad home, I don't think that's bad with money. I just think that shows that you're a drug dealer. There's a big difference.
That's always the that meme of the Ferrari next to the trailer park.
It's one of the answers here on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 817 says buying luxury items on credit and then paying the minimum balance every month. That screams you're bad at money. I don't know. See, to me there are, like, for instance, you can be a little reckless and free with things. I don't know that necessarily means you're bad at money. Like, for instance, I will throw it around a little bit for like fun times or whatever, YOLO, that's kind of the idea there. But it's also not ever gotten away of like, well, I can't, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I can't pay my car payment this month. Like, everything's
what about
always
getting
handled.
A house with all the people in
so
your
that my
apartment?
children can be eaten alive by snakes in your backyard? No,
and not
thank you.
have power like RJ yesterday?
Exactly. I have power. I have internet sometimes. Like, it's a pretty good setup at the apartment.
How about the casino? Y'all tell me if you have anyone in your family, if anyone in your family who is at Choctaw or WinStar, how many times a month, and y'all have a conversation like, do they have a problem?
Going to the casino and making more than one ATM withdrawal would probably tell me you're bad at money.
Right.
Because
You
you're
should
like,
just
I need more. I
what
lost
you
it.
should
I
do
need
is
to
you
go
should
more.
just double your initial one so you don't have to pay the fee twice.
Unless you're there just like once every 6 months.
205 using credit card for fast food. They say
What?
that they think it's like if you're using a credit card.
I use a credit card, and I never carry cash.
No, like use credit instead of a debit card just for like a $2 purchase.
Yeah,
whatever. You're getting points. You're getting points. My dad would say that. My dad used to say, never use it, never pay interest on something that like you could pay for up front. But I don't know, like how many when he was doing this, how many credit cards had as many credit cards are available to you that you could get rewards on.
I think that I've wasted a ton of credit card points that I don't know how to tap into them, so I think they've just gone wasted away. I don't think I use them. We're doing Ask Reddit here. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. Somebody on the text line says what you said. It keeps on sounding like I keep saying sex line. All right, Peyton Russell. What phrase would you be fine with never hearing again?
It's got to be a Gen Z phrase or something. What about I was today years old?
Oh,
that one I just never liked it. I never thought it made sense. It's like just tell us that you never heard of this before, and then tell us. Not saying I was today years old. So I'd probably go with that one.
I hate.
What's yours? Just like anything.
Oh gosh, sounds pretty bad. Well, it's just like anything, or like I guess any formation of words that is essentially just bitching about general questions about a football team that are totally expected.
You're supposed to take a nibble.
Those
Bobby.
are the ones.
Just a nibble.
Or maybe you're arrogant. That's
all right.
That's what I do. All right. No, genuinely. My answer is conversate. Like whenever anybody's talking about a societal topic and they're like, we need to be having a conversation, a national conversation. It's like, shut up. It's so stupid. Like, I hate that. Whenever I hear anybody say, let's have a conversation about it, and they're like, it's douchey, and I hate hearing that phrase.
The phrase gaslighting is so overused. Like, just because I'm right and I tell you you're wrong doesn't mean I'm gaslighting you. Right? But people seem to think that
is gaslighting? I still don't really know what it means.
Exactly.
Is it,
nobody knows what it means, but it gets everybody uses it 4 times a day.
Stop gaslighting me.
Yeah. I'm not
is it
gaslighting you.
Synonym for just like instigating?
I don't even know what it is.
No, gaslighting is like making them believe in alternate reality. Like if I just over and over kept saying to you, Sean, I was like, I come in every day at 5:30. Like, no, you don't. It's like, yes, I do. Yeah. And then eventually start believing.
So trolling?
No. Like eventually, like I start manipulating your reality by telling you a lie.
By the way, I do that every day. I mean, I try to gaslight every day as much as I possibly
can. This is from Kristen Belt in the 214. Her phrase, she's fine never hearing again.
Speak?
Yeah, fine never hearing again is it's fine. She hates that. Whenever she's trying to talk to me about any issue, I'm like, it's fine. I got it. It's fine. It's fine. Then
because that's everyone's condescending.
No, she thinks it's just like you're brushing it off and don't want to deal with it. Stop saying it's fine. To me, the one that she stopped using that drove me nuts was she goes, whenever she would get worked up about something, she goes, I am done. And I told her, I was like, don't. The original part was like, don't ever say that again. I am done with you saying I am done.
A lot of Tolos texting in saying all in. 972 says hope all is well. No cap from the 817, and then bruh from a lot of people as well.
All right. One more here. RJ Choppy, what deceased celebrity / famous person in history would have the most wild social media presence?
I don't know. There's some insane people out there that are Rasputin was pretty nuts. Hitler was pretty insane in real life. Can only imagine what he's like on social
Do
media.
we have to guess that they would like be active on there?
Yeah. Like imagine they're active on there. Like who would have like an account that's just like, did you see what that person
Kim
tweeted
Jong-il.
earlier today?
There's a lot of people out there that'd be pretty. Who was the guy?
OJ.
I mean, OJ. Yeah, OJ had a pretty wild Twitter account. Who was the guy that was Aaron Burr? Who was the guy that
Alexander Hamilton?
Alexander Hamilton. He'd be pretty nuts on
Yeah.
social media.
What about
I
like
think.
Sinatra? You know, like people that
Marilyn Monroe, just boobs everywhere. I'm sure.
I mean, that'd be great. Edgar Allan
definitely have
Poe, one from the 817
Would
right
Elvis
there.
be a good one?
Who?
Elvis?
Yeah. I mean, documenting his final days, trying to squeeze one out and then dying.
Yeah, like I mean, do you think not in a bad way, but like, do you think like Gandhi would have like some super active Twitter where it's like he's the most followed account in the world because he says all this inspirational stuff and he's awesome or whatever? I'm trying to think who's just some like wild ass like rock star or something
Belushi.
from back in the day. Belushi would probably say a lot of stuff that we get you. Richard Pryor,
Sam Kinison, Chris Farley, Jim Morrison, Teddy Roosevelt. Marilyn Monroe.
214
Tupac.
Cleopatra would be Instagram famous.
So these are the questions and the topics this week in Ask Reddit every Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway. Congratulations to the Tolo who won the Stone Temple Pilot tickets. We'll have another giveaway tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday starting at 7:20. Your Dallas Stars have pulled even with the champs. Let's talk about it with the great John Buccigross from ESPN. Whale Alert next on The Fan. Is your job recession-proof? Maybe you need a change.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Steal from Delandria. Looks to center. Another bank shot attempt. Score! Did Delandria tip it home? The fourth line of the Dallas Stars strikes Delandria. Gives the Stars the lead.
There is the call from ESPN. Many thought it was over. Peyton Russell, Zach Wolchuk. Were the Dallas Stars going to get swept after the incredible regular season? No one can win at home, but that's just fine right now because we're coming back to the Metroplex tied at 2. Sean, RJ, and Bobby joined by the great John Buccigross from ESPN to talk about your favorite hockey team on the D&M Leasing Hotline. John Buccigross back on the show. Good morning, man. How are you?
Doing well.
Did you think, be honest, did you think this thing was over after Vegas took the first 2 here?
A little bit, but not entirely, because we saw, the Stars were playing well. Their, the nerd stats said their expected goals were higher than Vegas, so they were doing things that normally win hockey games, out shooting their opponent, limiting shots on goal, but it just wasn't quite there. So sometimes we tend to overrate an opponent when they're winning, but if you just look at the guts of the game, you had to like a lot of what Dallas was doing. Now it's starting to turn. It's kind of both things are happening where they still look like the better team most of the time. They seem the more committed team. They're making more winning plays, throwing pucks at the net at bad angles, just understanding that can sometimes result in a goal, especially this time of year. That's how you play. It's what Matthew Tkachuk brought to Florida, and that we saw that last night a couple of times. Just those goal line, bad angle shots sometimes deflect in, and it goes your way. But like I said, just a lot of winning plays, especially from the young guys, which is really impressive. Stankovic and Johnston, and and of course Dellandrea. They're still just winning players, even though they're young. They're making winning plays.
Booch, I don't know who you had as your favorites in the West, but if it was the Stars, do you still feel that way, or somebody else crept up there?
Yeah, I mean, the Oilers were kind of my pre-playoff pick to reach the final. It's so, it's certainly very tight in the West. We see Colorado is now starting to rise. It kind of happened 2 years ago. They entered the postseason not really congealed or not really what they became as a Stanley Cup champion. It kind of took a while. Sometimes that can happen during the playoffs. A team can kind of become something else or become stronger. The playoffs can force you to do that, especially when you're led by superstars like McKinnon and Makar. And the Oilers have Draisaitl and McDavid, and they have that, that quest for the Holy Grail that, Vegas, maybe part of their issue last night in the series is I don't see the same hunger they had last year. Now, it's hard to win back-to-back, but, some of that hunger does dissipate once you do get the big prize. It's not quite as, as desperate. And that's the word we've heard in hockey for a century is desperation. That's what wins hockey games a lot of the times. And right now, Dallas has more desperation than Vegas. But overall in the West, it's tight enough. I certainly could see it going, a few ways. But I just wonder if the desperation and talent of Edmonton could be the difference maker. But Dallas shows they have it right now, too.
Yeah, because we've been in love with Wyatt Johnston and what he's done. But he's very, very young. And like you said, McDavid and McKinnon and Draisaitl and Makar, those guys are a little bit older. Is it just this thing that he may not be ready to lead a cup run yet as the top guy?
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever quite be that level of star like a McDavid, McKinnon, Makar. That's like stratosphere stuff. Sure. That's like, all timers. And he'll always just be like a really good player. If he turns out to be Joe Pavelski, that's an amazing career, right? And but in terms of winning MVPs and things like that, again, that's where. But again, those people don't always win Stanley Cups. Again, Bobby Orr was a generational Mount Rushmore player. He won 2 cups. Mario Lemieux, same way, 2 cups. Now, other of those guys do go on to win, 4 or 5 or 6, whether it's Jordan or Gretzky. Someone like sometimes they do win a lot more like that. But some of those guys only win 1 or 2, and sometimes don't win any. Some of the really greats, Dan Marino and others. So yeah, obviously it's a team sport, especially hockey. It takes there's 20 guys on a team, but you really need 12, 13 really good guys. You're just one of them and one piece. But right now Dallas has a lot of pieces, and they have to feel good about themselves.
I'm talking with ESPN's John Buccigross. John, when you look at Logan Thompson and what he's done for the Golden Knights throughout this series, it felt like, near the end of Game 3, going into Game 4 here, that the Stars have started to figure things out a little bit after struggling with him. Do you think that they've finally kind of turned that around and figured out how to attack him?
I think so. Yeah, I think overall they have a good game plan now. That's why Peter DeBoer has never missed an NHL paycheck in about 20 years. He loses a job, he gets one right away. He lost one midseason and got a job midseason. I mean, the guy just, he never goes without a paycheck being a coach. That's because he understands it. He's just a great manager. He's a great people person. He's got a great disposition. He exudes competency. And so that, his players feel that. And these athletes, whether you're a good high school athlete, my son was a youth hockey player, and if the coach was a gong show, he didn't enjoy it. And he was 8. He knows what a good coach was. He wanted a coach who screamed and yelled, and was organized and was demanding. So athletes generally want that. That kind of goes hand in hand. That's what Peter DeBoer offers. Just like I said, a competency and an understanding of what it takes. And that's starting to reflect now, and they've turned the series now. And now, again, you dig a hole 0-2, it's hard to beat a good team 3-4 times in a row. So it's still dead even, and you never know. But, I still think that they have – that's what's fun about long playoff series in any sport, especially like a basketball and a hockey baseball, not so much. It generally is a series of individual efforts, one-on-one efforts. But hockey and basketball, you can kind of figure out your opponent. You can pick the lock in a best-of-7 series, find the tendency, get the extra edge, and keep that edge, and then you go on to win the series. That seems like what Dallas has done to me.
I'm curious, Wyatt Johnston has obviously been a big part of this series for Dallas, and we had this discussion earlier today. We were kind of trying to figure out, what do you think his ceiling is across like just the scope of the league in terms of how good he can eventually be?
Well, I know he's very lucky to come in this situation. All these young Dallas players are so lucky to be surrounded by this talent and these pros, a Ben, a Pavelski, even a Hintz, and a Haskin. I mean, that is such a great support system that you are brought into as to orientate yourself with the NHL. You can be properly slotted. There's not too much on your plate. The expectations are low. You're 23rd overall, not first overall. I mean, just think, Lafreniere in New York, first overall. He'll always have that hanging over him, kind of wearing him down, kind of affecting the tension in his trapezius muscles, where Wyatt can just be this. He's 23rd overall. I got no pressure. I've already exceeded expectations. I've scored 30 goals. Haven't missed a game in the league. And so now he's off to this early career momentum and the foundation of confidence. And so now he can just kind of, like I said, just kind of cruise now and just keep putting up these numbers. But it's a great Dallas, led by Jim Nill, that whole organization. It's such a great organization to be introduced in as a young player. And we're seeing the fruits of that by all these young guys with these incredible drafts the last few years, Ottinger, Robertson, and now this latest wave of Stankoven and Wyatt. So it's really an organization that is going to be good for like 10, 15 years. It's like they are set up for a decade of success.
The rest of this series will be decided by what?
It's really goaltending. I think that's what it's going to come down to. Will the other guy steal a game? Will Jake continue to ascend and keep getting better? Because that's what he's going to have to do as the playoffs move on and you keep trying to win series after series after series after series. You got to win 16 games. You got to be good for 2 months, and you got to keep rising, and that's what it takes. And so really it's going to come down to elite goaltending. I think everything else, everyone seems to be pretty slotted in nicely. Everyone is playing a hard, physical game. I'm really impressed with Stankoven. He's playing like a veteran, and he gives that speed and spunk. Every team loves to have a couple young guys contribute like that. It just takes the load off the veterans to feel like they have to do everything and babysit and all that. So that's less on their plate, and now they can play their game. And Jimmy Benn can get in the face of Mark Stone. He can cause some issues, and that's what it's all about when you're trying to win a Stanley Cup.
John Buccigross, ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Stars Knights, when it comes to a game 1 through 3, was the most viewed late prime game of a first-round series ever on cable, averaging 1 million total viewers. Through 14 games, y'all's ratings up 15%. John, why do you think the numbers have gone up?
I'm very handsome and charming. That has to be a part of it. Let's be honest, 6'4", blue eyes,
6'4". Your profile pic, you can't see this right now, but on our fan cam, Ryan, put up his profile pic. Look at that.
That is seductive.
Yeah, that is a gorgeous profile picture.
It's all there. I mean, it's all there, boys. Come on, boys. Let's face it, playoff hockey is great. Television, first of all. We start on a weekend. The playoffs start on a weekend. That's a great way to get going, right? Saturday, Sunday, ABC, some national televised games, like in terms of, the linear television. That was good momentum. The scene in Winnipeg was great TV. Like, I did that game. I mean, I'm sure the executives on TNT and ESPN felt like, Colorado, Winnipeg, that's probably not going to be a very good rating. Game 1 we had 1.4 million viewers. It was the highest rated ESPN 2 game of all time for a game 1 of a series. And because if they knew that, they wouldn't have sent me there. I'm like third string. I'm bench guy. So it was great to be a part of that. And then, the Bruins are in it. That's a big market team. New York, obviously big market team that has some nationwide appeal. So yeah, a lot of little factors like that. And so we're glad. We think it's a great sport. It's a great way to watch television and sports. It's just fun, and it has a momentum to it, an everydayness to it that, hockey, it's every other day you play pretty much. NBA, you get 4 or 5 days in between games. I think some of the momentum is lost, but hockey, it becomes like this 2-month crusade where every day you wake up thinking about what game is on tonight.
John Buccigross, ESPN, join us here at 105 through the Fan. The Stars Game 5 is 6:30 p.m. on ESPN. Thank you for that early start time. I questioned, and I know you're not in charge of this, do the people at the networks think that Texas is in the Pacific time zone or something? All these games are 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, they're trying to create these doubleheaders, right? So we can start at 7 o'clock Eastern in the East, and then that game is a 2.5-hour window, which really still isn't enough of a window. We really need a 3-hour window not to have the game start on ESPN the Ocho for the first 5 minutes, because the first game's not going to be over yet. So we really would prefer a 3-hour window, but at least a 2.5-hour window means that 7 o'clock, 7:07 puck drop in New York City. And for a central time zone team like Dallas, right, you're going to have to start, 2 hours after that to get 2.5 hours to get the game in. For you guys, that's like 8:45. And so, yeah, that is a bit of a bummer and less than ideal for people who work and go to school. But unfortunately, TV writes the checks. It's why the players have their salaries and the coaches and everybody. So, yeah, that is a bit of a disadvantage being a central time zone team. You do get that more than any other time zone, really.
John, one of our listeners is asking us to ask you the differences working with Barry Melrose to PK.
Well, again, they're hockey guys. They're both defensemen. They both shot right-handed. So that was. I don't think PK grew up on a farm with no indoor plumbing like Melrose. That's probably a difference. But again, they're fun, self-deprecating. Love the game, and so it is interesting. When I first started getting working at ESPN, Barry was a little older than me, so he was probably about 38, 39. PK, he'll be 35 in May, so very similar. It's funny, Brad. It's interesting. I really haven't thought about that I'm coming kind of full circle once again working with a right-handed shot defenseman as they get started their TV career. And I think Barry had a great career, and PK is going to have a long career. So. Yeah, it's circle of life. I'm kind of like Mufasa, holding up Simba on the edge of the cliff. I got PK in my hands. I'm taking care of him.
John, thank you so much. We love having you on again. We appreciate it, and we'll be watching tomorrow, and hopefully with the Stars in the second round moving forward as well. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, feel free to watch tonight, too. We got Bruins and Maple Leafs and Jets and Avalanche, ESPN. Me and PK, we're back.
There it is, John Buccigross on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station 105 through the Fan. I have a surprise.
Oh.
I got a text message with a guest. I tried to replace Below the Belt today, but Mike Breen.
Bang!
What is that?
Bang!
There you go. Mike Breen joins us to talk Mavs-Clippers next.
Well, that's pretty cool. Let's head on over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to Doncic. Doncic pulls up, three-pointer. Bang! Bang! It's good! Doncic wins the game at the buzzer!
16, 17 years ago, doing local radio in my hometown of Cambridge, Maryland, I got Mike Breen's number, and I was like, you know what? Let me just try this. And let me tell you how cool this guy is. He would come on the show before we had our affiliate rules and stuff, and ABC and ESPN and all the different stations you can come on and not come on. And he would come on every time I asked him, and I was like, everything I heard about this guy was true. So the other day in our post-show meeting, we're like, who can we get on to talk about the series? I was like, let me just try Mike Breen.
See if the number's still the same.
See if it's still the same. I texted him twice yesterday. I said, okay, he must have changed the number. He's as hard to get a hold of as Tim McMahon, who will join us at 9:20.
Yep.
And then about 20 minutes ago, I got a text from Mike Breen, and he goes, what's the name of the show host? And I'm like, Sean and RJ. He goes, oh, hosting and booking the guests. Impressive. And I was like, well, you haven't met our producer, so I have to book. We have to book the guest. Oh, no, Peyton just got on Bucci Gross, so that was good. But all that set up to welcome Mike Breen, the voice of the NBA. I think he hates when people say that, but he's joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline with the Mavs and the Clips tied at 2. Mike, welcome to DFW Radio, man. It's great to have you.
Hello, guys. You know, I have a soft place in my heart for booking radio guests because one of my first jobs out of college, I was one of the producers on a sports talk show at NBC Radio in New York. And I knew how hard it was to get guests day after day after day. When somebody would say yes, I would be so happy because it made the host happy. So I understand the difficulty, the challenge of doing it every day. So whenever I can do it, I try and help out if it helps. So I'm glad to be on with you guys.
What was your best get where you're like, yes, this is a home run, and you were terrified they would cancel or not show up or the phone signal would be bad? What was your Mike Breen highlight as a producer?
All right, I have a story. So this is 1986. The Giants had won the Super Bowl. And Jim Burt was one of the defensive linemen on the Giants. He's a very popular player in New York. And they had a great shot of him after the Super Bowl holding up his infant son in the stands. And it was on the back page of all the papers. It was a big deal. So the host of the show, his name was Dave Sims, who's a great play-by-play voice. He does the Seattle Mariners. Dave said to me, let's get Jim Burt. Now, when Dave offers you a challenge, I want to come through for him. He's my host. I've got to do it. And I knew everybody in the world was going to try and get Jim Burt. And I can't remember how I got his home number, but I got his home number. Mm-hmm. I called up, and his wife answers the phone. And I said to her, I said, you know, Mrs. Burt, I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm sure you're getting completely swamped. I know this is the last call you want to deal with. I said, but I'm a producer for a sports talk show, and I've been asked if I can anyway get your husband. And I certainly understand if he can't come on the show, but if there's any way you can get your husband to call us back, I promise you we won't keep him more than 10 minutes. And she says, all right, I'll see what I can do, and she hangs up. I mean, a minute later, her husband calls back, and Jim says to me, I don't know what you said to my wife, but she said you have to call this young man back.
Wow.
And I think it was because I was over the top polite, which is the only way you can do it. And people must have been calling nonstop, and here I'm like. So anyway, Jim Burt calls back, and so that's the number one get that I can remember because of the difficulty of that day. Sorry for the long story.
No, it's a great story.
It's great because that's your highlight. Is there a low light? Because you got to have one, right?
How did you get this number? Don't ever call back.
Oh, you know what? I do have a low light. It was Howard Cosell.
Oh wow.
Oh.
And I had gotten his number, and he answered the phone. And when I, again, as politely as I possibly can, I asked him if he would come on. and he just ripped me, telling me how horrible sports talk was, how sports. He was at that time, and I had the utmost respect for Cassell, his accomplishments. He had a remarkable career, but he turned a little bitter towards some aspects of sports, and probably rightfully so, but just destroyed how sports talk is no good. And his voice was so compelling, I didn't hang up the phone. I had to listen to the whole thing. But I was the target of that day. Boy, you guys have made me think of two very interesting memories.
Michael Breen, you're a bum. You'll never be anything in this business.
It was something like that. Not of me personally, but the business in general.
Mine was Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson.
Oh, I hate Reggie Jackson for life. He got me.
Barry Switzer cursed me out one time.
Barry Switzer talks to everyone.
Yeah,
that's how annoying you are. You can piss off Barry Switzer.
Yeah, that's what I do, man.
That's an achievement. Mike, if I told you that the Dallas Mavericks would lose both games, that Kawhi Leonard was not playing before the series, I told you that, what would you have said?
No, of course, it's one of those bizarre happenings, bizarre stats. The guy's such a great player, but right now he's clearly not even close to his normal dominant self. And sometimes that happens when you put a great player out there who's not 100%, who's well below 100%, and somebody who's so integral to a team's success, who has the ball in his hands so much, whose defensive responsibilities are enormous, and they're not 100%. Sometimes the team is not as good even with him on the floor. And I think they realized that after Game 3 and decided, you know what, Game 4, we can't send him out there when he's 60% or whatever number you want to put on it. So, but it's still shocking. And you know, you hate to see it because you want all these great players to play. That's what these playoffs are all about. So I'm hoping his treatment over the next couple of days gets him ready and he's able to get back in the series, because that's what you want. You want a fair fight from everybody with complete rosters.
Because it's evident they're playing better without him. It's almost to the point, like, is there any chance the Clippers would tell him, even if he says he's good enough to go, hey, not yet. We need to work you back in. We can't throw you out there, because their offense seems like it stalls with him on the floor.
Yeah, again, because he doesn't have the normal quickness. He doesn't have the burst that he usually has. I don't think they I do think that Leonard himself would be aware of that and would probably not want to go if he felt there was any way that he was holding his team back. But you guys have seen the kind of treatment that the teams are able to give a player over a couple of days, and he could be back to being close to 100%, and then he clearly would make them a better team. But I agree with you. They just, because of who he is and his presence, they weren't as crisp offensively. There's no question about it. And they still have 2 future Hall of Famers, and quite honestly, 3 in Russell Westbrook. So they still have the ability to beat anybody, even without Kawhi Leonard. That's how deep they are.
Mike Breen here on The Fan. Mike, do you think that Luka is hurt?
It sure doesn't look it in the way he's playing. He's incredible. His knee's not 100%, but there's a lot of players who's, whether it's a knee, whether it's an ankle, whether it's, any particular injury, are banged up at this point, especially with the kind of minutes Luka plays, especially with the kind of physical play and contact he deals with on a game in, a game out. But he's still able to play at the high level. And I think, even watch, and you guys I'm sure have seen it, not just offensively, but he's really engaged defensively.
Yeah.
And to me, that's been so eye-opening. I did one of the games in the last week of the regular season, and I hadn't done a Mavericks game in person for a couple of months. It's startling how this team has transformed themselves into a really good defensive team. Not an improved defensive team. I mean, really good defensive team. One of the better defensive teams. It's fun to watch that kind of transformation, and Luka's part of that.
Mike, we were all, when the Kyrie Irving trade happened, we were all kind of going like, okay, well, how long could this possibly last? But it's something that has really worked out to this point, and now we got people who feel like Kyrie Irving's kind of like become the leader almost here in Dallas, and is somebody that you really bank on and count on. Why do you, just from your perspective and covering the NBA and covering Kyrie for a long time, why do you think it's worked out so well so far here in Dallas for Kyrie Irving?
Well, it's never been about his talent and his skill level, and it's never been about his basketball knowledge. He's not only an unbelievably talented player, he's one of the smartest players I've ever spoken to over the years. He sees the game differently. He sees it from more than just his own position. The guy he's spectacular. He's one of the most skilled players in the history of the game. So sometimes when those trades happen and you get somebody like that with another player like Doncic, it doesn't click right away. There wasn't enough time last year to click. And quite frankly, they weren't healthy either, in and out of the lineup, even in that short period of time. And the one thing that we lack in sports today, everybody, media, coaches, fans, front offices, is patience. And sometimes it just takes a little more. And I think because Kyrie Irving had a couple of unpleasant exits from some of the teams that he was on, and that became more of the narrative than his incredible skill. Everybody gets older, they get wiser, they figure it out, and they do things differently sometimes. And he's just magnificent. And the fact that he's taken not a backseat, that's probably a bad way to put it, that he's let Luka be the alpha dog, and he'll take over when the Mavs need it, and he'll let Luka do his thing when that's called for as well. The fact that he's accepted that and embraced that's a huge factor. It's like what Dwayne Wade did in Miami when LeBron James came. Eventually he said, you know what, you're the guy. Here's the keys. I'll be in the car with you, but here's the keys. You do the driving. And I think Kyrie's done that. And when it's time to take over, he still has that tremendous ability to do it.
Something that really jumped out to me the other day while the Mavs were coming back, you said that you don't know if you could remember a home crowd being as loud with their team down 20. We're not used to praising DFW playoff crowds a ton, but I feel like we could even hear that through the screen. What were you experiencing with that Mavs crowd as they almost pulled off history the other day?
You hear announcers, you hear writers, you hear fans talk about, the crowd was important. The crowd lifted the team. And that happens on a fairly regular basis, but not like that. That was one of the greatest examples in my 30-plus years of doing the NBA of a crowd really helping a team through a brutal start and not giving up on them and not waiting till it was cut to 10. They were going nuts when it was cut to 25, and then when it was cut to 20. It was incredible to see. I thought it was, and we were looking at each other like, wow, this crowd is really lifting this team up. I think it was one of the great examples I've ever seen of a crowd lifting a team up and pushing them to do something special.
Mike, I want to ask you this. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. It's a very important question. What is the deciding factor between the bang and the bang bang, the double bang or the single bang?
I don't have a instruction manual on that. It's more of it comes out in the flow of the game. Depending on the time. I don't plan that one ahead. And it just, if I had a reason, I'd tell you, but I just don't know. It's just on the flow of the game, and it comes out from the excitement. It really is all just a joy of the game and watching these players do these incredible things under the most intense spotlight and pressure. And when that all comes in, sometimes it just blurts out. I can't explain it, why I sound like a screaming fool sometimes, but that's just what happens.
Have you thought about or been approached about trademarking it?
No, I've had a number of people tell me that over the years, and I found this out after I started using it. Back when I first started broadcasting, we didn't have the internet, so you didn't know what other announcers necessarily were doing, in radio. And Johnny Most, who I think any NBA fan who has a history of the game, he was the great Celtics announcer, and it wasn't like a signature call from him, but he used it. There was another announcer, a very good announcer named Jay Howard, who did the Spurs years ago, And same thing, I found out years later that he used it because I met him years after that, and he told me, I used Bang when I was broadcasting. So it's not like it's anything original. I don't know, maybe I should have, but it's I'm fine the way it served me well, and fans seem to like it, so that's all that matters.
I thought you were going to say you stole it from Cosell, and Howard was right about you back in the day. Mike, thank you so much, man. Class act as always. It was a joy to get you back on, and we can't wait to watch the rest of the series with you calling it. Thank you.
All right, Sean. Okay, RJ. Nice talking to you guys.
There he is, Mike Breen, the voice of the NBA on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What running backs are actually left? And maybe a little Bobby Belt audible. And below the belt, next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone else? This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No, we're not. What options are there in this barren wasteland of a running back market? Ezekiel Elliott might be your best option.
I need some because I have a bet with about 6 of you up here that he is not going to be the starter.
Well, this is going to be tough. So if you take a look at the available running backs, there's currently, according to Spotrac, there are 12 running backs available on the free agent market. One of them, Damian Harris, just retired in March. He announced his retirement.
Man, that's who you want to go after, a guy who just retired.
He hasn't.
Frank Gore not available?
He hasn't. Frank Gore Jr. was, and they decided not to sign him as an undrafted free agent. No, but Damian Harris is a guy who he announced his retirement on social media in March. It's not like he's filed paperwork, so he's still in the league, but he's somebody that's on this list that you wouldn't include. You then look at guys like, Matt Breida, Latavius Murray, Jerick McKinnon. Okay, these guys are all like 30 plus. Ugh. You're not signing any of those. Lynn Bowden, a converted wide receiver who's never really done anything. Eno Benjamin, running back who's never really done anything. There's really only 3 options as far as I can tell. First one, Boston Scott.
Hey, baby.
Who's been a decent player for the Eagles over the last several years, but has never been any sort of a workhorse. You're talking about a guy over 6 seasons in the NFL, has 302 carries for 1,300 yards. Is kind of a receiver out of the backfield, does some different things for you, but he is also 5'6". And if you want to talk about stacking running backs on top of each other to create one whole running back, he could contribute to that.
How many cities do you think you can name children after? Boston,
Dallas,
Houston, Austin.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cleveland, I think you can do. Washington,
Knoxville. You name a kid Knox.
I don't think you Knox.
You can name a kid Knox.
Nash. You can do that.
Exactly. Knox, Nash, all those.
I think you're going to use Oklahoma City.
I wouldn't guess so. No.
San Francisco, no, you wouldn't use that one.
But Boston Scott is also 29 years old, has never carried a real workload in his life, and so it's like, that one seems less likely. The next name, Cam Akers.
Ooh.
That's a legitimate name, actually. That's a second-round pick from the 2020 draft, same draft as CeeDee Lamb, a guy who the Rams were really high on until he tore his Achilles. And then he came back and he wasn't quite the same player. And so he got dealt last year in the middle of the year to the Minnesota Vikings, where he ended out hurting his Achilles again. He didn't tear it like he did the other one, but 2 Achilles injuries in 4 years as a player, and teams go,
If he was in the draft this year, the Cowboys would have taken him in the second round.
Undoubtedly. He would have been way up there. So again, you're talking about 2 Achilles injuries in 2 to 3 years, basically, and a guy who's on the street for that very reason. The last name, really the only one that I think is any sort of a potential possibility, 26-year-old Joshua Kelly, who was a 4th-round pick in the 2020 draft. Yep, from the Chargers. A guy who in 4 years has carried the ball 320 times for about 1,200 yards, averages 3.6 yards per carry over his career. So, Sean, when you hear names like that, does it give you any pause to say maybe Zeke is going to be the starting running back after all?
Does give me pause. I thought you were going to ask me what I thought instantly, and I thought trade.
Yeah.
We can work out a deal. The great Marcus Mosher, every year.
This is my segment. This is not Marcus effing Mosher's segment.
Marcus Mosher every year
little albino
puts
weirdo.
up the starting running backs for the Super Bowl winning teams.
Oh, yeah, baby. One of my favorite stats.
Isaiah Pacheco, Cam Akers, Leonard Fournette, Damian Williams, Sony Michel, LeGarrette Blount, back-to-back years, C.J. Anderson, LeGarrette Blount, Marshawn Lynch, Ray Rice, Ahmad Bradshaw, James Starks, and Pierre Thomas. Those guys made nothing in terms of percentage of the cap, so I still have hope.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate here. Of the 4 names you gave us, we have a retiree, someone who's 5'6", someone who averages 3.6 yards a carry, and someone coming off 2 Achilles. So those are the 4 names. A retiree, someone who's 5'6", someone who averages 3.6 a carry, and a guy coming off 2 Achilles injuries.
Yeah, or Zeke.
Those are the options.
Or Zeke.
Or Zeke.
Yep.
Perfect.
You know what? It makes
that tells me? Rico Dowdle.
I was going to say, it makes Rico Dowdle sound like not so bad an option.
Yeah.
But Rico Dowdle always gets hurt. That's another problem. Rico Dowdle, if you want to talk about like juice and run style and everything else, I think Rico Dowdle could be a decent running back. The problem is just he's never healthy. He's never been able to stay healthy.
You know, the worst part of this is not the Cowboys running back situation, the running game. It's losing the argument because the old heads are going to come in and say, I thought it didn't matter. Why are you guys freaking out? All you have to have is 2 working legs. That's it. Just have the old line.
They don't have 2 working legs.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about, losing the overall spectrum of the argument.
This is why you don't argue with old people, because they don't know how to argue. They don't know what they're talking about. All right? The old heads, if you want to. Not even old people, just old heads. There's a difference between it not mattering and it not mattering. I mean, there's a big difference there. Like, you got to have fresh legs.
Yeah.
You don't need first-round talent.
Yeah.
You could take any set of fresh legs, throw them out there, and if you got a good offensive line, you're going to be fine. But you can't throw out there old legs, and you can't throw out there tired legs, and you know what I mean? Like that's the difference.
I agree.
Does it give you any pause or any reconsideration to maybe you should have just picked up the phone and seen if Derrick Henry, what it would have taken?
I saw him sitting courtside of the Mavs game the other day, and I'm like, to not pick up the phone, man, that makes me furious because I just think that's lazy. You pick up the phone, you just ask. Now, my wife would argue you're creating more work for yourself. Why do you have to see if there's a better deal 5 phone calls away? Because I have to see. I just have to. And if it's helping like your football team, maybe Derrick Henry and his agent, maybe they were as desperate as Zeke to be here. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
He's here in every free moment that he has.
He can't stop talking about it. Even after he's with the Ravens, he goes on, with Ryan Clark or whatever else. He's like, yeah, man, if it couldn't be the Titans or the Cowboys, definitely wanted it to be the Ravens. It's like, he's still talking about the Ravens as his bronze medalist and where he wanted to go. And that, I think, tells you how you should have just and their whole excuse, I think, internally was, look, we don't want to offend the man. It's offensive for us to call and even suggest that we might
That's
have to.
when you call and you go, hey, I'm almost embarrassed to be making this phone call. This is beneath you, but it's my job, it's my duty, it's my obligation. This is what we have. You can hang up the phone in my face now if you want. That's how you deliver it. That's how you say it. And then you maybe get the shocking response of, yeah, we're in. We want to do it. But you have to, doesn't hurt to ask.
No, and I that's why I think they've made their Deontay Thompson moves like we talked about, or their Allen Hurns moves and everything else like they did with the receiver in 2018. They're going to have to trade for somebody at some point, you would think. Unless Rico Dowdle can stay healthy. The one with the most upside to me is Rico Dowdle. If he can stay healthy, I think he can be a 1-2 tandem guy with whatever they get from Zeke. But it's going to be hard. You need the offensive line to be better. If the offensive line is good enough, you can be functional in the run game. And it's just you're not going to be able to run the damn ball as the head coach would like to.
I have something for you if you would allow it.
Yes, of course. My name's not on the show.
I think you'll like it. Nick Wright is trending. I think he's the first.
You got a haircut?
He's the first national media member to go after the great GM in Philly.
Their GM, Howie Roseman, and maybe this is smart, tends to be, his draft mimics the consensus media big boards more than any other GM, which is why every year people are like, Howie did it again, because he's doing what the media big boards would have done. He even said in his press conference after the third round pick, Jalix Hunt, pardon me, that, man, I almost texted Daniel Jeremiah asking him to take him off his best available list because I didn't want someone else to draft him. I was like, Howie, I'm not sure if other GMs are really scouring Daniel Jeremiah, because here's what we don't do as much. Because I think he's a sharp GM, and I think trading back is smart, and I think getting extra draft picks are smart. But a lot of the picks that we have talked about, wow, this guy was the 9th player on everyone's board, and he went 30th. Those didn't work out. Like, if you go back and look at it, It's like Keely Ringo, N'Kobe Dean. Last year, he got Nolan Smith at 30. Howie did it again. Anybody heard from him? Jordan Davis, they got him at 12. He's been okay.
Right.
Like Andre Dillard was a first-round pick that didn't work out. We know Jalen Reagor, one pick in front of Justin Jefferson. So I don't know that he's as great as we all think the day after the draft when it comes to picking the players.
Look, Shaka Wright is not right all the time, but he is right on this one. This is what this is what's driven me nuts about that. There is way too much of the madman Howie has done it again. And it is because of that. It's just perception of where it's been discussed publicly by the national analysts.
Well, also, I don't personally care. I judge the process more than the player because there's no way, nobody can tell. There's not a single scout or GM that really is, they don't know going in what's going to happen with the player. It's all a dartboard. It's all a 50-50, right? For the most part. I judge the process. He trades back. That's good. That's smart. That's a win. Whether or not he gets the players right, because you're going to hit on them. Eventually, you're going to hit on about half your players. Unless you're the Commanders, then you don't hit on any of them. But for the most part, you're going to hit on about half of them, rather your entire draft. Is your process right? He's picking up more picks. How many picks does he have next year? I think he has the most picks in the NFL already for next year.
Yeah, maybe finally he'll actually draft a quarterback.
Right.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice for the Eagles.
But that's good. That's a good play. I love the Cowboys in the first round. It doesn't matter to me. Obviously you want Guyton to hit, but the process of trading down, picking up an extra pick is the right thing to do.
You know how Tom Brady said, door's open. Maybe I could go back to Foxborough. That door's been closed. Gerard Mayo, talking to WEEI, said, I love Tom. The door is always open if he wants to come in here and coach.
No.
But as far as going on the field, I don't know. So former teammate Gerard Mayo is like, no, Tom, we're not taking you back into
Tom, go to the Raiders and throw to Michael Gallup, who signed the one-year deal yesterday.
Yeah,
Part
if he can get on the
ownership.
field. Yeah, if Gallup can get on the field, if he's ready that day.
Dallas Stars tie things up, and we are the show that judges legacies. What is it now for these NBA legends? Then Tim McMahon from LA to talk Mavs-Clippers. Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday right after this.
But let's get you healthy. That's right. Let's get you healthy. You bummed about that gut? Yeah, me too. I was dealing with a rock-hard stomach. It wasn't.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Dadonov looks to be the playmaker. Fires one. Score! Dadonov throws one off the mask, it looked like, of Logan Thompson. A bank shot goal from an impossible angle. And Dallas has it tied.
Great call. Yeah, hockey announcers are really, really good.
Oh, Schuzen's fantastic.
Right? Final hour fist pump time. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, as the Dallas Stars. Road Warriors. This is just like the ALCS all over again. No one can win at home. They trail by one. They come back, get the empty netter to seal it. And we are tied at 2 games apiece, setting up the Metroplex doubleheader tomorrow at 6:30, puck drop. Then at 9 o'clock, the Mavs in LA to take on the Clippers. Tim McMahon will join us at 9:20 this morning from Los Angeles to preview and talk about Luka's possible injuries.
Yep, but from the Stars' perspective, the people are speaking. My guy TK texted me. He said he's hit you up on social media. The people want a copperhead in the yard tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
You are 2-0. 2-0 with a copperhead in the yard.
Baby. Yeah.
We don't need a cotton mouth. It's a different kind of viper. We do need a viper of some kind. Let's make it a copperhead.
Dodge Viper.
Could be.
I'll take a Dodge Viper.
Get a copperhead in the yard every day the Stars play.
Okay. No.
I mean, to be honest, you didn't ask for the copperhead, period. It'll probably just show up on your yard on Wednesday anyway.
There's one in your yard now.
Yeah, you just can't see it.
That's right.
Several of them. Probably some in your house, too. You just can't see them.
My guy Joseph is out there right now putting up my snake fence.
Yeah, probably in the insulation, though, or something. Something you just can't, like between the walls, you can't see.
No, I do have upstairs in the vents. It's like, it looks like a slide. Like you could have a small animal slide down. It's not like the grates. And I'm like, I know a snake at some point in time is either going to come down that chute or come up that toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I think we all, that goes without saying.
Why don't you worry about getting internet and then you can Google what that would look like?
Bro, I got internet and I got an entire maintenance team to look out if snakes start coming around my place. Just kidding. When I call and say there's snakes in the yard, Flower Mound Police says, it's outside. That's where they live. And then they hang up the phone.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. So that was the Dallas Stars in action last night. We had some action in the association as LeBron and the Lakers blow another lead. They were up 8. Jamal Murray hits his second game winner of the series. And that finishes off AD, LeBron, and the Lakers for this year. But someone in a little bit of hot water, Keyshawn Johnson is getting G-bagged.
He is.
Not T-bagged, G-bagged.
Yeah, he's getting the Christian McCaffrey treatment.
The internet thinks that he was happy that Jamal Murray was hurt while Skip Bayless was discussing his injury.
2 minutes to go Saturday night. Jamal Murray came down a little funky, and he somehow strained his calf on his, I think it was his left foot.
Third calf strain of this playoffs.
Yep, and they are listing him as questionable for tonight. Okay, is it possible that he's a little gimpy on it, that he's not trusting it, that it's going to bother him?
That was a good and a yay.
This is so dumb.
Yay, he's banged up.
No.
Questionable.
And the people are saying,
for injury.
You're a former athlete. You should be rooting for injuries. Yeah, that's being a sports fan. Like, no sports fan. Like, this
Keyshawn Dawson.
Yeah. This is not rooting for an injury. This is not rooting for an injury. Every single sports fan wants the players on the other team to have a nagging injury.
No doubt.
Nothing that's life-threatening, nothing that's career-threatening.
Yes.
You want your center, when you were playing the Lakers in 2002, to just happen to step on Shaq's toe.
We all fist pumped and sent texts with excitement that Kawhi was out.
Yeah.
Now we'll be upset if Kawhi comes back because the Mavs can't beat them.
It's not career threat. It's sports. It's okay. Just because he's a former athlete doesn't mean he can't cheer like a fan.
Yeah, okay. So him missing the game and then saying, yay, is probably fine. When we say Kawhi Leonard's going to miss the game, we're like, yes, that's different than when the first word out of his mouth. This is where he screwed up, tweet. When the first word out of his mouth, before they even get to his game status, they just say, Jamal Murray strained his calf. He goes, good. Like, just like, that's where it's like, that was the one. More than the yay, you go, good.
Play it again, Pepe.
2 minutes to go Saturday night. Jamal Murray came down a little funky, and he somehow strained his calf on his, I think it was his left foot.
Okay.
That's the bad part.
Yeah.
Good. Like,
Yeah.
awesome. Glad he strained it.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a little much right there.
That's
but
where-
look, this is one of those unwritten. We try to come on this show, and I guess Jerry Seinfeld would be happy about this, given his rant yesterday about comedy. We try to come on this show. There's on air, off air, but we try to be real about it. You know what I mean? Like, we all know we can't say certain things on air, but we text certain things to each other in terms of jokes and humor. And this is one of those things you have to come on the air and you have to pretend like your thought process is, man, I want to beat them just fair and square. I don't want them out. I don't want them to be missing their best player, their second best player. And you got to come on the air and pretend the opposite. It's BS. It's not the real world. It's not how 95% of sports fans act or react. Just the tough guys who are, no, I want you at full strength. I want the number one seed. I want the toughest draw every single round. Okay, dumbass. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So that's Keyshawn.
Yeah, that's the second time he's made a calf muscle thing. He got in trouble in his book, Keyshawn Johnson did, for saying Neil O'Donnell faked a calf muscle injury to save Rich Kotite years ago.
Oh.
So he should just shut up about calf injuries.
Shams says the Lakers are very open to helping LeBron fulfill his dream of playing with Bronny by potentially drafting him in June. LeBron is expected to play up to 2 more seasons. He has a player option 3 days after the NBA draft, which his son has already declared for. This is Shams saying the Lakers are open to drafting him.
Oh, baby.
Now the follow-up is,
do you slide in front?
Well, there's 19 follow-ups. The Laker follow-up is, are you cool to draft him in round 1? Or are you just saying you'll draft him in round 2? If LeBron gives the mandate, take him at 17, what do? They got a first and a second, right, Chop?
They got 17 and 55.
Which is higher?
17.
17 is higher.
No. Which is higher? Which is higher? His draft position or the number of points he scores in his rookie season?
Don't care about any of that. We're not talking about that. You're in the Lakers' position, and and LeBron wants you to take him at 17 when nothing says he deserves to be taken that high, but you could probably lock James back up. I'm drafting him at 17. You're doing this. You're making that decision, a mid-round, first-round pick for 1 and maybe 2 more years of LeBron.
These are some of the best players that were taken with the 17th pick in the NBA draft. Sean Kemp.
The Rain Man.
Doug Christie.
Raining bullets.
Jermaine O'Neal.
DFW.
See him at 24-Hour Fitness all the time. Well, Desmond Mason. Danny Granger. Like, you're not getting Dennis Schroeder. You're not getting Iman Shumpert. You're not getting Drew Holiday.
You keep saying you're not getting them. You keep naming more players. No, you don't draft Bronny 17.
I mean, these are not most of these guys are not anything special. Bob Sura.
They're all people that you could have on a title team, though.
Yeah, I mean, as role guys, sure.
So you're saying no?
No. I'm not drafting Bronny for
You're going to lose him to wherever Bronny gets drafted.
Great. What do I care? It's LeBron. This is not LeBron at 30. This is LeBron about ready to hang it up.
You're gonna lose LeBron James for Tyler Zeller.
Yeah, I know. It would have been. I mean, without LeBron, they could have lost 4-0 to the Nuggets instead of 4-1.
Oh, God.
You're really
he was amazing. He was very good in the series.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's still a top 15, maybe top 10, top 15 player.
Maybe next year they lose 4-2 in the opening.
He averaged 28, 9, and 7.
28, 9, and
come on,
tremendous.
He averaged 28, 9, and 7 in the series.
Luke is averaging 29, 10, and 10 or whatever.
We've got to have Radoslav Nesterovic, man. We've got to have him, so we can't take him.
Right. So you just read 13 names for me. Now you got to go to Nesterovic.
You said at the beginning of the show you wouldn't draft him either. Now you're arguing against it.
Hang on.
What the hell?
Hang on. I'm just saying I understand the point. I would not.
I think you forgot your point.
No, I would not do it at 17 because the Lakers are bigger than LeBron. They don't need LeBron. They're bigger than LeBron. They had Kobe. They had Wilt. They had Kareem.
Okay, but
Magic,
you're going to be irrelevant for the next 2 years.
They're the Lakers. You're
suck.
You're
going to suck.
But
with Anthony Davis.
The fastest way to you trade Anthony now. Fast way to get good is to be bad. But I don't think that's the case. Like, I don't think he's going to hold you to the 17th pick, because if you take him at 55,
that's a hell of a risk. What if someone?
Because I don't think the league.
Like, you were just assuming he's just not going to be there because the Lakers want him there at 55. Yeah, if you have your damn preference, you take him at 55. Right. Everyone else in the league has to allow it.
My assumption is that nobody's going to take a 4-point-a-game guy, even though they like.
But what if they think it's a package deal?
Where are they picking? The Lakers 55
and 55.
Okay, the Mavericks drafted Satnam Singh 3 picks earlier than that, just to let's get into the market of India. You don't think somebody at 52 would say, let's pick Bronny James? Maybe LeBron will come here if we do that.
Of course.
People pick all of 12 of Giannis's brothers.
You don't think he's sending out that message to the league?
Yeah.
There's a very real chance that he's sent out the message.
For sure.
Whoever drafts him, there's a good chance I'll come there.
I said if I was a team, I'd take him number 1. If I was like Orlando, right? If I was a nothing organization, I would take him number 1.
Oh no, I disagree with that. I'm taking him if I'm close. That's my finishing piece. That puts me over the top. Why would I want him if I'm Orlando for a year?
Oh, it's sell tickets. That's what you're looking to do.
I want to try to get a star player, a young player. This is a championship finishing piece. So that's Shams reporting that LeBron could be open to it.
You would be okay with Dallas drafting him, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You'd be all for it. And look, you've already got Kyrie here.
Mike thinks the Mavs have 9 first-round picks. I was waiting to see if y'all would pick up on that.
Yeah, with the Gafford trade.
And then Stephen A. Smith is talking that Devin Booker is already looking at his next. Actually, we'll save that. I want more time for McMahon. Devin Booker, he is suggesting, wants to be in New York. Devin Booker ready for that stage after we talked about shrinkage the other day? Goodness. Is he really ready for that? Yeah, I know what I said. Crosstalk with KMC is coming up at 9:40, but let's head on out to Los Angeles. Let's ask about Durant's legacy. Are the Lakers going to draft Bronny, and how banged up is Luka? Should J. Kidd be getting killed for not playing the bigs the other night? Tim McMahon in LA as the Whale of Shows continues on Sean and RJ. But I also want to continue talking about Viascan. Timing is an important.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
844 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Murray has it on the high right side. High pitch from Jokic. Murray, jumper from 8. Got it again! 3.6 seconds left for the Lakers. LeBron over to Prince. Jumper's no good at the horn. And the LA Lakers can take that L on the way out, along with that whistle. Denver takes care of La La Land for the second game in a row.
Of course, that was last night. The 76ers can also be eliminated. Reports coming out of Philly that Joel Embiid is not at shoot-around, questionable with a migraine. Things are going on in the association, and we need to talk about it with Tim McMahon from ESPN, joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Good morning, Tim. 7:20. You're in LA right now. 7:20. When was the wake-up call?
Howdy, partners. I am sitting in Dallas. Mass practice today, and then we'll hop on this little airplane and flying out to the West Coast. So, no, I didn't. If I'm in L.A., you know I ain't waking up that early. Come on now.
That's what I thought.
Barely wake up this early,
RJ's like, I just set an alarm for Tim. I was like, so he must be in L.A. So I was like,
now, I might have had to set an alarm, but not to wake up at 7 some odd.
Yes. All right. So I watch y'all's podcasts and listen to it pretty regularly. Is Windhorse, is he really this much of a saint, like for real? Like I've never heard anyone say a bad word about this guy. He doesn't like get ugly while, like the rest of us can. Is he really this innocent and sweet?
The man has extreme patience. I will certainly say that. He has a very calm, cool demeanor. He also has remarkable discipline, believe it or not. Windhorst has not looked at his mentions on Twitter since he moved to Miami before the 2010-2011 season. And obviously, things got toxic. The Cleveland people were mad at him, blah, blah, blah. I wish I could do that. I just happen to have one of the quicker mute trigger fingers in the West.
Wait, so you believe him that he hasn't looked at the mentions? Because he's still posting.
Yeah. No, he does not look at the mentions. I'm telling you, he has not looked at his mentions in almost 15 years.
Wow. All right, what is the last story or thing that you did that had your mentions being lit up the most? Was it you and Luka?
That was toxic, yeah. The J Kid writes some positive stuff. Was another one. And listen, honestly, though, Mavs fans tend to get mad at me a lot. I have gotten better at not looking at mentions, and again, I also have. I'll put it this way: if you're a Mavericks fan who is constantly like yammering in my mentions, just know you've been muted a long time ago. I don't see you.
I caught it the other day for just saying Luka looks exhausted defensively. And they're like, oh, my gosh, he's got 5 fouls, you dummy. Yeah. And I was like, I know, same but thing. I still think he's exhausted. And then if I talk about his whining and crying, oh, my God. I think Mavs fans right now, used to be Aggies fans of Johnny Manziel, but Mavs fans right now, they're most psychotic in the Metroplex. In my opinion, that's me saying that, not Tim.
Well, the funny thing is, like, you're going to run Luka out of town. It's like, listen, if Luka ultimately decided to leave Dallas, it wouldn't be because there was a meanie in press row. There would be other factors in play there. Now, having said that, I do think that they have dealt with the other factors and put a core around him that fits. And I was critical of their moves to the trade deadline. They have worked out very well. Luka has been ecstatic this season. Him and Kyrie are clicking. I think the threat of Luka discontent has been minimized, and people say, "Well, what if they get bounced in the first round?" Well, Luka kind of said it the other day. Right now, he's not holding up his end of the bargain in this series. Now, his end of the bargain is a massive end, right? Yeah. His end of the bargain is to perform at an MVP level, and he hasn't done that. He hadn't shot the ball well this series, and then the knee is bothering him. Now, we're going to practice. I would be surprised if he's doing a lot of practice today. I know he was really looking forward to having the 2 full days off, plus the night tip and, around the clock treatment type of thing. But Was he exhausted the other day? I'm sure there was some fatigue. Obviously, there's foul trouble. But the game plan was all sort of funnel hard into floaters, which he made him pay for. He hit those things. But Luka couldn't move. Like, he admitted his knee, like, he couldn't move laterally. And his step back, he's not getting the same kind of separation. Now, the first couple games obviously has nothing to do with it. He wasn't hurt then. He didn't hit shots. But the other day, he's not getting the same kind of separation. He's not getting the same kind of lift. That was a quick turnaround from Game 3. The extra day off, we'll see how much that helps.
Tim McMahon here on The Fan. Tim, one of the big talking points, the talking point afterwards, was Jason Kidd getting destroyed for not playing Gafford and Lively in the fourth. What's your thought on that criticism and Kidd's decision?
Yeah, and I asked Jay Kidd about that, and he gave a legitimate basketball reasoning for his decision. Now, I think you can still second guess it. That's fair game. That's part of being a head coach in the NBA. But he wanted to play that 5-out style. They wanted to open up the floor. They did score 33 points in the fourth quarter, and then the game plan again was to run hard and Paul George off the three-point line. Now, Paul George made that unbelievable corner three, which, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, hey, wow. But they wanted Harden taking floaters. He shot 28% on floaters in the regular season. He was 5 of 6 in crunch time. So it kind of blew up in your face. It's funny because they had arguably their 3 best individual defenders on the floor. Maxi's one of their best individual defenders. Now, he's not the rim protector that Gafford and Lively is. He's not the shot blocking threat. So I think it's a fair second guess. I think that it's a fair conversation to have. It didn't work, so you can say it was the wrong decision, but there was legitimate basketball reasoning behind that. It wasn't like Jason Kidd forgot that he had these springy centers, sitting over there on the bench. And then, what he didn't say, but it's just a simple fact, he trusts Maxey to close games, I think, more than he trusts Gafford, who, as good as he's been, has only been here for, 2.5 months. And he trusts him more than he trusts Derek Lively, which, again, as good as he's been, he's a rookie. He has closed out many playoff wins with Maxey playing the 5.
Tim, I think a lot of Mavs fans would say, man, if I had Carlisle for a playoff series, he would run circles around Kidd. How do you and the rest of the league, how would you answer that or pick between the two in terms of coaching adjustments, timeouts, moves, all the things under the coaching umbrella between Jason and Rick?
And if you had Carlisle still here in Dallas, I don't think Luka would be here much longer, and the Kyrie thing certainly wouldn't have worked. I will just say, I think Rick is one of the best in the NBA at the adjustments. Now, is he perfect? I don't know. I remember Game 7 against the Clippers when Trey Burke was getting minutes over Jalen Brunson. That seems to be a pretty insane decision to me, but maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But Rick is one of the best in the league at decisions or at the mid-series adjustments. Jay Kidd's track record ain't bad. I mean, I would say when they were down 0-2 against the Phoenix Suns and managed to come back and win that series, Jason Kidd did a little bit more than just put his hands in his pockets during that series. I think it's easy to blame a coach. I also think Jay Kidd has done a pretty damn good job here this year. Nobody did a good job last year. But I think 2 out of 3 years, Jay Kidd has done a pretty good job. I also think the most important part of coaching in the NBA is relationships with your stars, and he is elite in that regard. The fact that Luka and Kyrie are working so well together, yes, it's because they've developed the bond and the chemistry. Jay Kidd is part of that fabric, though, and I don't think that it's a coincidence that Kyrie is the happiest that he's been maybe in his entire career. I think playing for Jay Kidd is a part of that.
All right, so you bring that up. That's where I was going to go, because Kyrie, I think if you asked a lot of people around the league when he came here, it'd be like, all right, how long is this going to last for? He does something very Kyrie-ish, And Kid obviously plays it. I wonder, is the media here just less intrusive than it is in other places, and that bothered him, and now he feels comfortable?
I mean, listen, are we going to really act like the media in Brooklyn was that tough? Don't give me the New York media. The New York media does not give a crap about the Brooklyn Nets.
But all the national people are there, right? They could just take a drive over if he says something.
Okay,
stupid,
sure. Right? I mean, Cleveland, come on. Listen, I think, and Kyrie's talked about this. He's grown. He's matured. He's realized there were times when he was just so stubborn and he kept doubling down and, refused to kind of understand which stands were worth taking and which things were worth letting go. And the biggest thing that happened in Brooklyn is he felt disrespected by the front office and ownership. And look, I can give you their side of things and tell you how they felt disrespected by Kyrie, but point is that those relationships were bad. They were toxic. And he came here. He's known Nico Harrison since he was, playing grassroots AAU ball as a teenager, right? Because Nico's job was to identify the best players coming up. That was part of his job. Mm-hmm. He grew up loving Jay Kidd. Grew up in New Jersey when Jay Kidd was taking the Nets to finals. They had a relationship for a long, long time. Like he went to Jay Kidd's Hall of Fame induction. So those relationships have been a huge help. I do think, the whole athletes immature thing I think is overdone. But in this case, all I can judge Kyrie on is what I have seen and what I've heard since he's been in Dallas. And there have been zero issues. Even last year, they didn't win games. They traded for Kyrie, the team fell apart. It was not cause and effect. There were zero issues with him. He's been great in the locker room. Everybody in that organization has really enjoyed having him around. And I would say he is the biggest leader on that team. Different players, different personalities, but in a lot of ways, he's that same kind of calm balance to Luka that Jalen Brunson was during their run to the Western Conference Finals. If you watch Kyrie on the court, he doesn't, there's not a lot of, I'm not saying there's not passion, but he doesn't run hot like Luka. He does play. Like the other day, he actually got on the ref. I'm like, that's pretty rare. He must have really gotten fouled. He does have the same kind of calming effect that Brunson did, which I think is critical to have to balance Luka, because we all know Luka is going to be emotional for better and sometimes for worse. You need, I think, his co-star to be a kind of soothing presence.
Tim, does the Luka temperament matter besides to the referees and his tech totals? Does it matter, or is this an overblown thing to me and some others?
I think there are certainly times that it does matter. The times that it matters is when he's more worried about the referees than he is, the 3 refs and 5 players on the other team. The times that it matters is when he's arguing with referees instead of running back on defense, or he's so flustered that he loses focus. And we haven't seen that. I'll be honest with you, I'd have to think about the last time we've seen it. It might have been a little while. The other thing, I think Luka's anger with refs is reflected by his general mood. And honestly, sometimes I think his anger with me is sometimes reflected by his general. I can relate to some of the referees sometimes.
Yeah.
But again, Luka's general mood has been giddy, really for the last, I'm not going to say since the trade deadline, because they did lose 5 of 6, but since they got on that roll after they lost 5 of 6 Kamara All-Star break, since, don't want to give J. Kidd too much credit, but he changed the lineup, and next thing you know, they're winning 16 of 18. And, they're playing the best defense in the NBA statistically during that stretch. Luka can't tell you often enough how happy he is. And I don't think it's a coincidence that while he got a couple tees rescinded during that time, there was, whatever it was, it was like a 20-game stretch, 20-something game stretch where he didn't get a tee that counted.
Tim, what determines the rest of the series, and does Kawhi's status really matter for it, since the Mavs can't beat them with him off the floor?
Well, I think I don't know that Luka's health determines the series, but it's obviously going to be tough for the Mavs if Luka is not something close to himself. As far as Kawhi's health goes, at this point, I will be surprised if he plays again in this series. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's a good thing for the Clippers because that would be an insane thing to say.
Yeah.
Hey, their best player, a 2-time Finals MVP, is out. That really helps the Clippers. But it does at least simplify things for them, right? Mm-hmm. You do see a much more aggressive James Harden, a much more aggressive Paul George. You know, they don't feel like they have to get Kawhi involved. And, you know, getting Kawhi involved when he's dragging his leg out there, he didn't have any pop or lift, that hurt them. Now, listen, this whole, there's psychological tendency to relax because Kawhi's not on the floor. Like, you know, fool me once, what's that old saying? You know, fool me twice. I mean, fool me 3 times? No, that's not an excuse anymore. Like, the Mavs better come out ready to play in the first quarter. You can't build or dig yourself a 26-point or a 31-point hole because you don't show up until midway through the second quarter. You know, the other thing, if Luka's not himself, Kawhi can't wait a quarter and a half or 2 quarters to really kind of seize control of the game. If Luka's not right, or I'm sorry, not Kawhi, Kyrie.
Yes.
If Luka's not right, you know, like a scoreless first quarter from Kyrie can't happen. They need him to be aggressive from the get-go. Typically, Luka's going to dominate the first quarter, and Kyrie gets his stuff within the flow. But again, that's because typically Luka's playing at an MVP level. If he's not capable of doing that, then they're going to need more from Kyrie.
Do you have a stronger opinion or prediction about the Lakers drafting Bronny or Kevin Durant's legacy after that sweep?
I mean, Kevin Durant's legacy, give me a break. Come on, dude. His legacy is he's one of the top 10 all-time scorers and a 2-time Finals MVP who just has hopped around the league and has never been one who stays too long anywhere. By the way, I don't think he'll be staying too long in Phoenix. Not sure it's this summer, but I will be very surprised if he ends his career in Phoenix. Very surprised. He might end his career where he started. We'll see.
LeBron, you're Rob Palinka. LeBron says, draft Bronny at 17 and I stay. What do you do?
Well, it can't be any worse than the guy they drafted at 17 last year. I mean, it can't be any worse than the Russell Westbrook move. At least you're not paying this guy a max contract. So, you know, if LeBron made you go get Russell Westbrook, then I guess it can make you draft a son. I don't know. The Lakers, though, the Lakers and the Suns, okay, really? It's all the coach's fault. The coach, you know, come on, man. At some point, give me a break. Can players take a little accountability for themselves? And more so, how about the people who put the roster together?
Yeah.
Especially the Detroit version of Mark Cuban that bought the Suns. Give me a break, dude. You came in, you bought a team to become famous, right? You built the most top-heavy roster in the league because you want to make big splashes. And then, it's the coach's fault it didn't work out. Okay. Well, let's see if you can fire the coach every single year until you find one that makes your flawed roster work.
Tim McMahon, not waking up early in L.A. We'll take it in DFW. Have a good trip. Keep killing it. Thank you for the time.
All right. Appreciate it, brothers.
Tim McMahon on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next. But they are the official, not just in title, it's proven now, they're the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece.
I love LA. We love it.
Is that Randy
I love LA.
Mike starts
We love it.
texting me last night. Stars intermission. I was like, here comes the Laker meltdown. And Jamal Murray does it to him again.
They didn't melt down.
Jamal Murray does it to a lot of people.
Well, they lost another lead.
Anthony Davis looked like he separated his shoulder for 5 minutes, and then everything's. I don't know how these players do this.
What, separate their shoulder?
Like, but they act like their world has come to an end, and you're like, it has to, right? Anthony Davis has to be really hurt. I mean, he is in the fetal position for 3 minutes, then lays down for 5 minutes, and you're like, dude, he separated his shoulder or dislocated or something. And he goes to the bench, and 2 minutes in, he's back into the game.
Yeah.
And as the game continues, like, there's literally nothing wrong with him.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And then you watch hockey players, they might have a severed leg and somehow they just skate off the ice so the next guy can come
you
in.
See the guy take the puck off the face in the
Yes.
pregame? He took the...
And there
who
was one
it?
off the chest in the game.
Was it Tanev?
Sure.
Why am I
Yeah,
asking?
off the face.
Yeah.
It's Chris Tanev.
Chris Tanev.
Can I ask a hockey question that probably won't get answered?
Yes, you may.
Yes.
Fuck around and find out.
That's right.
Number 20, Suter, is that right?
Think so.
Is that?
Bruce
I
Suter.
feel like he makes a lot of mistakes.
Well,
I'm just throwing it out there.
He's
Yes, he does. Was that a question?
Yeah, I need hockey people now to tell me, oh, no. I feel like he has
He's
turnovers.
better this year. He's better this year than he was last
doesn't
year.
really control the puck in, like, when it's against the wall and their boards, and it's like, you never come away with this thing.
He's made fewer mistakes this year than last year, but I think that's because he's been less exposed.
Okay.
Like, he hasn't
I'm not
played as
against
much.
him. I'm not against any of the stars. I'm not smart enough to know who's good and bad.
Well, look what happened yesterday. Dodonov scored a goal, and it's been a tough year for him.
Where's Corey?
That's a good question.
He literally said, guys, I got to leave. And I said, do whatever
he's
you
going
want.
to the
It's not
Zeke
like we
press
need a
conference.
play-by-play, and then he left.
Is Zeke having a press conference?
He should. It's Zeke, man.
Zeke
All right,
Duran?
Give them your true or falses.
Oh, the Zeke true or falses?
Yeah, I know I'm sorry. I know your tease was for Mike not to talk about Zeke anymore, but I heard
You
that.
get it, though, right?
I get all of it, Kevin. Anything about Mike, I get.
Who would rush for more yards behind the Cowboys' offensive line, Zeke Elliott or Zeke Duran?
Zeke Elliott, if I'm answering honestly.
All right, here we go.
Do you need to tease the show, by the way?
Yeah. It's going to be awesome, man.
All right.
Okay.
No, look, right out of the gate,
That's a draw.
obviously. What's that?
That's a draw right
Yeah, that's a
there.
good point. Right out of the gate, obviously, we're going to talk about the Stars and
The Lakers? Let's talk about them losing.
We'll talk
again.
about the Lakers at
Stars.
11, but then at 10:20, given how many injuries there's been across this NBA and what in the playoffs and what Kawhi is going through, how confident are you in a healthy Kyrie throughout the playoffs?
Okay.
Which hopefully goes for a long time.
Yeah, hopefully not 2 more games.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, here we go. If Zeke leads the Cowboys in rushing, they're a 7-win team. True or false?
true.
I think they could win 9. But I probably right
Let's give it a
around
second,
that
yeah.
7 to 10 range at best.
Same thing if he leads the team in touchdowns.
In touchdowns?
Rushing touchdowns.
I was about to say, they're 0-17 if he leads the team in touchdowns, because that means they scored 8 touchdowns this year.
I'll say false on that because I could see how you would put his skill set to use at the 1-2 yard line.
I do think the Cowboys are going to be in the bottom third of rushing touchdowns in the NFL this year.
Oh, McCarthy will be so sad.
Because they trust Dak.
It's just
so
like
much.
anything.
All right, true or false? He starts and gets the first carry of the year in week 1.
True.
I agree. He's going to
So
start
true.
week 1. He's getting the first carry.
Have you come to acceptance on that yet, Sean?
What stage of denial are you in?
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Or grief, whatever it is.
All right. Can we bet that he ends up with the most carries or not in game 1? Would you feel comfortable with that? I might go. 50,
I still think in week 1, yes, he does.
I might go 50 a person with each of you to try to go.
I
ahead
have
and
this question for Bobby, because Bobby understands 53-man rosters better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Dalvin Cook's available, is that correct? I'm just throwing out
I thought we said no to Dalvin, or I thought we
I
pivoted
understand,
off
but
of Dalvin.
if
for
Zeke is on your team
this,
and you
maybe.
sign another veteran running back who does no special teams, that's not good for your team overall, right? If you're doesn't Zeke have to play special teams if he is what you want him to be, Sean?
No way.
No,
But what do you do if no running backs play special teams?
I don't know. So they're special teams, like more the roster may be more needed or less needed for special teams, depending on how special teams coaches are going to adjust to the kickoff rules. Like they may be completely swapping out the type of personnel they have on kick coverage now.
Does that limit you?
And so like that might mean they need fewer, or depending on how your perspective is on what the rules are and how you need to cover it, like you may feel like you need more special teams players now.
Because I'm assuming, Sean, you're thinking he gets 5 carries a game. Like that'll kind of be his role. But if he only gets 5 carries a game, don't you usually ask that person you're on kick return, punt return, punt coverage, kickoff coverage? Because you're a backup running back and you have the body that usually is like, okay, you have some speed, you have some strength, you block a little bit in your running back job, so you are going to do this.
That's assuming he only carries the ball 5 times a game.
And that's where, Sean, I don't think you can sign him at 5 carries a game unless you're expecting him to help out on special teams.
Over under.
Got a block, Mike. Third down.
Over under 150 carries this year for Zeke.
Well over for me.
Kevin, what's
I think he gets close to. I think he gets
divided-
close to 250.
What's 150 divided by 17?
It's about 9.
9 under. Come on.
8.9.
Under 150 carries?
He's not going to get 9 carries a game.
Who's going to get more?
He's over.
Oh,
They're going to get someone.
they're not. Hey, let me ask you this: are they going to get the recent retiree, the guy who's
Damian Harris,
5'6",
Boston Scott,
the guy with 2 Achilles injuries,
Cam Akers,
or the guy who averages 3.6 yards a
Joshua
carry?
Kelly?
Okay, which
And Zeke's
all right.
none of those.
And Zeke's all of those.
Let's start putting our money where our mouth is. Then I'll bet all 5 of you. It'll be 1v5.
All right.
If you want to do it with first game lead carry, the leading carrier, the touchdown, yardage for the year. Think about what you want to do, and we'll go 50.
Sean's trying to be
50
Drake
apiece.
versus the rap industry right now.
Yardage.
Come at me, everybody.
Yeah.
Yardage for the year
I'm the
isn't
Diddy.
fair. Yardage
I'll
for the year isn't fair
literally, you
because
write down all of these.
All the prop
And I think I'm going to take all of them. I think Jerry Jones is arrogant enough to do this and demand it.
Why would he demand
the
it?
jerseys are back online. They're on DallasCowboys.com. And they are not discounted anymore. The discount is over on Zeke. It's full price
Are we
on
sure
21.
is he wearing 21 for sure? I
They
thought he was
put it
gonna
back
go
on
21.
full price on DallasCowboys.com. So I think Jerry has already made the decision.
Unless you just
that Zeke, you're wearing 21. We have about 20,000 of these printed that we had to discount at 30 to 40% off on our website.
Right. So don't announce the number yet. Acquire Zeke. People buy the jerseys. And you go, he's actually wearing 15 this year, guys.
Now you got to get both.
Now you got to get both.
True.
Hey, right there, chestnut checkers, baby.
And as we said the other day, when it comes to Jerry, what does he do? What else can they do? They have to do it. They have to watch. They have to be part of it.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were still doing true and false.
Here's the thing: if their run blocking is much better, then like Zeke can be somewhat efficient.
But you got to have a guy though. I think it's kind of arrogant of you.
You have to have a name. You have to have a name to be.
No, Sean's banned that discussion.
Oh,
on the
my
air,
bad.
so-
okay.
Never mind. You're right, Bob.
Our bad.
I actually do agree with your point, though. Bobby's point.
I don't think there's anyone left in the city that he hasn't talked to about this, including Reggie in the hall. I think he's glad.
I was just asked by Reggie.
I think he's glad that this happened so he can tell everyone about it.
He wants the story.
Not as glad as Mike,
every
though.
break.
Oh,
Yes,
every
break.
Hey, did you hear we signed Zeke?
Hey, did you see the game? This was a couple weeks ago. Do you remember when
Everybody.
the rookie year of Dak and Zeke and they had the Pittsburgh game? Was it the Pittsburgh? Did you see how quick? I mean, honest to God, how quick he was and how he was making guys miss and in and out of cuts.
Was 20.
He was unbelievable.
I know. It looks like a different human being.
It's a different person.
Do you understand Jerry thinks it's the same person?
It's the same guy. I know.
If you've seen him do it once, he's got to be
It's
able
the
to do it
stupidest
again.
thing you've ever heard. Because I threw 91 once. It doesn't mean I ever threw 91 again. But it can happen sometimes.
Wait, what is the highest you ever threw? Was it 91?
91.
Okay.
On a broken clock.
It had to be a broken gun. But
You didn't just dig deep. You
He
didn't
said
want
it.
it more.
But no.
That's right.
I tried to throw it 100 every time, and usually it said anywhere between 84 and 88, and I have no clue why it said 84 and no clue why it said 88. Now, some people are, if you talk to John Smoltz, and I saw it in person at 40 years old,
Yeah, we
not
do
me
talk
at
to
40
John
when he
Smoltz.
was 40. I saw him pitching against us at 92, 94. And then we got a runner on third in 2007. He's 40 years old with nobody out. And the next pitch was 97 and the next pitch was 98. And I turned to one of my teammates and said, that MFer can still throw the ball close to 100 miles an hour when he wants to.
He threw a higher number than words you said on the draft show. The KMC masterpiece is next.
Because he knew Zeke was coming back. Speechless.
On the fan.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Reginald Atatula. And I love this song. It's a Prodigy song, but I feel like maybe today we should be firing off a different song to start the show. The Dallas Stars, at least one person in this room that would get swept, have now.
Way to go, Corey.
I don't
I picked Stars in 7. I changed my mind after the first 2. I'd like to now go back to Stars in 7.
Okay.
How about that?
I like it.
I thought after
I would like to take all the
swept.
credit and all the blame, Corey.
Oh, I think Corey just jumped. Oh, no, you said the Stars would sweep the rest of the way, right?
I think that was what I said, but in my heart,
oh, no.
I was like, this team didn't show up.
You didn't have
man.
to tell us that.
No,
Yeah.
well,
I was trying to hype you up.
I have to be honest with my heart.
We're honest.
Uh-huh.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's
The Stars play better in Vegas. I refuse for them to come back to Dallas.
You're smart. I'm stupid.
We've seen this from the Texas Rangers.
You're
Don't
good
come back
looking.
home.
I'm not attractive.
The Dallas Stars have tied this series up.
11 wins on the road. They're going for it.
Man, that would be...
It's really tough for them because they have home ice advantage throughout, where the Rangers had no home field advantage until the World Series.
So theoretically, if all series go the distance, because you wouldn't get home ice against the Rangers, you can have up to 13 home games, but you would have to go the distance, or 13 road games. You'd have to go to the distance every
time.
single time, or at
You'd
least
have to go
till
6, right?
Yeah, until the
You
very
win
last
1 at home,
series.
3 on the road every time.
They're trying to show. They're like, hey, Texas Rangers, we got yours. We bested you by 2. Is that 13?
Yeah, I think
is
so,
what they're
but they have to
trying
go
accomplish?
13-0.
Yeah.
That would be... I want to say the most amazing thing I've ever seen, because I already thought the Rangers going 11-0 on the road was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. That happening twice in the same
How do we get
postseason.
it on the ring, though? Because you spelt road with the Rays, Orioles, Astros, Diamondbacks. How do we spell it when it
K.
starts with LVK? Is how we have to start off.
Well, it would just be K, Knights. Because it was Rays, so it was all the team
Aren't
mascot.
they officially the Golden Knights, though?
Crap.
Oh, so G.
GK.
We will have to workshop that, it sounds like.
What word
We got
starts
to
with
get this
GK?
ring figured out for Jason of Beverly Hills.
We do.
I've looked, Kevin. There are no words that start with GK, so this is an unfortunate series of events.
It's
for
okay.
nothing, Vegas.
Yeah. You just pick one of the letters.
Yeah, okay.
We'll go with K.
I think K. You have to go with K.
It's a good letter.
Even though it doesn't sound like a
And
K.
nobody knows how to figure out the hockey playoffs, so we can't have an idea who our next opponent is because we don't even. Nobody has.
thought it was
a clue.
It's
Avalanche or
Winnipeg or Colorado, and
Yeah.
it's going to be Colorado.
I don't know. Nobody really knows that.
Probably.
That's all right. We own them last game.
Oh, but that is a vowel, so we're working in good places, right?
All right, so
Oh.
KA. Who would be the next one, Kevin? Since you're so
Edmonton.
smart.
No,
KAE.
I'm not answering
Oh,
that.
Oilers. Cow.
Hey,
KAO.
Who would, and then Rangers.
it's still 2-2. I just wanted to talk about the fact that we tied the series up.
Damn, Skippy.
We're trying to talk about the cup right now. What it's going to say on the side of it. So you just won
Wait,
2
wait,
you're
straight
putting this
games.
on
The
cup?
ring.
R
You
is
don't
the
get
last.
to put what you want on the cup.
Rangers is R.
Uh-huh.
O for Oilers.
Yeah.
A for Avalanche.
Yeah.
And K, I lose it right there. I almost got it opposite. Do you understand?
You're going to say
If you
road
play-
the opposite way?
Yeah, but
Dayor.
you almost got it.
So
And
you
if
wanted us to play Detroit in the first round? You'd be like, holy crap.
Yes.
Okay.
Just if they win against Vegas, just call them the dumbasses.
You're going to
and then
get a
it's
K
road.
to start because it was either Kings or Knights.
Mhm.
That is true. I still wish we would be playing the Kings right now. But you got the win last night. Go ahead and give me some of that cut number 2 right here, because this was another game where, and I could be off about this because I know it's 2-2. Thought the Stars look like the better team yet again.
Steal from Dellandrea. Looks to center. Another bank shot attempt. Score! Did Dellandrea tip it home? The fourth line of the Dallas Stars strikes Dellandrea. Gives the Stars the lead.
Now, I want to focus in on one particular thing because we talked about this after the first 2 games that was particularly agitating. The first 2 minutes and the last 2 minutes of a period. Let's focus in on the last 2 minutes here. And look, I know Rope scored with the empty netter. That counts, and that's amazing. But let's look.
It sounds like you don't think it's that amazing.
Okay.
I'll listen.
Yeah, okay. Rope had a big block, too, with his whole
He
body.
did.
That has to hurt so bad.
No doubt about
It
it.
is like firm, hard.
What?
The puck.
Okay.
I felt you felt a puck before. It is not. It's just not soft. It's way heavier and harder than a baseball.
His mom got hit in the head with a puck once.
Yeah.
She was pregnant with him.
Have I never told you that story?
At the Stars game, or
No,
just you threw one at
At
her?
a Blackhawks game.
This was, I think it actually might have been when she was pregnant with me, but
Why would the
that's,
Blackhawks
I
do
know that's going to get a whole lot of, that explains a lot. And my dad, we've discussed, maybe
My
not
bad.
the best dad in the world.
If you just want to pass over the story.
Okay.
fine.
Look, we're
Seems like
too
it's bringing
late.
up
It's
bad
too late
memories.
now. The puck came flying up into the stands, and instead of trying to protect her, he just moved out of the way. And the puck,
She's got eyes, right?
Natural reaction.
Come on. The puck hit her in the head. And just to show how different life used to be, when the medical people came out and everything, they rushed to her and they go, "Don't worry, ma'am. We found the puck." And so, like, instead of, hey,
So they could keep continuing play.
I guess
It was minor league hockey. They're like, we only had one puck.
It was the Chicago Blackhawks. I have that puck in my possession. My mom gave it to me. And they weren't worried about a lawsuit or everything. They're like, hey, don't worry.
Griswold hit it up there?
We found the puck. I think this was probably before. I mean, I'm familiar with that jersey, of course. But the last 2 minutes of each period, we're going to have to bend time just a little bit. But Dodonov, with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left in the first, goal. Delandria, the one we just played, 1 minute, 26 seconds left, goal. We talked about the Rope empty netter, as you could probably guess. That was in the last 2 minutes. When you control the first and last 2 minutes like that, it feels like odds are you're going to win the game. And they did an excellent job of scoring late in these periods.
Yeah, and one of the other things they did a pretty decent job of in the first period to add to this is they kept their sheet pretty clean. Because I think it was Razor that I heard, he was like, look, and that keeps this crowd quiet. That crowd was ready to be loud, right? Like they were ready to be excited by something, and the Stars kept like pushing that off until later and later and later. And so they were like, oh man, it took longer for the crowd to get into the game. And then whenever you do something like that late in the period, it really gives you something to go into the locker room to discuss and be happy about.
It was, Corey, I admit, a day or two ago, it was a tough argument.
So are you saying that teams hold off? They're just trying to keep the slate clean until the last 2 minutes?
No.
Whenever you put your barrage on?
No, not at all. I just think you get an extra boost because by the time you hit that, you're thinking, hey, it's going to be 2-2 going into intermission.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So I definitely think you're going all out at all points, but I think a lot of people have locked in, hey, we're about to go to the dressing room at 2-2. Now we're going to the dressing room and we're losing.
Yeah.
Because of something that happened right there. And it was the same thing, right? In the first period, hey, we're going to go to intermission with the lead. Now it's tied. And then going after the second period, hey, we're going to go to the dressing room and it's tied. Now we're losing. So you saw that both times really put extra pressure on Vegas. And Corey, I tried to throw it out there, and I know it was a tough case, and I admitted this could definitely blow up in my face. But now that the series is tied, I will still make the argument that I think the Stars look like the better team.
Mm-hmm.
When they were down 2-1, that was still a tough argument. Do you look at the games, and you can take them all as a whole, you can look at last night, however you want to do it, and think, I know it's tied, but the Stars are the better team, or do you not think that?
Okay, so for the first 3 games, I never felt that way. And I can understand you're probably saying for 6 minutes, the Knights were the best team.
Yeah.
And for the rest of it, the Stars were. I just never felt like they had full control over it because they were behind. When you're ahead, it makes you feel a lot more confident. I mean, we talk about pitchers being ahead all the time. And so that's where I never felt that confident. Last night, I felt that way with the Stars. Watching what they were doing, I felt like even in those 6 minutes, where the Knights in the past had been getting something, I felt like the Stars were still giving their effort that I didn't see. I didn't see it in game 1 for sure. And I hadn't seen it really. I guess I did see it a little bit in game 3, but I didn't feel that comfortable with it. But last night, even in those moments where, okay, we did something, now we can relax. They didn't. They kept pressing, they kept pushing, and they made it difficult, man. And from the get, was it Stone that put a big hit on Stankoven to start the game, and then Ben comes and just cleans his clock? I can't remember who it was, but then Ben steps in and just cleans his clock.
McNabb. I think it was McNabb.
And on the local broadcast, they just kept talking about the McNabb hit. They didn't show the Ben hit a couple different times. I was like, that one matters right there too, and that's a big factor because as you heard this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby with their guest Bucci Gross this morning, he said, now that you've seen the younger players grow up, like they are playing like veterans, Wyatt Johnston's playing like a veteran, it allows Jamie Benn to not have to babysit. It allows him to do things where you saw him get in Stone's face last night. He can play his game a little more.
Man, I saw somebody boil it down to a great comment. I can't remember who made the comment. My apologies. They essentially
Gretzky.
said, Jamie Benn, maybe. It said, Jamie Benn can do this whenever he wants, but he chooses his spots to make it more impactful. And it kind of felt like the Corey Seager, like he can get fired up whenever, but he chose a spot for it. And when Ben dropped, I'm pretty sure it was McNabb. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great hit, man.
Mike, do you look at this now and think, no, I think it's where the series is. It's even. Or do you think the Stars are the better team?
I think it's pretty even.
Okay.
I would say the momentum and the better play in Vegas was Dallas by far.
Sure.
But I don't want to say by far for Vegas. I thought game one they did. Being at the game, I did feel like Vegas controlled the tempo, the flow of most of game one. Obviously, the Stars, I don't know, they were offsides at least. It felt like 5 times. One of them, they scored a goal, and then it didn't count. I feel like the Stars are figuring out how to get the puck. Once again, if you're a big hockey fan, I'm not an educated hockey fan. I'm learning, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking the game. So if you feel like I'm wrong on this, I might be. I feel like early on in the series, the Stars were having a tough time getting the puck into Vegas's zone cleanly.
I agree.
And with opportunities. And as this series has gone on, the Stars have figured out better ways to get the puck into the Vegas zone with control, with an opportunity to create something. And I do think that Thompson has been very good in goal. Even yesterday, I thought he was very good in goal. You won. Ottinger was, I think, better. But
and the game before, he was unbelievable.
Yeah. So I'm learning. I'm loving it. If you're a hockey fan, I'm not super educated, but I am loving watching this. I'm staying up till 1:20 in the morning. I'm staying up and watching all of it last night and enjoying it and finding myself really having an emotional connection to the Dallas Stars.
Forgive me if Mike just dropped this knowledge bomb on everybody, but last night also, when the Stars had to go on power play, I felt like they did a phenomenal job making sure they were pressed up in the neutral zone rather than sitting back and waiting for the Knights to come into their zone. They said, we're not even letting you get through. We're protecting Otter that much where we're keeping you out here in your own area. And it almost felt like I was like, man, the Stars are going to get a couple shorthanded goals if they keep doing this.
And they did get, I know it wasn't shorthanded, they did get the special teams goal via the power play. And I'm telling you, going into this series, and I realize it hasn't exactly played out this way, though last night was much better. It was the special teams where I would have thought that the Stars had complete control of this. Like we talked about it going into the series, the Stars were 6th in power play conversion percentage. Vegas, 20th. The Stars were 8th in penalty kill. Vegas, 16th. So Vegas is average to below average, where the Stars were a good bit above average. I would have thought they would have been dominating this aspect. They have not, but you did get the Wyatt Johnston goal on the power play. And by the way, good for him for scoring 3 goals in these 2 games at Vegas.
R-E-B-O-U-N-D,
rebound that puck.
Stars. Good rebound.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
My wife used to do that. Cheer.
Was she a
hockey.
Cheerleader?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a Trek.
Do they have cheerleaders at the baseball games?
They kind of do at the Texas Ranger games, not in high school.
Yeah, okay. I was curious if
No, they showed up to support. I mean, they show up and hang out because they're girlfriends.
True.
Or
they want to be
players.
girlfriends.
Yeah, or the softball players.
Right.
They play
what
other
girl
sports.
is going to a high school baseball game that is not a girlfriend or wants to be a girlfriend?
Maybe they just like baseball.
True.
Like
That's
they're
true.
there for support because they're like, The girlfriend's like the girlfriend or the girl that wants to be a girlfriend is like, I don't know baseball. And then the other one's like, I do. I'll show up and teach you or just be there for support.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Kawhi has had his struggles. The NBA playoffs has been filled with injuries. Do you believe the Mavericks will get healthy Kyrie throughout the playoffs? 877-881-1053. FranklinFirm.com. Text line. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That is Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the rebound off the hands of Zubac comes back to Jones, to Kyrie. He'll shoot the three. That's good! Timeout, Tyloo, with a minute 35 remaining in the third. A one-time 31-point deficit has been cut to 2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We ended up losing that game, Mike.
Crap. I turned it off after Kyrie got up by 2.
There is no way you would have done that. There's no way. All right. My question here, it's about Kyrie for a couple of different reasons, but realistically, one of the things that this NBA playoffs has already been defined by is injuries, right? Because whether you go back to the play-in and you have issues with Jimmy Butler, issues with Zion. Clearly right now, if you're looking at the Bucks series, issues with Giannis, issues with Dame. So you've had injury problems all over the place, and clearly on the other side of the court in this series, Kawhi Leonard. You know, Corey, you might end up being right when we talked about will he play again in this series. And I definitely think I scoffed at the idea that he would not play again this series. And who knows, because the Clippers are being more cautious with what they're saying, and like it'll depend on how he responds and blah, 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 blah. But like he's clearly in a bad way. So we're thinking about Kyrie, and he played in 31 straight games at the end of the season. I know he sat out the last 2, but that was just because like it's all locked up. We're going to be the number 5, so you play the Clippers, everything like that. Before that, when he hit 23 straight games, that was his longest streak of playing in 8 years. And then you got up to, which is wild. And then you added 8 more games. And the reason why I asked this is because he's been phenomenal throughout the season and to start the playoffs. Do you believe that the Mavericks will get healthy Kyrie in a playoffs that has had people injured everywhere?
I lean to yes, Corey, and maybe I'm being too optimistic. One, they need to get out of this round because it kind of wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
But if they get out of this round... I kind
of am going off the assumption that they get out of this round, and that could be completely wrong.
He's been so healthy ever since Dwight Powell ruined part of his season. And this is the most healthy, like you're talking about, he's ever been. And he stayed healthy, and he stayed... not playing through injury. Now, we don't know everything that's behind the scenes, but as far as we know, Kyrie's not really dealing with anything. I'm sure he's dealing with soreness and bruises like everybody is, but...
Hell, even a freaking coach got injured already in the playoffs. I'm going to lean to yes, even though, to your point, you set out the factual evidence. History says probably not, but I'm going to stick with yes.
The only way he doesn't is if they are up 3-0 in a series and they're like, we're gonna
and that'll just be a rest,
gentlemen sweep this, and he's just like, hey, I kind of need a break here. That's the only way. And here's my reason why. Luka's playing hurt, and he needs Luka to continue playing. My real feeling is seeing what Luka's going through. Kyrie's like, there's nothing that I can go through that's going to be worse than that right now, unless Dwight Powell falls at his leg. But it's okay. Dwight Powell's not in the game whenever Kyrie's in the games right now. So him being there, he's like, look, I got to be there just like you got to be there. You're there. I have to be on the court. So I don't think anything like that's happening. But he also hasn't done anything out of the ordinary for me. And this is weird because he'll do things where he falls and I'm like, oh my gosh, but that's his game.
Kyrie?
Some of the falling stuff that he does.
One shot between the 3 people that I still don't understand.
He's coming down to the ground.
And he's like, my dad would, and we've heard this from a lot of people, receivers know how to fall. Like when they catch the ball, they know how to fall and take the hit and everything. And Kyrie's practiced it his whole career. So a lot of the things that I'm seeing him fall, I'm like, oh, he knows how to do that. So there are moments whenever he makes a cut and I'm like, my knees, every ligament would have just ripped in half But this dude, he's built that way.
Right.
So he's very sharp with his cuts. But I feel like he's going to be through this as long as Luka keeps putting himself out there. Kyrie's going to keep putting himself out there too.
And not to make this sound overly optimistic, but I think you're both correct, or all of you are correct in this, that you're going to get a healthy Kyrie. You made a good point about how he's been the healthiest that he's been, but I know that would sound like possibly some level of luck, or I know some people might go to he's due. This has been a probably higher athletic Kyrie than we've seen in a very long time. How many times in his career, especially of late, have you seen Kyrie out here not only going and creating fantastic finishes, but also going up and dunking? Like, he's showing a level of athleticism that we haven't seen from him in a while. And maybe that is because he has dealt with nagging injuries that have maybe kind of robbed him of some of those electric plays in the past. But we're seeing that get to a whole nother level. And I wonder how much of that is a different athletic staff that has, widely been regarded as very good.
One of the best. Yeah.
And then also, like, some of this, and not to get too like ephemeral, what have you, like, he's in a better headspace than he's been in a lot of other situations as well. I think all of those things come back around.
I think that's a huge factor, and that might just be, maybe it is age, maybe it's just place that he is. But that was what I was going to say, Kevin, is sometimes when you're young, you're like, I got to get big and bulky and strong. And then you go through this, like, I need to do this and this. He looks like he's in his most healthy form, and that he's pliable. He's got all those things that go along with it too.
I hope everyone's watching on the Twitch so you can see the hand movement that Corey did to go along with that. You know what, Reggie, you brought up a couple of really interesting points there. Clearly, Corey's hand gesture was the best, but you brought up a couple of interesting points. First of all, for people who might argue,
stop crossing there,
that he's due. If that's the case, then Mike, I'm going to argue playoff-wise, what you're seeing is exactly what he's due on the other side. Everybody knows what he did with Cleveland in the playoffs, right? And I don't think you have to argue too hard to say his run in the playoffs with Boston in 2019 was disappointing. And then his run with the Nets for a couple of different seasons, it was disappointing, both in terms of team results and in terms of him individually. So,
Health.
Yeah, yes.
Because wasn't he out when Kevin Durant was on the line and it was
foot barely went over? Yeah.
Harden in the game and Durant and Kyrie was too hurt to play. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think that is correct. He also had a down statistical postseason both of those years. So I would argue he's due from a personal standpoint, and you've already seen it really early on. Maybe it's because of better health headspace. Maybe it's because of better health, and he's been playing really well for the most part to start this playoffs.
I agree. Now, I'm going to bring up another topic, but it's based off of Kyrie and Luka, I will say. One of them has to get hot to start the game.
Yes.
This is 4 games now where the Clippers at the end of the first quarter are like, they both suck. And at some point, one of them, the way that we saw Harden in Dallas both games, and now not Paul George in game 3, but Paul George in game 4, you're like, crap, timeout. What do we do? Because they're on fire. And at no point has Tyronn Lue had to call a timeout in the first half and gone, timeout, Luka's on fire. Like, you just go to timeout and go, guys, we're doing a great job. Like, they're going to get theirs, as in they're going to get some points here and there, but we have not threatened in the first quarters, especially Kyrie and Luka haven't threatened Tyronn Lue to think of anything else.
I'm putting in the call for game 5. It's going to happen in game 5, where I think that not just that they get hot, that actual scenario you're just walking through, I think you're going to see a Ty Lue timeout to just be like, hey, take a breath. Let's reformat because this ain't working. I think it is going to happen from game 5 from one of them.
Okay.
Can I talk about something that I've wanted to talk about since Friday?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
It's not anything big. I think this is actually a very small thing, and y'all might look at it and go, not a big deal.
Is it the Mavericks?
It is Mavs.
Okay.
There was a point late in the game, Harden has the ball, and Kyrie's guarding him. And I don't think the Mavericks wanted Kyrie on him. I think a switch forced Derrick Jones Jr. off of him, and PJ sees it and runs over to help.
Yeah, he kicked him out of it.
No, he actually didn't. What ended up happening was Harden thought they were pushing a double team. They were blitzing a double team at him and makes a pass under the basket he didn't need to make. But it was one of those moments where PJ recognized he saw something and he was like, that's not the matchup we want right now. and he runs over to do that, and that forced Harden. Again, I don't think it was intentional. Harden, I think, just was like, oh, because PJ, once he got there, he starts backing off, and Harden makes the pass, and it ended up not being points for them. I just thought that was a heady play. But that being said, Kyrie's done a pretty good job of fitting into this defense too. Not just the offensive side.
I would agree.
He's done a very good job, not just plucking off passes and being one of those guys that gets those crafty steals, but doing what his job requires of him, and that is taking on a lot of elbows and shoulders from Harden throughout these games too, because these two look like they don't like each other. I kind of like it.
Let me ask you a question specifically about what he just said then. Do you think, because I think the Mavericks have done a really good job, and I think you were going down this path of not having dead spots in the defense anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, like, I can go to this person, or they're all above average defenders. I'm not saying that at all. However, working as a unit, I think it's significantly harder to find somebody to pick on defensively on this team.
Yes.
That's tough to say coming off of Game 4, knowing that they were actively hunting Luka. But I think what you do have is you have more tools to try and combat that. Like, I mean, going back to PJ Washington, and you really hope that it would happen more frequently down the stretch, but there was possessions where PJ Washington denied a switch that they were actively hunting to the point where they finally got something, but it was too late in the possession for them to figure out. And that's good defense. And, you have the tools in Derrick Jones Jr., in PJ Washington, to where even when they're trying to hunt, you can usually navigate it pretty well if you're playing on your P's and Q's so that you don't have to give them that switch. You don't have to give them exactly what they're looking for. And I wouldn't undersell Kyrie hunting those steals, because I think one of the things in Game 2, if I remember correctly, that the Mavericks did incredible was they got after the ball handlers of the Clippers to the point where they weren't able to initiate offense. And then at that point, that really took them out of their pick and roll and their offensive set and gave the Mavs a path to victory.
Yeah, not let them set up.
I agree with both of you. Reggie, I think they were going to pick on Luka no matter what, but they really knew with 6 minutes to go and 5 fouls who to pick on.
Sure.
Because they knew knew where Luka was going to let him go and not try to have any contact.
And they did.
And they did a great job of that. And the Mavericks, to Corey's point, were trying to at times either double team, but it wasn't really a solid double team at times. It was a soft double team. And then they're trying to get Luka to rotate out of that possession. And then I give Clippers credit. They would then be like, all right, fine, Terrence Mann, come set another pick. Like, we're going to get Luka back in this set. But I'm liking at times what I'm seeing from the Mavs. But to me, this whole series has been the first quarter. It's weird that usually, yes, and you got it. It was a close game, and down the stretch, James Harden makes 3 running layups and gets an one on one of them, and that really destroyed you. Paul George making the corner 3 was unbelievable and got the momentum. Like, where it looked like the Mavs were going to win, that 3-pointer was like, slow down, we still got a chance here.
And Jones was great on him.
But I just look at tomorrow night, as we'll have more time to discuss it. To me, everything is the first quarter. Are we going to be down? I say are the Mavs going to be down by 15 to 25 points, 12 to 18 minutes into this game? Or will they be connected? And if they're connected, they've won all the games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, get ready tomorrow because we got double playoff Game 5 tomorrow. So obviously it's going to be...
Mavs are playing a doubleheader? I didn't think they did that in basketball.
The Mavs and the Stars.
The Mavs and Stars are both playing doubleheaders?
That's a lot of sports, man.
And just calling it Game 5? I love it.
Very confusing.
My favorite.
The aggregate scoring. All right, coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The Rangers start a new series, and should it take this long for a star to develop? Next.
Too scary.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so the Washington Nationals come into town, and this is a big series for the Rangers in this way. First of all, Washington's not a bad team. They're not, I think sometimes you think of they're still a rebuilding team. And yes, they're a little bit there, but they're starting to become out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like when you're like, oh, wait a second, like Washington's competitive. And so I wanted to take a player, for instance, in C.J. Abrams. Now people are like, I'm just a Rangers fan. I have no clue who you're talking about. C.J. Abrams was a top 5 prospect in all of baseball. And he got traded in the Juan Soto trade as the guy. This is a superstar shortstop that you're getting, Washington, in 2022. Well, in 2022 for the Nationals, he hit .258 in 44 games and had 0 home runs.
Soft.
And it's like, well, he sucks.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a second, he was a top 5 prospect. Now maybe I guess I'm taking a shot here, but I mean maybe he is Yerkes and Profar.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you know, just overranked tremendously. It doesn't mean that Profar hasn't had a decent career. He's had a decent career, but you know, he's not what you'd consider a top 50 prospect in baseball career.
You know what potential is, Mike?
You haven't done anything.
S.
And so last year at age, I believe 22, because I think he's 23 this year, C.J. Abrams, he played 151 games, played shortstop every day, had 18 home runs, 64 RBIs, batted .245 with a .712 OPS. So, I mean, just an average guy. Well, now at 23 years old, he's hitting .297. It's early on in the year with a over 1 OPS. He has 7 home runs in 25 games, has 5 doubles, has 4 triples this year, 6 stolen bases. So all of a sudden, this 23-year-old has figured it out. Now, I don't know if it's going to continue throughout the season. Keeping an OPS over 1 is really tough to do. Keeping an OPS at 9 or better is really hard to do. But it just made me think a little bit about what we're going through a little bit. Obviously, Evan Carter came onto the scene tremendously and Wyatt Langford, but Evan Carter's 21 and Wyatt Langford's 22. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for these guys to develop. It's taken 100 games approximately, or 90 games exactly in 2022, 151 games last year for C.J. Abrams. And now in year 3 at 23 years old, he's showing that he's a potential all-star in baseball. All of a sudden, the top 5 prospect that he was in 2021 and 22 in all of baseball, not top 5 prospect for San Diego, top 5 prospect in all of baseball, is starting to shine now. So I'd just like to tell Ranger fans, hey, I get it. Wyatt Langford's not off to the Hall of Fame career start. I brought up Gunnar Henderson earlier in the season. By the way, Gunnar Henderson hit his 10th home run last night.
Man.
That is the fastest player to 10 home runs in a season at this age. Nobody's ever been faster.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay.
In fact, I want to bring this up because we just had Ellie De La Cruz in town. How loaded is the shortstop position again? As we got to last year and go, oh, it's in a little bit of a lull. We thought it was unbelievable, but maybe it's not as unbelievable. Well, I'm going off of WAR right now, which isn't perfect, but I'm going to go off of WAR. Instead of home runs or going off of batting average, I'm going to go off of WAR. Well, one guy got added to the shortstop list who's a no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer, which improves this position tremendously, Mookie Betts. So we forget about Mookie, but all of a sudden Mookie has a WAR of 2.9. He's batting .377 right now with an OPS of 1.119. Gunnar Henderson, second, who's a 22-year-old superstar with 10 home runs with a WAR of 2.1. I mean, right now, I think Juan Soto might be the MVP of the American League through 1 month, but I think Gunnar Henderson would be a very close race. And Mookie Betts is the MVP of the National League. If you didn't know, Mookie Betts would easily run away with the MVP right now in the National League after 1 month. So both MVPs could be from your shortstop position. Well, let's keep going down the list of how great shortstop is. Your third person in WAR, Bobby Witt Jr.
Wow.
You're next, Ellie De La Cruz, who's very young. Trey Turner is having a tremendous bounce back year so far. He's batting .344 right now. He is 5th when it comes to WAR at the shortstop position. 6th, you're going to see him tonight, C.J. Abrams. So he's a very good player to watch. If you're like, who should I watch on the Nationals? I'm going to watch the Rangers. They're my world champs and everything, but I don't know anything about the Nationals. C.J. Abrams is their main kind of guy that they're going, hey, this is a special player at 23 years old. Next.
Does he look like that when you watch him?
I
don't know if that's quantifiable.
I will say from somebody who watched him in 2021 in the minor leagues when he came to Frisco, they said, I see a major league player, but I don't see anything special. But he was like, because he's ranked special. Does that make sense? Yeah. He's ranked special, but I don't see special. I just see a big league guy. I think he's going to be a really good player. Future Hall of Famer, all-star year in and year out. I don't know. But then you get Anthony Volpe, who's having a really good second year. And you just start looking now. By the way, 18th in WAR in baseball at shortstop, Corey Seager, 18th. Just to give you an idea of where you're at. So you have, just to give you an idea of what you're watching shortstop-wise, Cruz just left town. You're about to see C.J. Abrams, who's in town. And then when you go out of town, you get to see local product, just signed a multi-year huge contract, Bobby Witt Jr. So you're getting to see a lot of really good shortstops recently against the Texas Rangers. But just wanted to kind of give you guys a little bit of what is happening at shortstop and how loaded it is and the guys you're getting to see.
Well, for that purpose, Mike, I just want to ask this question on this. You saw for a brief moment Sebastian Walcott live. Yeah. And I don't know if you saw enough of him to go special or...
At his age, special, but I don't think he's going to play shortstop from what I hear.
All right.
So he's an 18-year-old shortstop, but will not be a 21 or 22-year-old shortstop when he enters the major leagues. I think people see him as probably not a shortstop, but what's the point in moving him at 18 years old, if that makes sense?
Yeah. And I also, didn't it feel like O'Neal Cruz wasn't going to be a shortstop for long? Whenever we saw him, everyone was like, no, a 9-foot-tall shortstop. Nobody's ever seen that before.
Right.
You know what's interesting is I don't see him on this list.
O'Neal Cruz?
Yeah.
Wow.
Of WAR, but I'm on ESPN, and they screw me over tremendously at times on stats. So, okay. So, next thing to look at with the Texas Rangers is you were bringing up a good point, Kevin, about days off.
Yes.
And that the Rangers had a day off yesterday. They had
last Monday.
After 17 games in a row, they had a day off. And does that mess with maybe a little bit of your routine? And I would say, man, that 17 days is just, that's brutal. Like, nobody gets 17 days in a row in the month of April. That was weird that the Rangers had that on their schedule. And the Rangers, even talking to them in the opening series, the Cubs series, they already were looking at that going, hey, this isn't a favorable schedule for us. Like, they did not set this up well. And then usually you have getaway days, but because the Rangers are so popular, they're on Sunday Night Baseball all the time. So they're not even getting getaway days. When you're like, hey, we're traveling, they're like, well, guess what, man? You're getting back from Atlanta at 2 a.m. Guess what? You're playing the Houston Astros on Sunday Night Baseball, so you're not getting into Detroit until later in the night. And then when you get to Detroit, guess what? We're worried about weather because it's freezing cold in Detroit in April at nighttime, so you're going to play all day games after the one night game. So they're just like, man, this just isn't a favorable schedule. So I'd say the Rangers are probably looking at this and going, man, these 2 off days we really need. And then I guess maybe we haven't brought it up, but if you're not in the know, Cody Bradford, if you haven't heard, is going to be out for a while. So you're now missing a dude who got off to an unbelievable 3-0 start. He's going to be out probably until mid-June.
And I could not have imagined at the beginning of the season if Cody Bradford was going to be out this extra time, you'd get that sigh.
Yeah.
You'd probably be like, that sucks for him. Who's next? But he pitched phenomenally to start the season.
Yeah, so he's out for a while if you just don't know that update. But just kind of looking at what's coming into town, the Washington Nationals, this is not going to be the Colorado Rockies. This is not going to be the Chicago White Sox. So if you're thinking they're in that category, or Oakland A's, who are playing way better than probably anybody thought, they're not in that category now. They're in that category of teams that now believe they can push towards a 500 record and build upon that in their organization. And then the last thing, I'm wearing all black today because my son let me know Bishop Lynch is all black out because TAPS baseball playoffs are starting now. I believe UIL is usually a little bit later, like they probably start next week. I could be wrong about that.
I think that is usually how it goes.
So I'm all blacked out for Bishop Lynch and their big high school playoff game versus St. Thomas. They're coming in from Houston. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but they had to move it up because I guess there's weather. There's rain in the forecast for Thursday.
What are the prospects? How are we feeling about this
I
game?
believe Bishop Lynch is ranked 6th in the state for TAPS, and St. Thomas is ranked 9th. So this is a very tough matchup. In fact, I heard that TAPS might have screwed over Bishop Lynch on this matchup. They might have messed up a little bit of where seating was supposed to be. And so Bishop Lynch gets a very tough matchup. So, by the way, if you'd like to go, if you're a Bishop Lynch alum, let's go. Let's support, but make sure to bring your own chair because the stands are still pathetic at Bishop Lynch, and we need to get that solved, Bishop Lynch. We have the worst stands in all of TAPS, so we should have better stands at Bishop Lynch.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Positive? And let's get positive. How about that?
All right, let's get positive.
Let's get stands.
What have we learned so far from round 1 of the NBA playoffs besides the fact that the Lakers are out again? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You are officially. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What have we learned from round one of the NBA playoffs? Now, there's a lot of different answers, but Mike, I want to go to cut number 7. I want to see if this is the number one thing that you have learned from the NBA playoffs thus far.
Murray has it on the high right side. High pick from Jokic. Murray, jumper from 8. Got it again! 3.6 seconds left for the Lakers. LeBron over to Prince. Jumper's no good at the horn. And the LA Lakers can take that L on the way out, along with that whistle. Denver takes care of La La Land for the second game in a row.
Who is that guy? I'm sending him $100. That's a heck of a call.
Because
trash on the Lakers every second you get.
You could take that L on your way out. The first thing that you've learned is the Lakers are
eliminated.
Out.
Yeah.
And by the way,
all the Western Conference teams are eliminated in the first round except for our series.
When did this happen?
Last night. And Brian Windhorst is reporting that LeBron will opt out of his Lakers contract and become a real free agent for the first time since 18. I realize he's opted out before and we set up the better deal and everything. We'll see if that happens. But Windhorst, who for at least 5 years felt like he reported exclusively on LeBron,
that's right,
is saying that he will opt out and become a real free agent.
If you're a team that's good right now, okay, let's just put it kind of in the Mavericks. And I'm not saying they have the money or anything like that, but if you're a team that kind of is built on this, we got a really good a good head coach that we trust right now. We got a star player. We have another star player. Do you want to add a LeBron in? Because he's bigger than the team. He comes in and he's like, I want to run this part. I want say on this. You'd have to get that. That Bill Belichick conceding, look, I don't want to be the GM. I just want to play.
So I think one of the, I don't know if y'all agree with this. I think a package deal could potentially be made to facilitate that, where A, will overdraft your son, to B, get a way lower, possibly mid-level exception deal. Because the thing is, Bronny right now is the over-under at his draft position is 39.5. So you're talking about in the early stages of the second round. Well, if you're looking to position, a team could easily go, and probably a good team, we'll use our late first round pick, absolutely, on Bronny, but we need you to meet us with the mid-level exception. And then I think for him, it becomes more about playing alongside his son, not as much as I have to run the thing.
And I don't know, if I'm a team with a pretty strong locker room right now, if I want to add that to it either.
I'm not for getting LeBron, but LeBron fits on this team tremendously well. The Mavericks.
And this could be about a lot of different teams too, but that's fair.
I think Kyrie and LeBron are tight again. Obviously, they weren't tight after winning. In a weird way, they became not tight after winning the championship. I think Luka looks up to LeBron as his hero.
Yeah.
And then Jason Kidd and LeBron are very tight. I don't know Nico's relationship with LeBron, but I assume it's good because of the Nike LeBron situation.
I actually think one of the things you just said could potentially be a detriment in terms of if LeBron is his hero, always deferring to what LeBron says or what LeBron does. And in a lot of instances, that could be good. But sometimes I'm like, hey, I need you to take the effing ball and shove it down their throat.
So Corey is right about the LeBron situation in this, at least a worry. If LeBron demands Bronny is drafted by the next team he plays on, if he's leaving LA, and I still don't think he will, how much does LeBron demand that Bronny plays?
Yeah, exactly.
How much does LeBron defer to Bronny?
It's fair.
How much is LeBron trying to set up Bronny for success and being like, I pass that ball to you, take the shot? I don't know. And then so that it just becomes difficult on how much he demands.
And then you got role players that are playing maybe above where they really play right now. And then they start to go, hold on, this guy's getting minutes. And why is Bronny getting minutes when those are my minutes? And even guys like PJ Washington, I'm not saying, but hey man, that I don't love this guy's kids playing. But why is he even on this team?
I don't know how much you trade to LA to facilitate the right salary for LeBron, because I do think LeBron playing on mid-level exception, I don't think he wants to do that at all. to be honest. I do think that he wants at least 30. He's turning down a 1-year, $51 million contract. So he's opting out of that. I think LeBron wants to be a majority owner in an NBA franchise. And so to take away $40 million, I get how much money he makes from Nike and other Taco Tuesday, Taco Bell commercials. I get he's making a lot of money off of the court. But it is $40 million to take away. And if you want to be a 51% owner in a team, you need $1 billion of liquid money to do that for the most part. So I don't know. I do think he fits well on this team. I do want to mention this, even though I'm not a fan of LeBron, and I get how great he is. I get he's arguably the greatest player of all time. I'm just not a fan of him. He does look like he would fit well on this team. He's not a selfish basketball player. He likes the two superstars that are here. I don't think that it would hurt the team. I think it would help the team. Now, that being said, if I have to trade $40 million worth of players to LA, and LA would have to kind of want those players in a rebuild, I'm looking at Hardy, who makes no money, but that would be a young player. Prosper, who makes no money, but would be a young player. Josh Green, who now in the offseason is up to $13 million, so that adds some salary to the mix. And then I'm adding Tim Hardaway Jr. on an expiring contract. That I don't think they'd want him at all, but it gets me now to over $30 million in contracts. So now I'm able to offer LeBron a $30 million contract, which I don't even know if that's good enough for him. And then I have to trade future picks to get a second-round pick this year to get Bronny James.
And that's where, I don't think that would work.
So I've traded 4 players off of my team under contract, plus I'm trading all of my I have very future, I don't have much left in future assets and draft picks, but I'm trading those to get an early second to make sure I secure Bronny James.
I would hope that would be a negotiation in terms of if we're going to draft your kid, you got to be able to help us out. All right. Are you surprised that Minnesota just thrashed the Suns? I'm not surprised they won the series, but that they just wiped them out.
I thought Phoenix would fight harder and win at least one game. I thought Minnesota would win the series, but I also thought Rudy Gobert's been exposed in every playoff series he's ever played in. Not exposed at all in this series. Now, maybe they got it figured out. Maybe Minnesota has it figured out. They've turned, I hate saying this, I know I'm taking a shot, sorry, but Rudy Gobert has kind of been a Dak Prescott playoff player where you're like, defensive player of the year, all-star, and then he gets to the playoffs and crap, what happened to you? They're exposing you and all your weaknesses, and you're not finding any of your strengths in these playoffs. What is happening? That didn't happen in this series. Rudy Gobert played to all his strengths. They didn't expose any of his weaknesses. Phoenix has no point guard. And so they just have 2 guys that are hey, Kevin Durant at this point in his career needs a point guard. I'm not saying he did 5 years ago, but he does now. And then Devin Booker, they've tried doing point guard from early on in his career to now in the prime in his career, and it's never worked. He's not a point guard. Is no point in his career has ever been close to a point guard. And so I don't know what Phoenix does at this point, because they got embarrassed is maybe too strong of a word, but they showed that they're not competitive.
I think embarrassed might actually be the right word, because did you know in their in their history, did you know that Minnesota had never led a playoff series 3-0? Remember I told you they had been a 2-0 twice. Never been a 3-0, obviously then never swept. So I don't
think they're going to go up 3-0 in their next series.
I think that is very fair.
In fact, we can go even further. I don't believe that a Minnesota franchise has ever swept a series in a 7-game series in the playoffs.
What?
Like the Twins?
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
And so, this
Holy
is
moly.
breaking a lot of new ground in that way.
Or the North Stars or the Wild.
That's amazing to me. Okay, and I know Danny Green said he thought Anthony Edwards was already there yesterday. I disagree with that. I think Anthony Edwards was definitely on the map as man, this dude's awesome. I think Anthony Edwards has now taken another step beyond this dude is awesome, and holy moly, is he one of the places or one of the guys that this league now runs through.
Can I add something to the reason why I think that? He Karl Anthony Towns. Did you hear that interview with him and Anthony Edwards after the game?
Did he say a curse word in it?
No, I don't know. I think
But it's
he
a
may
positive curse
But he was like, hey, Kat, why were you so good, late in the game here? And Anthony Edwards goes, hold on, let me take this. And he's like, I told him the other day, you can't be in foul trouble in the third quarter. You got it. You have to be here. Look what he did in the third quarter. Look what he's able to do in the fourth quarter because he's not in foul trouble. I told him you got to stop fouling. And he's sitting there taking the press conference from him, and Kat's going, he's right. Like everything he told me was right. I think that might have been another thing with Rudy Gobert. I think Anthony Edwards is a dude that's not afraid to tell you how it is.
Agreed.
And that's something that they needed a direction. Otherwise, Mike Conley trying to tell everybody how it is.
Mike Conley, you can't disregard that though.
And now that being said, I think Mike Conley is a great veteran presence to have to back up all the things that young Anthony Edwards is coming to the table with. So that's where I think the difference is, Kevin, is Anthony Edwards is like, I finally can do this. I have a great scoring big. I have all these things that I can do this with. I'm ready to take that leap. I think he is there. I don't think he was there. I think he was hidden in Minnesota. And now he's getting primed to take that next step to the place.
This will be a big series coming up to take that next step. I'm not saying he has to beat Denver, but they have to go at least 6.
Yes.
Or you feel like they're still far
absolutely,
away.
Yeah. And that's why he's going to need to talk Rudy Gobert into, look, you got to be the guy against this dude. You got to be ready for this matchup. He's got to talk to those guys and have them prepared for it. But Kevin, I also think he knows he is in Minnesota, and you're always kind of hidden in Minnesota. And he was like, I get to beat Kevin Durant. I get to beat Devin Booker. These guys are considered favorites. I get to embarrass them, and that's how I'm going to get my shine.
Let's go from a market that is smaller to the biggest market in the world. The Knicks and Jalen Brunson. I realize they still need to finish off the series, and this series is not over. But Jalen Brunson feels like another person who's taken it to the next level in terms of not just the 47 points he scored, which is awesome, most in Knicks playoff history, but you win a series against, I realize the injury problems they've had, but a team people held in pretty high esteem at the beginning of the day. What are you to make of the Knicks and Jalen Brunson thus far in the playoffs?
He is what we thought he was.
Well,
they better not have thought he was this.
He's better than almost even the Knicks are like, oh my God, he's better than what we thought he was. The Eastern Conference really looks ugly, and maybe the Knicks can make it to the NBA Finals. Now, that Porzingis, we'll find out more on his calf.
Yeah.
They don't think he ruptured his Achilles. They're pretty positive about that because that's pretty, I'd say, absolute. When you just have to get the confirmation, and they're saying, hey, we don't think it's that. But I wouldn't expect Porzingis to play in the next 2 weeks. Now, I know that that's not their next matchup, but New York didn't look like they were going to be able to beat Boston in a 7-game series. But now, if Porzingis is out the rest of the way, that helps out. I mean, I hate saying that, but it does for the Knicks. And Milwaukee stinks. Indiana is not very good. I'm going to be honest. I haven't watched 1 second of, I shouldn't say 1 second. I've barely watched any of Cleveland and Orlando.
That series has actually been pretty entertaining.
And I don't care at all. I just don't care.
I care because of Paolo, but.
Are you watching it?
Yeah.
Paolo's good at basketball.
Is it? I don't know.
That's what I've learned from
Reggie, you're a big basketball fan. Has Orlando and Cleveland interest you at all? Because it just doesn't interest me.
It does from a defensive standpoint. That's some of the best defense that I'm seeing around the league. And I've been surprised. I did not think Orlando had enough offense for this series, and that says something against the Cleveland Cavaliers team that isn't an incredible offense. They found offense. They had 121 points in one of these games. Like, I think that actually is a little surprising for me and should be interesting because both of these teams play really hard. And I think that's the superpower that a Tom Thibodeau team has, is that they play crazy hard. I think that's been the downfall of the Sixers. Even though they've had some good basketball in there, they're not going to match the level of effort that the Knicks bring. And I think that's definitely put them over the top.
Well, the NBA has decided they're on NBA TV tonight.
Miles Turner has been really, really good in this first round as well. I know that's somebody.
If you were to rank the teams to make it to the NBA Finals in the East right now, is Boston still easily number one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Who's number two?
I think
Knicks, right?
I think it's the New York Knicks.
I could see that. Yeah.
Is it Orlando or Cleveland 3? Or is it the Pacers 3?
Yeah, I mean, because the Pacers look like they're going to finish walking through their
Doc Rivers, man.
series.
It's not really Doc Rivers' fault this time. It is injuries.
It's a little his fault.
It is, but it's also all of Milwaukee's organization fault that they had Adrian Griffin as their coach, and they're like, this doesn't work. Let's just switch.
Yeah, I guess I would. I think I would say the Pacers.
Is it weird to go with the Sixers 3 even though they're down 1-3 right now?
You can.
Like I think
don't know.
I still like the Sixers.
Isn't
as
the
a
East
team.
ugly?
Yes.
Now I tell you.
Compared
Now I
to
tell
the West,
you,
for sure.
if I throw Denver, Oklahoma City, and Minnesota right now into the Eastern Conference, do we all say that they're the number 2 team?
Absolutely. At the absolute worst.
Why does this keep happening? Every time I'm like, okay, maybe the West, and then the West is like, no, we're still gauntlet.
If the Mavs were to get out of this series and the Mavs' second round matchup was the New York Knicks, would you like that better than playing the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yes.
Reggie?
Because the Oklahoma City Thunder, man, after that game 1 was really close, they just destroyed New Orleans. I realize shorthanded.
Who would you rather play if you had your choice, the New York Knicks or the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round?
I think I'll go Knicks. I'll go Knicks, but it's a little bit closer. I think that the Thunder have we talked about this. The matchup advantages that the Mavericks could possibly have when it comes to size there is still intriguing.
And then it could be because of injuries. It could be because of their coaching, whatever else. Have you been surprised at the brokenness of the Bucks? I realize if it's not for the injuries, this might look different, but they really were terrible down the stretch in the regular season too.
It's crazy how you look at Giannis 3 years ago and go, who's going to stop him? And now you go, how do they figure it out in Milwaukee?
Yeah, they got Dame.
Coaching.
And then,
they got Dame. It's gotten worse. Giannis' health is now in question. It's weird because Giannis was the best player in basketball 3-4 years ago. I know then Jokic came in. Jokic is by far the best. Like, I don't think it's close. As much as I'm a Luka guy, like my son keeps on Luka, I'm like, look, it's not close, man. Just watch the playoffs.
25-20 last night.
It's not close.
But obviously, Murray hitting those clutch shots.
And he does have great players. And hey, Reggie, our guy, Michael Porter Jr. can't miss.
That's right. Tried to told you.
We need no. We need to revisit this at some point where he went from he can't miss, he's a stud, to he's a third offensive and fourth defensive option on a championship team.
Where's RJ Barrett in the playoffs right now?
Hey,
his
stats are better than Michael Porter Jr.'s this year.
Really?
But don't worry about the rest of that. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on. Yes, surprisingly, I think so.
Oh.
Coming up next, look, he's nowhere in the playoffs. I understand your question.
But who's his father? Steve Nash.
Oh.
For RJ Barrett.
There you go. I'm not familiar with Michael Porter Jr.
I don't know who his godson is.
We're the
I don't even
KNC.
know if RJ Barrett has a son.
See masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. Do you get the ring back if the engagement is broken off? An NBA player has inspired us to further go down this path. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wrist shot, glove save, knocked down by Thompson. The rebound, score! He does it again. Wyatt Johnston ties it up. A power play goal for Dallas, and we are deadlocked at 2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For at least one person on YouTube, I want to remind everyone the next segment will be all about football. But right now, we're all about fun and shenanigans, as well as embracing the fact that the Dallas Stars victorious last night over the Golden Knights. That series now tied 2-2 going into tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be great back-to-back Game 5s. One team, the Mavericks will play a Game 5, and the Stars will play Game 5.
What's the time?
6:30 for puck drop for the Stars.
6:34. That's very specific.
6:30 FOR puck drop.
But we're the first game?
Yeah.
So it'll be close to on time.
Yes.
And then the Mavs are at 9 for the Mavs. How you want to do that?
And that'll be like 9-10.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if you don't get overtime, that'll be
you best me. It's okay.
Segue.
Yeah, so see, I think this is a great lineup if you are excited about watching these two teams consecutively on a night. This is really exciting.
Text in to the text line.
Ranklefirm.com text line 877-881-1053.
Or the Twitch line. How many are you really Stars and Mavs fans? Or text in, no, I'm only a fan of the Mavs, or I'm only a fan of the Stars.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is another question to kind of top on that.
Okay.
If the Stars, if you're both, if the Stars lose, does that crimp the way that you're watching the Mavs game?
You're like, hey,
crimping your hair.
Maybe
in the
they'll win.
1980s.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, you're just like,
lost.
I wanted a double win day. I wanted 2 wins, and now I only get 1, or
Don't
maybe
forget Rangers playing the Nets as well.
Man,
look, okay, I need you guys to be honest.
Oh, here he goes.
I need you to be honest here and save me with any of that. Why can't they all win
laptop.
crap?
Big TV laptop.
I tell you right now, you get a Stars and Mavericks win, but the Rangers get destroyed tomorrow. You make that
Regular
deal,
season.
right?
It's regular
I
season.
get paid by the Texas Rangers.
Who's pitching tomorrow,
You
Mike?
definitely make that deal.
Who's pitching tomorrow?
John Gray's today.
That didn't really answer his question now, did it?
But it was a factual
Is
statement.
Lorenzen after Gray? I'm trying to remember the 5-man rotation. It's not Evaldi.
Hockey Mike has definitely taken over.
I
Hockey
know who's
Mike
pitching
is,
tonight.
From the 254, this is America. We don't watch hockey. False. Hockey is an American sport. That's
Absolutely
why
is.
only American teams win the Stanley Cup.
It'll be Heaney.
Hear it now.
Thank you.
Watch it play out again in a month and a half or so. We're up to 31 years in a row, I believe it's going to be, maybe 32.
So Kevin, based on the fact that it'll be Heaney, it's probably more likely that
Yes.
you get the scenario.
So you
are
make
you
that
doing
deal,
right now?
right?
He's a big Oklahoma City Thunder fan.
What?
Well, he won't be distracted because the Thunder are on to the second round, and they will have to wait for the Mavs Clippers series to end.
You think he's been distracted most of the season? The Thunder coming down the stretch.
Thunder in the playoffs. I can't focus. All right.
I told him I think it'd be fun if I went up there with him to Oak City to watch a playoff game.
Did he agree?
Yeah, but the schedule would have to work out.
That's true. Now,
He just can't take off.
Gilbert
Hey
Arenas.
guys, I'm going to the Oklahoma City Thunder game. See you tomorrow.
Gilbert Arenas has inspired us to get back into the moral compass.
Oh, is this about his gun?
No.
It's about that time that his computer got thrown in the
No.
pool, and he was like, "I don't know my password to Netflix."
Didn't him
Is
and
it about the
Shaq
time
have
that-
the same woman?
I was going to say,
This
is
is
it
an
about the time that he
engagement ring
jumped
story.
jumped the fence at Nick Young's house?
This is about
No.
the time that he said that the Jokic was the worst MVP in the history of the
How
NBA.
quick did it take for that to look like such an idiotic statement? All right. This is about the engagement ring. And I think I'm on his side with this. In fact, I know I'm on his side with this. Do you get the ring back if the engagement is broken off? I'm not saying, if you get married and all that, it's a different deal. But you get engaged.
Who broke it off?
A person.
Irrelevant.
Nope.
Is it irrelevant?
Oh, no, for my purposes, I say irrelevant. Corey disagrees.
I disagree. Yeah.
Okay. If you were not the one who broke it off, but you did give the ring, do you get it back?
I think if she doesn't give it back, because she's breaking off this relationship, if she doesn't give it back, she is a money grubbing. And I have all these other words to
I
say,
agree.
but
I think 100% if the woman has the ring and says, I don't want to get married anymore, I don't want to be engaged, she needs to give it back. 100% she has to give back the ring because she's the one calling it off. Now, if the man is calling it off, I think that's where we have a debate.
Yeah, all right. I agree.
Because he gave it as a gift, as a promise that we are going to get married. But now he's saying, I don't want to go through this anymore. I think it's a little bit of a tougher discussion to say, and give me back the gift I gave you.
I mean, go either way, because if she's like, well, I just don't want it, like she's like, I don't want this memory of you around on my finger.
This is a hypothetical situation. Let's say that you were engaged to somebody and then they called it off because they wanted to go bang somebody else. And then about 2 months later, they were dropping their son off at your house.
18 years?
18 years? Oh, that's for dang sure. And then they started feeling on their ring finger and said, it feels weird without my ring. Do you think that's not cool?
So this person wanted the ring back?
I guess so.
Or wanted you, the person that gave the ring back?
I think both.
Ah.
And then what if that other person was like, hey, thanks for dropping the kid off and see you later.
Shut the door and just...
Did she marry the other banger?
Nope.
Started banging more people?
That I don't know in this hypothetical situation. All right. So we take you to I honestly don't. I don't know. Gilbert Arenas.
You can ask.
I will not now.
Yeah, hold on. I got a question.
How many people did you bang?
Wait, this is a real person?
No, yeah, I got a real serious question now, Kevin. Can I ask a question on air?
Yeah,
Can I ask a question on air?
Go for it. Go for it.
Brandon's 18.
He's 19.
Well, I'm over 18.
That is correct.
Legally, y'all, the two of you are y'all don't have any real responsibility to him, correct?
You'd really think that, wouldn't you?
All right.
But again, as long as we're talking hypotheticals, could you imagine a hypothetical where perhaps you and your co-parent agreed that you would split car insurance for your kid because car insurance is really expensive?
Boy, tell me about it.
And then you gave a car to your kid and the co-parent said, you really screwed me over by giving him a car. And your response was, how is he going to get to school or back and forth otherwise? And then your co-parent said, we were going to buy a car together. And then your response would be, then how the hell did you get screwed over if you just got saved all this money?
And all you have to do is pay for insurance now. Okay, so...
These hypotheticals are really specific.
So these hypotheticals, Kevin, they never end, is what you're saying. Like
they have to at some point.
Man, let's say, again,
you can never be rid of this person.
Your kid got a half scholarship for their first year in college. And you suggested that, like, maybe you could help this kid out in their first year of college as they make their way. And then the other person says, that's not what my parents did, so I'm not going to help out. And you're like, but you hate your parents. Don't you want better things for your kids than you got? And that person says no. And so...
She hates Brandon.
This is a hypothetical situation,
Mike,
I said, Mike.
It's hypothetical.
She's saying, I want him to hate me, right? I'm just going down the path here.
Could a reasonable person infer that? Maybe. And so you end up paying the vast majority of the leftover part. Hey, we're supposed to be talking about something different.
And in that
Gilbert
vein,
Arenas.
from the 214, they said they broke it off. She kept the ring and sold it. They said they didn't care. Just wish she wouldn't have been ripped off. It was a $7,000 ring, and the pawn shop gave her $700.
Okay, that's an interesting comparison to Gilbert Arenas here, because he is operating on a different level, and I mean that in a good way this time. He was engaged to this gal, Laura. He gave her a $395,000 engagement ring. 8 days later...
That's 3 years salary right there. That's supposed to be, right?
No, I thought it was 2 or 3 months. That feels low otherwise.
$395,000?
That's too much. But
way too much.
8 days later, they broke up. Now, he gave this interview to DJ Vlad, and I would have asked for the audio, but there's a whole lot of swearing. It would be tough to get through it all. And so he's now out this ring, and he wants the ring back. So what does he do? He gets back together with this gal and waits for his opportunity. When she took the ring off, he got a fake copy of it made. It was still pricey, but it's about $10,000. He got a faux copy of this ring without real diamonds and everything made, and swapped out the rings, and then broke up with her.
Wait, he did a ring heist?
Yes, he did.
I love it.
And he
This is a
broke
long
up
play,
with her.
too. Long play. I love it.
Once he got the actual ring back.
Like the day of? Or eventually?
I think so. It was pretty quick after that.
You said once, so I'm going to say that like immediately.
And I believe
Like he made the swap, and then he was like, you know what? It's not working out. I'll
Be
see
gone,
you
you
later.
wench.
Yeah, well.
He returned the other ring or sold it and used the money that he got from that to fight off a court case that his ex-fiance brought when found out that he had switched the rings.
See,
because he posted it on social media.
I would have used that money, Kevin, to help give filtered water to a community in a southern hemisphere country.
That's lovely.
And then I would have been like, I don't have that money because I used it, so you can't sue me. And then I probably would have still
That
gotten
is
sued,
not
but-
how lawsuits work.
To be fair,
It's not how that works.
he did win the lawsuit, didn't he?
What's that?
He did win the lawsuit.
Yes, he did. So if you win the lawsuit, you don't have to worry about it either way.
Yeah, you don't-
Then, you know what? Then you take the leftover money and take it to those communities where you need to get them the healthy
And then you
drinking
tell the
water.
next girl that, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!"
This felt like this segment went off the rails.
And you
That's
didn't
y'all's
help.
fault.
Like you
I don't know. I think it's your fault. The 469 makes a great point. Kevin, this hypothetical you're talking about, you said that you don't need to pay for car insurance. I don't understand how this hypothetical came together.
I definitely believe in paying in car insurance. I think the point to my other point was...
Which point?
You think...
The first one
I
or the
don't
second
know.
point?
I'm going to say the second one.
Okay.
The point is, it's like The Godfather. You think you're out, and then you get pulled back in, and then you have a conversation with your wife, and she brings up the idea of, is it worth it to just pay a little more to not have to talk to this other person or try to reason with them? And you think, that's why I married you. You're a genius.
She is?
My wife is a genius.
She been tested?
Hypothetically. Hypothetically, right?
That sounds so wrong.
I like that.
You just said, has she been tested?
Is she in Mensa? I need to see the car.
Okay, you know what? I don't think
I don't think I've ever been tested to be a genius. I just know I'm not.
Have you ever been around a genius?
I don't think so.
I don't know if I have.
I like Phil Collins.
Like I know I've been around some really smart people. Like there are some
band.
That's Genesis.
That's why I'm not a genius.
Yeah.
It's close.
I knew what you were getting at too. I kind of hate
Corey,
myself
have you been
for
around
that.
a genius?
Never mind, Mike.
Hey, God bless you guys for making us number one. Sometimes I don't totally get it, but I appreciate that you guys love our brand of sports and shenanigans all built
And
together.
speaking of Phil Collins, how about the Alamo?
What?
He has the biggest collection of Alamo stuff.
That's a fact. I learned this from Mike. I didn't know that, and I was
Why?
like, "What?"
So you know that, but you couldn't figure out the name of his band was Genesis. I think you did know that. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You'll never know.
Right here
You're not
on
a genius.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Geniuses know what I'm thinking.
Oh my God. Will the 2024 QB draft class live up to the hype? Plus probably another random Phil Collins fact. Next on The Fan.
For over 85 years, Academy Sports and
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Huskies have it at the Oregon State 32. Empty set as Penix is going to throw on first down. Looking toward the end zone. He has man coverage for Roma Dunze. He's got it. Touchdown, Roma Dunze. Up the left sideline. A Bolitnikov kind of catch. His second touchdown catch of the night.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with something about your beloved Jacksonville Jaguars.
Give it to me.
They cut Zay Jones.
Don't need him.
Well, I've already seen people asking, will the Cowboys pick up Zay Jones?
They should.
I guess I'm not as concerned about the Cowboys' depth at wide receiver, perhaps, as others.
Because you love Brandon Cook still?
I think you put Zay at running back, right?
I don't think there's a track record to suggest that. But
what about Montgomery, who did it for the Green Bay Packers?
I'm not saying it's impossible.
Who is the coach when they put a wide receiver at running back?
It's going to be Mike McCarthy. So now.
Because they had 0 running backs.
Turpin, running back.
I don't have any more information for now, except to say that Michael David Smith of Pro Football Talk is reporting that both the Giants and the Vikings offered the Patriots multiple first-round picks to move up to number 3. We had heard at one point that the Patriots wanted 3 first-round picks. So the report is that the Giants were willing to offer pick 6 and then next year's first. And the Vikings were willing to offer 11, 23, and their first-round pick in 2025 for the number 3 pick and a couple of mid-round picks.
Well, good for the Vikings. So they don't have to use all those picks to get the next Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, because you don't love how that played out.
No, what's interesting to me is if you give us 3 first-round picks, we'll do it. How much does that show that you think Drake May's really great? How many, you'd have to give me, and I still would say no, if you offered me your next 20 first-round picks. If I was Kansas City and you said we are offering you picks of our next first-round picks from 2024 through 2043, I'd say no.
Now, but whenever he was in the draft?
No, I would then say
that's a projection for sure, and that's difficult. So 3, you finally offered me something that I'm willing to move off of this from, if in that instance.
But then they did get offered 3.
Yeah, maybe 4. They needed 5.
Oh, well.
They're going to regret it.
I guess that's why that didn't come together. I guess is the best I can give you right there.
Maybe 10.
All right, let's go from that then to talking about the quarterbacks. The hit rate on an NFL quarterback is 42% if you judge it by making to the second contract the team that drafted them. So do you think, let's say, 3 of the top 6 quarterbacks picked will count as that? Do you think they'll get a second contract with their current team?
Cool, man. The way it's happening,
I think the first 2 will.
Yeah, I think 2 will.
Do you also say the first 2?
I say 2. Yeah.
Okay. The first 2.
When you say second contract,
Yes.
does it count if you give him like a really crappy contract?
I guess technically it does.
Because maybe you get a third from Penix because you're like, look, he's 34, probably has a few more years
He's
left.
not. He's 24. I admit he's older. So is Bo Nix.
Bo Nix bust. Drake May bust. Michael Penix will be okay, but I don't know if that turns out to be a big second contract. But so I guess I think the first 2, I do think Daniels and I do think Caleb Williams will be good enough that they will get the big contract. They will get that $50+ million a year contract when it's their turn.
McCarthy's going to be good in year 1. Interested to see when it becomes more on his plate, what he becomes. But I think that the Patriots have they have to do everything over. You know, like this is like now you got to renovate your kitchen, your bathroom, everything has to be redone here. So it's going to take longer. They might not find the quarterback this quickly.
Do you ever think those people in that situation is like, I should have bought a different house?
So, sometimes I think they went into it knowing like that this house has to be redone completely. That's why they got rid of Belichick. Otherwise, like you're just keeping Belichick around and you're kind of picking up pieces as you go.
Are you excited
for Michael Gallup
about the prospects? We'll talk about Michael Gallup in 1 second. Of Tyron Billy Johnson.
Baby Billy Johnson?
White shoes.
Tyron Johnson, who is 28 years old and last played in the NFL 2 years ago when he caught 1 pass for the Texans. He visited Dallas, and supposedly the Cowboys are interested in picking him up. He has 23 receptions over his career. Like I said, he's 28 years old.
Awesome.
On a scale of 0 to 10, what is your hype level for this potential pickup?
1. 0. I give it 1 just because.
Okay. No comment.
I'll see how things go.
I said 0.
Like, we'll see how things go on the next step, right?
Okay.
I mean, because what if he does walk in here and you're like, the hell just happened? Why is he catching everything?
I don't know. How is he going to play at Top Golf when the Cowboys have practice? They're like, we're done with practice. Let's Top Golf.
By the way, you said you're excited for Michael Gallup. What kind of deal, Mike, do you think Michael Gallup commanded on the open market?
Come to camp and see if you can make a team.
Okay. The Raiders gave him a 1-year contract worth up to $3 million, which is the same deal Zeke can get up to $3 million in his deal. So I don't know if we classify it as that. I haven't seen the guaranteed number on it. It's just 1 year, up to $3 million for the Raiders.
Cowboys like their guys.
Did they not watch him run here?
The Cowboys have more dead money on this deal than Michael Gallup will make.
So that's the frustrating part to you.
Think about it. Zeke, and I know he came back here. Zeke has more dead money on his deal than he can possibly make. Michael Gallup has more dead money on his deal than he can possibly make this season. That is the sign that you did this poorly.
Yes. But you said you have to sign Michael Gallup after he blew out his leg.
I definitely did not say that.
Not a single one of us said that.
Oh. But do you think Stephen Jones 2 to 3 years from now will have a press conference and yell at us when he says who didn't think we should have given Michael Gallup that contract after he blew out his leg?
Probably.
But they are eating this. Like they just made their realization of it too late.
A couple of more draft notes that we didn't get a chance to hit yesterday. The Commanders gave RJ Choppy's hero Sam Hartman $20,000 signing bonus and a $225,000 base salary guarantee for signing up with Washington. And then the Philadelphia Eagles tied an NFL record for most trades in a 7-round draft with 8. They joined the Texans from last year and the Patriots in 2018. They made 5 trades on day 3 alone.
I know who liked that. Michael Parsons.
Oh,
He's a huge Eagles fan.
Yeah, he loves. It was their first round pick that he just absolutely loved, right?
Yeah.
There seems to be some dispute early
He loves
on.
everything the Eagles did. He said, what's the GM's name? He's like, man, he's the best.
Roseman?
Yeah.
There seems to be some dispute about who the favorite is to be the number 1 pick in the upcoming NFL draft.
Cooper Flag.
That is the NBA draft. But yes, I do agree with that. The word yesterday was that it was Shedeur Sanders. Now, other places are coming out and saying, no, it's a tie between Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck. So you're looking at least this early, a 3-person race to be the number 1 pick. But obviously this can completely change.
But how? A good season?
Yeah.
Right.
Or a bad season or an injury.
A guy that you've been kind of like, hey, maybe he's almost there. Yeah.
Any chance that Beck is Rod Beck's son, the closer for the Giants at one point?
I just know he's at Georgia. I don't know his family lineage.
Rod Beck had a very Georgia
beyond
haircut
that.
back in the 90s.
I cannot confirm nor deny that.
I heard he's a loser, baby.
That is just regular Beck.
Do they sing the Wonderwall song?
That is Oasis.
Oh, dang it.
Beck is like an individual. It's not really a band so much.
Oh, that's his name.
Bend it like Beck.
This is Bend It Like Beckham. That is also incorrect.
You got to beckle your shoes.
That is buckle your shoes. What are we even doing?
Velcro, I think.
I could see you as a Velcro shoes person, Mike.
I will be at some point.
What does that mean?
Wait, what's the turning point? What makes you decide it's time for the Velcro
Because
shoes,
it
Mike?
seems like Mike doesn't have the temperament to tie the shoes because he's going to be like, you know what, F you not, and just throw the shoe across the room.
Honestly, I don't. Do they make Velcro shoes?
I'm sure they do.
I don't know if I've gone to Finish Line or Foot Locker recently and gone, where's the Velcro at?
I'm Googling.
When I was a kid, my dad walked out and I was frustrated about something, and he goes, "Hey, what's wrong?" And I said, "I'm just trying to tie my effing shoe, Dad." And I threw it across
They should
the
make
yard.
Velcro
And
shoes
that's
for
exactly what I think Mike would do.
high
got mad
school
at my
kids.
mom
Do you
for
know how
teaching
many
me cuss
timeouts
words.
we take in high school freshman basketball games for kids to retie their shoes?
Ooh, Mike, Skechers got some Velcro shoes. You like Skechers?
If they pay me, I'll like them.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can get like Michael Lorenzen and wear some Vans. Apparently there's some Velcro Vans out there.
Those are cool.
Was that it? That was all
Back
you
to
had?
you, Kevin.
Dude, we pay attention to the clock, bro.
Yeah, man, it's football nuggets. It's huge football time. When are they Top Golfing again? What week is Top Golf
It's
week?
in July or August or something. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers have never been under 500 in the Bruce Bochy era. Will that trend continue throughout the season? Plus, hopefully, we finally have time to talk more about Cole Winn. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a heads up, we will be broadcasting our show from the ballpark on Thursday, leading you into Rangers, which pregame starts at 1 o'clock, all right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's on Thursday. And tomorrow, we're going to have a loaded show. Brian Ray, Will McClay. I'm kind of sad this next one doesn't rhyme. Bruce Bochet, if you want.
Count it. It did. It rhymed. You did it. That's how rappers do it.
That's a good point. I would never want to piss Kendrick Lamar off. Ever.
He makes words rhyme that aren't.
Kendrick Lamar is awesome. I want that stated for the record.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What do you fear more?
Kendrick Lamar?
What would you fear more?
Or Kendrick Perkins?
Kendrick Lamar coming back at you with a diss track or offending the Swifties?
Oh, buddy. There's a right answer here.
And you don't think it's the one I'm about to give, right?
I don't believe so.
I just keep thinking about at the end of, and I know it's just an album. I think it's at the end of Damn, when he's like, you know what, you just lost your life, and then gets shot. And I'm like, man, that I don't feel like, you know what, maybe Taylor Swift fans do bring that intensity. I probably couldn't handle that social media wise.
That's exactly.
I just don't want. I feel like that will dissipate eventually. But that Kendrick Lamar diss track against me, like against Drake, is going to exist forever. And people are going to be able to hear it forever.
And then if you decide to try and come back at him, he's just going to bury you 12 feet under.
No chance in hell I would come back at him for sure. Okay. All right. Rangers. We might also have a Mavericks guest tomorrow,
From the
too.
817, Kendrick Kevin beef would be hilarious.
It would not for me. Yeah, I could see how it'd be hilarious for the masses.
Okay. All right.
But he's like, you think it's hilarious for the masses? You're out there kissing asses. Okay. No, we're not doing this.
He's setting this up.
We're not
Kevin wants
doing
to be a
this.
rapper is what I'm learning right now.
No, we're not. No.
Or at least just being a rap beef once.
As long as it's not against Kendrick Lamar and like probably 16,000 other people. If I got to pick who is it against, maybe. All right. The Rangers, that's my fault, have not been under 500 in the Bochy era. They've been at 500 8 times. And yes, if you're curious, I included the start of both seasons where they were in 0-0.
So 6 times technically.
6 times
in
the run of the season. And unfortunately, early in this season, it has looked like you might be kind of hanging around that for a while. So what I wanted to know is, at least thus far this season, every time the Rangers have been up against it, win. Do you believe that the Rangers will stay at or above 500 the rest of the season?
Yes, but this series has a lot to do with it.
Okay.
If you win this series
against Washington,
if you win 2 out of 3 against Washington, I have a good feeling because, look, I get Oakland is better than I thought because I thought they were going to lose 100-plus games. And at this point, I'll say they'll lose 90 games this year, but not 100. Colorado is going to lose 110 games. And you get Colorado on the road trip coming up. Kansas City's good. But if you can, in Colorado, win all 3.
Yeah.
And if you can take 2 out of 3 to Oakland to even up the series at 3-3.
I think that's a 4-game
It is
series.
a 4 because of the doubleheader. I know I'm doing it. Let's just say you take 3 out of 4 there. Let's just say you win 6 out of 7, which is a lot to ask, even against bad teams. So as long as you play 500 against Washington and Kansas City combined, in those 6 games, you go 3-3 and you don't obviously lose 2 in a row here early, then you get to a point where you have some breathing room.
Corey, what say you? Reggie, are you having discussions with people on the fan text about how I want to avoid this Taylor Swift beef?
Yes.
Okay.
That and William Shakespeare. So
don't forget, all words are made of.
Mm-hmm.
It's that
they are.
That's right. God was like, you do it.
Here's my.
I told Adam.
I like the idea that Mike thinks God should have just handed Adam a dictionary. These are the words that make no more.
You make the names. I'm tired.
I worked 7 days this week. Come on. 6. Oh, yeah, because he
only worked 6.
On the
he only worked 6.
What is this, blasphemy? Back to you, Corey.
Giving some thought to this, Kevin. I think that whenever, like, what's acceptable let below your standard become acceptable, it becomes a problem. Unless you react pretty quickly to extinguish that. Now, the Rangers at this moment, because you're talking about the trend continuing.
Oh, yeah, that's just the fanciest sentence I've ever heard.
Sorry. Well, if you let yourself become go under 500 for too long, then you're like, it's okay.
Yeah.
And if you think it's okay, then it becomes acceptable, and then that's a problem unless you extinguish that quickly.
You're not gonna like my answer.
And I think that there's a chance they dip below it. I don't think it dips too far below it.
Okay, I'm with you then.
And that's because of Bochy. And I don't think him or Chris Young are going to settle for this is okay. I think it's going to be hey man, they're constantly working the problem. They're constantly trying to figure out the solution for it. Now, whether or not they get what they need in order to change that. The other part of it too is something they can't control, and that's health. Health is something that doesn't interfere, I think, or doesn't cross paths to me with ambition and desire and wants. Health is something that you can't control. Josh Young, that's a freak thing that we didn't know was going to happen. Corey Seager's injury was something that spills over from last year. It's your best player. So I don't think that the Rangers, at least those two guys, and Marcus Semien for that matter, and a lot of the players are accepting being not over 500 by 20 games right now. I think they're fighting for it.
I think at some point this season, but I like what Corey was saying there. I think at some point this season you will dip below 500, but I don't think it's going to be like a spiral or anything like that. But I could definitely see an instance where you're 1-2 games below 500 just because you've been kind of treading that water of 500 for a while.
Now, as Rangers fans, I am kind of curious when they start to care again. Because right now, everybody's like, look, I'm showing up. I mean, Mike goes out to the games and he's famous Mike.
Thank you.
So everybody sees him. He's having to talk to even more people than ever before. Or getting to talk to more people.
Conversations all the time.
But so that, like, there's still interest and intrigue, but when will fans go, hey man, this isn't our standard. Like we said it was here. We said we were World Series contenders. When will that happen? Because you, Kevin, and me, and a lot of us have said we want a World Series. It's fine.
I will admit,
but Chris Young said
that's where I'm at.
This is a new complete year. That doesn't matter anymore. So where does that all start to come together and you go on to the next journey?
I think right now you're in euphoria. You just played Cincinnati. You had the NFL draft. You had hockey and basketball playoffs around that series. And it was almost sold out all 3 games against Cincinnati. Not a rival. Most people don't really know who Ellie De La Cruz is. It's not like a team that's recently, it's not the Atlanta Braves. They do have a strong following, but they don't have a strong following where people travel a lot for Cincinnati Reds baseball. So I do think you're in a great place right now, at least with the engagement of you played the Cincinnati Reds on a weekend where you could say a lot of people are paying attention to Friday night, 2nd and 3rd round of the draft. A lot of people are paying attention to the Mavs and Stars, and it didn't matter. You pretty much had a sellout 3 straight nights.
I think I'm in that mode all the way through the All-Star break. And I'm glad that, as Corey said, I'm glad that Chris Young and the team is not. That's why of many, many reasons I can't do what they are capable of doing out there is because
you're saying you can't do what they can.
Yeah. In the baseball instance, yes. In the radio instance, the hell I can't. Bring it on. We can do anything you can do, only better. Now,
did he just look directly into camera?
Yes, he did. When it comes to,
he also said yes, he did instead of I did.
Felt like I was helping. For the Rangers, I think you won the World Series, obviously, and you're hosting the All-Star game. That's why I view this as almost like a victory parade in terms of getting excited about this team, in terms of staying excited. People are already asking, what time should I get there tonight if I want to get the bobblehead?
Oh, which bobblehead is it tonight?
And because sometimes it does depend on that, right?
The other day, it was a trophy. If you weren't there before it opened at 5 p.m., you didn't get one. There were people that were in line at 5 p.m. or at 5:05.
Like they're selling for $150. Right?
Those trophies?
Yeah.
Jeez. I'd never seen anything like it out of all the bobblehead and giveaways, and there's probably been better ones, like probably Chuck Morgan would tell you, no, this one was crazy, but the championship replica trophy, there was 20,000 people in line to get into the building at 5 p.m.
It's Marcus Semien's Silver Slugger tonight, so it's a good one, but it's a really good one. It's not a got to be there at 5. Would you say 5:30, 6?
I would say if you get there at 6, you're out.
Okay. So 5.
Is it 15,000?
Yes, 15,000.
Yeah, you're pushing it at 6. I will say that. Like, you still might, but if you're there anywhere between 5 and 5:30, you should be good. And if I'm wrong, I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Well, and this person right here from the 6A2, I thought 90 minutes early would give me the replica trophy. Nope. So
you had to be there at 4:30 p.m.
So crazy
to get that trophy.
Now, I just wanted to throw that out there as a discussion point to start. Now, can we pivot to Cole Winn?
He's been good.
Yes, he has.
I'm interested in why.
Okay.
Strikes.
Well, sure. I agree.
But why wasn't he throwing strikes before?
I haven't. I think I have an answer to that. He has. I think it was an Evan Grant story in the morning news. He has ditched his changeup. He ditched his changeup for a splitter because he couldn't find the right command.
The pitch at 24.
And yes, and he worked the splitter in the offseason. And in spring training, who did he go to? Nathan Eovaldi and Kirby Yates.
Wow. Wait, I guess after Kirby signed, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Because I'm like, that would have been amazing if he was like working out with Kirby Yates and he's like, I might as well sign with this team.
There was a great
in spring training. in spring training. And you look at, somebody that we look at Rangers pitcher number 1 and somebody who in the bullpen has had an incredible start to the season. Eovaldi has the second best splitter in all of baseball if you just look at run added value.
And he qualifies, right? Because doesn't Yates not qualify because he's a reliever?
Exactly. But if you go on Baseball Savant, he has thrown 72 splitters this season. And
which player are you talking about right now?
Kirby Yates.
Okay, thank you.
And nobody has gotten a hit off.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable with that pitch.
And what's really great about it too, Mike, is it's not just swings and misses on that pitch. I've watched that pitch be strikes in the strike zone that people are just like, I can't swing at that because, God. And they're walking away shaking their head.
I'm going to repeat something I said a few weeks ago, but I'm assuming everybody's not remembering or listening to everything I said. When you go to Cole Winn, because it was when he got called up, and you look at 2021, you look at AA, 78 innings, 38 hits in 78 innings, 97 strikeouts, and I say only, even though this isn't great, it's still good, 26 walks. 97 Ks to 26 walks. And then you go to 121 innings the next year, 123 strikeouts. Fine, it went down a little bit, but then 87 walks.
God,
and then the next year,
many walks.
last year in Round Rock, 101 innings, 114 hits, so now over a hit per inning, 79 walks in 101 innings, 97 strikeouts. So what he's doing now is amazing because the last 2 years, it just all went away from age 21 where he was dominant to age 22 and 23. And now at age 24, it's only 6 innings. It's only 4 games, but man, has he been great in his outings.
Those have been dominant right there because 7 Ks to 1 walk. And that's the biggest thing. We talked about the Jack Leiter too. Like, pay attention to the strikeouts. That's great. Pay attention to the walks. And that's one of the things. So, Corey, when you asked about that, I thought that this article was really interesting. And I know I was running through the stats kind of quickly. So Eovaldi, his splitter league-wide is second per Baseball Savant in terms of run value added. And then Yates, who doesn't qualify for that, has thrown 72 splitters this year, and no one's got a hit off of it yet.
Yeah, and what happens off of a split finger is what you're trying to do is where they call it tunneling is the way that Yates and Eovaldi do it well, and I need to watch more of Cole Winn. He only has 4 appearances.
Watch more.
Is what you do is you tunnel off of the top of the strike zone. So your fastball, a lot of times, especially for Yates and Eovaldi, they're going to throw a 4-seam fastball at the top of the strike zone. And so you're going to have to catch up to that pitch. That is a very tough pitch to catch up to. Then when you throw a split finger, what you're doing is you're starting it at the top of the strike zone with enough spin on it, even though you don't want tons of spin, with enough spin on it that it's not recognizable immediately out of the hand. So what does it look like immediately? It looks like it's a fastball for a strike at the upper part of the zone where they've been throwing Yates and Eovaldi their fastballs. Now this ball, as you start committing to your swing, starts diving down. You're early on your swing, so your timing is off, And now that son of a bee is not staying straight and at the top of the zone. It is dipping down a foot or two at least, either into the bottom of the zone or below the zone. And so that's what makes that pitch really tough. And Evaldi is one of the best, and Yates is watching him more and more at really tunneling that pitch off of a fastball, so you get the commitment of a swing on a pitch that's usually not a strike.
The concept, I don't know when you use this, Mike, but I've seen guys throw, and Evaldi does this sometimes. He'll hit a low outside corner on a left-handed hitter, and then he'll pretty much throw the splitter in the dirt. He's hoping for. So you're kind of, is that situational? You're up in the count there?
No, well, I think it's a great question. It's just that there's so much to it, right? Who the left? Is it Yordan Alvarez, or is
exactly
it a Punch and Judy guy, right? So you look at it and you go, you want things to look similar, but be different. And so if I throw low and away and I want to go to that same location, but I feel like they might timed me on it. Let's say I don't want to throw at the same speed, but I'll go same location, but I'll go now a different timing mechanism. Instead of, let's say, 95, I'm going to go 88. And so now, yes, they see it in the same location, but it's a totally different speed.
Okay.
Not that you can't repeat locations and speeds, but when you do that, you're saying you can't hit this pitch, and I don't even care if you know it. And that's right. Mason Miller.
That's a challenge.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's coming at 103 at the top of the zone. You're finished.
From the 817, Kevin. Mike, I love listening to you talk about pitching and sequencing and then using it in MLB The Show.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
It does help. I gotta tell you, it really does help.
Oh, interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, why getting a lead is more important to the Mavs than a lot of NBA teams. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here.
Reggie's looking at me, Kevin.
105.3 The Fan.
I thought that ad said intimate booty ambience, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Kevin confirmed it's moody, not
Well, first
booty.
of all, you do know what that is.
I love you guys. All right, Kevin, back to you, man.
Let's talk about the Mavericks. I get it. It's important to have a lead in a basketball game. That is just a fundamental information that you're like, hey, would you rather be ahead or behind? Like, let's just go ahead and be ahead.
Ahead, always.
But I think it's particularly important for the Dallas Mavericks. I decided to go back and chart out a couple of things about this Mavericks team.
Before you get to that, can I give you some updates real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Luka has a sprained knee. According to Kidd, is probable, and he did everything during practice.
It hurts really bad when they steal the ball from him.
So that's
when he's driving, not as much.
And then Hardaway had a setback post-practice in their post-practice scrimmage, so he's being evaluated right now. So afterwards, they had kind of like they do this all the time, where they're like, "Hey guys, that don't play a lot, don't have heavy minutes, get out there, do a post-practice scrimmage." They got out there. Hardaway had a setback, so
I wonder if it's just kind of weak and it kind of minorly rolled on him again. I'm just throwing it.
Does that mean out for the series now?
I don't know, because it's probably a pretty weak ankle at this point.
Yeah.
So that's my updates, Kevin.
That is unfortunate.
But good news, probable.
Yeah.
Also good news, you didn't say anything about Gafford.
Nope.
So the kind of concern about after game 2 has seemed to have gone away, and we're playing at night. That's good.
Yes. All right.
No, I agree. And that feeds into what we're going to talk about here. This might not seem like a big deal, but I decided to break down the minutes and efficiency of Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford in both of these games, because it seems, and y'all can dispute this if you think I'm off, but when the Mavericks are trailing, they're more likely to get away from their traditional big lineup. I feel like you saw that in game 4 in terms of the start of the fourth quarter, and everyone's like, what the hell are we doing? Game 2, Lively and Gafford combined for 41 minutes. Game 4, Lively and Gafford combined for 33 minutes. And I realize if this is a longer span, you could be like 8 minutes. Maybe it's not the end of the world. 8 minutes without I guess I'll just argue, a true big out on the court. And you saw how problematic that can be in terms of Harden driving down and Maxi's like, I'm keeping my spot. Now, you could argue the perimeter defense is a problem and letting him just get right through.
And other guys finishing around the rim, right?
Yes.
Then the lob pass is more available. The finishing around the rim, if they kick and it's a drive, then they don't feel as nervous about laying the ball up because we have no rim protection.
And with as close as, especially was it games 3 and 4, or was it 2 and 4 that those games were particularly close?
2 and 4.
2 and 4.
One got blown out.
And
3
then
the Mavs
was like
won
11, 12 minutes. If you think about how close those games were, just think about how much could change in the span of 8 minutes in an NBA game. That's freaking crazy, especially on the defensive end. Now, if you want to go to the offensive end, you could point out that Dallas had 8 alley-oop dunks, which was the most in a playoff game in 20 years. And so it's easier to see how the combination of, I know Gafford got hurt in that game, but Lively in that game got you a lot of alley-oops. But I was focusing more defensively, where the Mavericks have been phenomenal at that rim protection that you talked about. There's some advanced statistics that say they're the best in the league at it. And then offensively, go back to game 3 again, 52 points down low. That is very unusual for a Mavericks team, or at least it was pre-trade deadline. So my argument is for y'all that while every team would like to have the lead, and that's all fine and well, I think it's maybe more important for the Mavericks than most teams because of the personnel changes that they make when they do fall behind.
Yes, and this has been the history of the Mavs. Now, Jason Kidd is the coach now, but Avery Johnson fell into this trap against Golden State in the 1-8 matchup. Now, Don Nelson loved playing Raja Bell, Greg Buckner. Naharat, he is the biggest guy at 6'7". Like, he didn't mind playing 6'4" centers. Like, it's really weird, but that's how Don Nelson was really the first one to see the game as 5 out in the history of basketball.
Good call, Don. We got there eventually.
But I get why Jason Kidd, I get in his press conference why he wanted 5 out, as in spreading the court, making them respect everybody offensively on the 3-point line. They still don't, though. That's the only argument I have to Jason Kidd is they are not respecting Maxi Kleber in the corner. They're not closing out on him. They're obviously not respecting Josh Green. They're not respecting Dante Exum. They're not respecting Derek Jones Jr. that much. They are respecting, obviously, Kyrie, Luka. I would say they're respecting PJ Washington to a point.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think that he's looking at it as a series and not a game, though? In this perspective, I know Maxi's hit one. Like in the last game, he hit 1-3. And the closer you get to the end of this series, the more you have to be like, man, we got to cover everything. And maybe it puts them in a little more of a crunch. Okay.
Because this is, I understand what you're saying. And yes, they do have to see it as a series. And I know this is a different sport, but Bruce Bochy's like, I can't give up a game in the series just to see if this works. Like, I have an opportunity to win here. So I think Jason Kidd was doing what he thought was in the best interest of winning game 4 down the stretch.
In that moment.
I don't think he said, well, let me just see if this works and possibly give up this possible 3-1 series lead.
And I'm convinced, I know teams have come back from 3-1. That series is over. If you fall down 3-1 via
after having a 31,
losing tied for the biggest lead in the history of the playoffs, I think that's a wrap.
That Paul George 3 just kept them alive in this series. And I don't know.
The angle on that's amazing.
And maybe I should just look this up on Vegas Insider or whatever. I wonder who's favored to win this series now.
It's going to be the Mavericks. And the reason why I know it's going to be the Mavericks is because you could just look at game 5 and they've already been installed as 2.5-point favorites.
Wow.
Whether Kawhi plays or not, they'll be the Mavericks will be the favorite in game 6. So it's the Mavs.
Okay.
Like, I'll check the specific numbers.
No, that's,
but the
you're
Mavericks
right. You have to be right. If they're favored for game 5,
the Mavericks
then
are gonna
as
be
of
favored
right
to
now,
win this series.
That would be different, I assume, if the Clippers were to win game 5. That would switch.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. So then the question becomes, and that's all fine and well, it's like, get the lead. How do you get the lead? Kyrie has already stepped out and he talked about how he's hypercritical of his game and how passive he's been in the first quarter, kind of letting the game come to him. And it sounds like, it's not that he's going to throw it all out, but it sounds like you might see a more aggressive first quarter Kyrie tomorrow because you need to get the lead.
That takes away from the fourth, or do you have a problem? Because
no,
that's a factor.
I don't, because then I think you can lean perhaps on your bigs a little bit more as the game goes along.
Okay.
You just can't die by 20 points in the first quarter.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Corey,
keep it close.
Yeah, maybe just keep it close
and
is the key.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing. And I think, I just go back to the Jason Kidd championship season with the Mavericks. They were a team that if you were within a certain range late in the game, you keep it close, and then late in the game we'll make the stops. And the Mavericks showed they could make the stops to get back to that point. But at that point, you're exhausted. Yeah. You've run every possible combination out there that you can, and now you're trying to stay up with a team that's been ahead of you this whole time and just kind of put it in cruise control at some point.
Watching last night, I was flipping between Stars and Denver Nuggets. It's amazing how hard Jokic runs when he knows there's an easy basket.
Yeah.
And I know that maybe it's his knee, but I think it's just Luka's style and he doesn't understand yet, as smart as he is. Dude, to give your knee a little bit of a break, there's maybe more opportunities than you think to get easy baskets. Because I will say this, the Clippers are, I think better half-court defensively, and maybe, Reggie, you can say I'm wrong on this, and I'm not going to disagree with you, than the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think if you get past this series, I'm not saying Oklahoma City is going to be easy to score on. I get Chet Holmgren is a very good off-the-ball blocking threat. I get that they have Lou Dort, who's unbelievable defensively. But, man, have they been physical, and, man, have they made it very difficult in some half-court sets for the Dallas Mavericks. I'm not saying Oklahoma City's bad at defense. They are not. They are good. But I just wonder, does it get a little bit easier if you win this series on half-court basketball? And for the Mavs, man, can you try to get a few more easy baskets if there's the opportunity?
Yeah, I think that you're actually pretty right in that regard, which is interesting because the Clippers, especially when Kawhi has not been on the floor over the course of the season, have not been a great defensive team. But like they do have that physicality and that length that is seeming to give the Mavs some issues at times that I don't think you see with the Thunder. At least they have some length, but the physicality and the strength, I don't necessarily think that they have in the same way. I think you're right in that regard.
And I was trying to look at the revised series odds for the Mavericks. I would guess it's somewhere around plus or minus 160, 175.
Wow, that seems pretty high for the Mavs, doesn't it?
That would be my guess, but I'm still searching out the altered number for that. All right, so not necessarily take the lead in the first quarter, stay close in the first quarter, and you could see a shift in terms of the way you use their bigs. Because if you just look at game 2 and 3, for example, those are the games that the Mavericks won. Game 2, 41 minutes for Lively and Gafford, the most they've played combined during the series. Game 3, you only got 30, but that's because Gafford got hurt, and that was the most minutes Lively had played in a game. So you look at the 2 games that they've won. I'm sure there's a lot of other factors, and the Clippers didn't shoot 50 to 60% from 3. But in one of them, you got the most minutes out of the 2 bigs combined. In the other one, you got the most minutes from Derek Lively all series. I do not think that is just a little part of the story of why the Mavs won those 2 games. I think that's a huge part of the story.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's I'm really happy because I keep seeing more and more stories of this popping up that Tyson Chandler's in Derek Lively's ear right now. Like that, I don't know. Did you have this point of conversation coming up?
Would you like a quote from Derek Lively?
I absolutely would, because I was watching a few minutes ago, and he was working with Derek Lively on stuff around the basket. And Kevin, Mike was like, this guy has no touch around the basket. He's just a defensive rebounder. And you were like, I think you're wrong. And it's turned out both of y'all have been excited about what Derek Lively's done. But I was watching them work together. And this series, he hasn't had that same touch that I've seen throughout the regular season. There have been moments where it looked like he was just pressing and rushing some things. And I was like, maybe he just needs to calm down a little bit. Seeing him working with Tyson Chandler more right now gives me that like confidence that things can calm down a little bit.
And it is crossed the board that Tyson Chandler's helped him out. Because check out this quote. This is Derek Lively talking about, like you said, Tyson Chandler. Words can't even describe how much he's helped me. Being able to know that I got to focus on the court whenever there's so many things going on off the court. He's been able to keep my head on my shoulders, help me stay focused, and he's someone I can go and talk to no matter what the situation is. That leads me to believe that it's about more than just basketball that he's going to talk to.
Yeah.
And Tyson Chandler keeping him focused on the court, especially when, you're talking about somebody who has, the playoffs are hectic, I'm sure, for any human. But Derek Lively's also coming off of an injury and the death of his mom. Like, I can't even fathom how much that is to deal with.
In a way, when you talk about this Tyson Chandler thing, I just wonder how much experience he has. I don't know his like mother-father situation with Tyson Chandler. Obviously, I know Derek Lively's in an unfortunate situation, but that has to be really tough as a mentor who's trying to help him learn how to be a professional. He's a kid. Look, I have a 19-year-old. She's a kid.
Yes.
So they're kids, and they're getting millions of dollars, but Derek Lively's a kid. And to try to help him out through this, to be able to console him, befriend him, mentor him, give him some sort of, in a way, therapy.
Just kind of be there for him, Yeah,
but at the same time, like, hey, this sounds I'm not going to say it the way I was just thinking about it, but hey, you gotta still 100%. You're all in on this. Like at this moment, you can play for your mom. I'm not saying don't do that, and this is probably why.
Or do it.
But
like,
you gotta be in the moment in this pick and roll situation. You gotta know the strengths and weaknesses of Zubac. You gotta know which way you're forcing Paul George in this situation, and which way you're facing James Harden in this situation. And when do you close out on Russell Westbrook, and how do you defend him without fouling him? And so there's just like. There's so much. I give Tyson Chandler and the Dallas Mavericks and Derek Lively, God bless them, just a lot of credit for being able to get what you're getting out of him. Because I don't think as a 20-year-old kid, if my mom would have passed on me in the middle of a season / getting close to the playoffs, and my father wasn't around anymore because he had passed away when I was a child. Like, I don't know if I could mentally handle all this.
I think two things. One, that's part of like trying to help them learn how to use this as a sanctuary, use this as your place to go to. Not just the film, but when you get on that court, you can. Kevin, I was in Lake Texoma with my buddy a long time ago, and this is me talking about me now. And I remember thinking, I'm stressed out about everything that's going on at home right now. And he looked at me and he was like, "We're literally in floats on the water right now. You can't even get to where you are, like where your mental head is right now.
Yeah.
Be here." And so that's that part of like focus. When you're on that court, you can focus there, and it does help you balance things out a little bit too. But Mike, the other part is it's not just Tyson. Lively's talked a lot about how when all this stuff has happened, the team wrapped their arms around him, and we're like, "Look, big man, like we understand you are a kid. We understand not necessarily what you're going through in this time, but we understand that it's our job as a group in a locker room to not just be coworkers, but also be part of that family that can make you feel comfortable too."
Well, I'm proud of him as a Dallas Maverick fan.
Yeah,
how hard he's worked all season, how he's been able to in some way at his age, no matter how old you are, but to be able to be this engaged and the energy that he has. It's going to be a tough game tomorrow. On the road, LA is going to be crazy, and Gafford hasn't handled that environment very well. Derek Lively's handled it actually better than Gafford. Gafford has to figure out how to be a good playoff basketball player on the road tomorrow night, because I think you're going to need 20 minutes from him, 20 minutes from Lively, and I guess you're going to play 8 minutes with no center.
Probably. I mean, the trend of the series would lead you in that direction. By the way, thank you very much from the 469 Bet Online. Mavericks to win the series, -173. So
that's a heavy favorite.
That's in their window. I told you they're favored in Game 5.
Maybe I should be more I'm not saying the Mavericks are going to lose this series. I'm going to still pick it in 6, which would mean obviously they're winning tomorrow night and they're winning the game 6. But I guess I'm just worried because we're not shooting. I say we. The Mavs aren't shooting well. Right. Luka's having a below average series. Kyrie's unbelievable in the second half and having I'd say a solid series.
Yes.
But he hasn't taken over like where you're just like, oh my God. And maybe he has. He has in the fourth quarter. I can't.
But not early in the game.
It's just like the Mavs are tied at 2, and I would say they haven't played their best basketball, really. The basketball that I thought they would play in this series.
I know we're going to transition into Mike Likes It. Can I give you one more quick basketball note?
Yeah.
Did you see about half of the TV package shifting to Amazon?
For basketball?
For basketball.
When is this happening?
For the 2025-26 season. All right? And so it's expected to last 10 years. Here's the thing that I know it riles some people up because we talked about this with Peacock in the wild card game. Regular season and postseason games would be part of Prime Video's package with the possibility of including some conference finals games down the line. Okay. Now, it's going to...
Most people have Amazon because of Amazon Prime and getting free shipping?
I think so.
That's how I had it originally.
I'm not sure the breakdown of all the households and everything, but... So you're looking at a situation where maybe TNT will lose rights if ESPN charges for the other half of the package?
I don't know if this will break down particularly on half and half lines because we've seen basketball have 3 partners. I don't know that they go to 4, but they are locked in with ESPN and now with Amazon. And so I think it'll be interesting. I think the 2 remaining players are NBC and Turner. So you could see inside the NBA go away if NBC indeed gets in on the final parts of the NBA package.
That feels like a no-brainer that whether it's Amazon, whether it's NBC, they would be like, hey, all of y'all come over here to do the post game and everything from TNT, right?
I think it'd be a smart play.
Yeah. All right. Now, Mike Likes It.
So I'm a little bit nervous because I didn't run this by you before the show.
Okay.
Because I'm afraid while I was on the road trip in Detroit and Atlanta, you guys might have covered this.
We did.
I have no idea what you're about to say.
Tell me. Tell me what your guess is. This is going to be interesting.
Bluff. I love it.
I want to see how you present it.
Corey? What's your biggest fear?
Being alone.
Did that give you a hint at all?
No.
So Corey Seager,
Wearing
his
underwear?
fear of failure.
Oh.
Did you guys cover the fear of failure with Corey Seager?
Not really.
Okay, because this is an older
Not the
article,
way you're going to do it.
but it's about Corey Seager and the perfect swing. I remember we talked about the swing and everything like that and how much he puts into it. Because I remember telling you guys, I remember walking by him in Atlanta and he was, they say in a mirror, but he's using his phone. He might use a mirror too, but in that moment he's using his phone and he make sure his posture and, his knee bend and his hand placement and everything is where he needs it to be. And I didn't sit there and watch. I walked by him and got out of his way while he was getting prepared for a game. But I found that very interesting. And that's in part of the article about his perfect swing and his preparation and everything that he does to have one of the beautiful, great, reliable swings in the game. He's having a struggle this year, right? He's not having a good start to the season, and most likely based off of injury and not really having spring training. But in the article, it talks about the fear of failure. And so now that I'm scrolling, I've lost the exact quote that he has, but he says it's the fear of failure that motivates him. It motivates him the most. He's like, even though I have the championships, the MVPs in the NLCS and the World Series 2 times, he's like, the fear of failure motivates me the most. And I was wondering, from your perspective, what motivates you the most, or what fear do you have the most of?
It's on a different level, but I'm actually going to compare this to something that happened. I know a lot of people have wanted to hear, like, hey, what do you think about the freak? What do you think about the freak? My thing is, I don't want anybody to lose their job. I just personally want to be number one. So, I just want to beat other stations across the Metroplex for my own sanity, for obviously a whole lot of other purposes. So I don't want anybody...
Other sports stations?
No, all other stations.
Just indiscriminately. If you're a station, you want to be better.
What if it was a gas station?
Oh, okay. Radio stations. That's a good point. Good point. That's a good point. And so...
QT in your face.
I think...
Exxon.
I think what really drives me is too much hindsight when I fail. You know what I'm saying? Because, if we finish second or something goes wrong, I don't just go, we'll do it again tomorrow. I think very vividly at something both of y'all told me last year at spring training. Our first show at spring training last year, I hated it. We had technical difficulties. There was some other stuff. I walked out of that ballpark. I was so pissed. And you guys were like, well, the good news is you get to do it again tomorrow to try to fix it. But what I also do is what could I have done to fix this or this or this or this? So I 100% feel where Corey Seager's coming from.
And that is baseball, right? You do have to have, Mike, I know your opportunities were different. And as a pitcher, your opportunities every 5 days. But hitters pretty much get to go out there every day and correct whatever went wrong or fail again. Can
I give you this real quick off of it?
Yeah.
I had obviously, like most people who make professional baseball, had never failed in my life at baseball.
Yeah.
I was Dallas Morning News Player of the Year. I was everything. All-American. Guess what? So was everybody else in professional baseball for the most part, right? You had a very successful high school summer league career. You had a very successful college career. That's why somebody has given you money now to play baseball. But my first full season, I went 4-14 with a 5-something ERA. The reason that it was so bad is I couldn't handle failure.
Yeah.
Never done it in my life. That's why right now, for example, I know we're talking about Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford, somewhat in the first time in his life, is struggling at baseball. For the first time ever in Jackson Holliday's life, and it was a short time, because he's back in AAA, and I think he's doing pretty well. But he failed at baseball for the first time in his life. The thing that you are so good at, so successful at, and you kind of love it so much because you dominate everybody in it. And then all of a sudden, there's people as good or better than you at that moment, and you can't figure it out as easy as you figured out playing Grand Prairie or South Lake Carroll or something. And so it is really tough. That fear all of a sudden is maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'm not meant for this. And now you have to battle mentally with those thoughts, which usually will happen to everybody. I'm just assuming, like, I don't know, LeBron James didn't really have to deal with too much. His failure was not winning the championship.
Did you have coaches that tried to reassure you that you were?
No.
See, that's another benefit sometimes. Sometimes you have somebody that you look up to, that you respect their opinion, and they're like, no, you belong here. You just have to figure out how to belong here. You know, like that. And
they pretty much told me I didn't mind me as 1997. I mean, that was a little bit different in mental coaching.
Absolutely.
Like, if you don't figure it out, there's a new draft happening in about a month.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can replace you all. This is professional sports.
Yeah.
We're not here at that point. I think they try to help you out. And if I was a first round pick, yes, I would have been.
It'd be very different.
Babied, but I wasn't. So it's like, you either figure it out or we just release you and we move on to the next player.
Can I guess, is it my turn to share or
yeah.
Being alone? And I think that, man, here we go. Might stem a little bit from the way that my parents got divorced. Because that was a very critical time in me. It was right as I'm graduating high school, right after I graduated high school. And so now I'm on my own. A lot of that kind of happened. So, Adrian and I found our way back together, and I'm not saying I work because I'm afraid she's going to leave me if I don't have a job, but I got to do my part around the house. I got to do my part to make sure that we have something to be proud of. So that is, and it's not like the fear of just going to a black void and just being alone there. It's like this fear of just sitting there and just being like, man, nobody cares. That's something that does kind of sit with me, and that's why I force my kids to love me.
I wonder that's a great force him to love you. I wonder with Corey Seager and his fear of failure, and look, he is unbelievable. He's top 5% of baseball players in the major leagues.
Yeah.
He's going through a struggle right now. He's not hitting the ball the way he wants to. His timing is off. We went through it yesterday. His numbers are down. Even his tough year in 2019, they're below that for a short amount of time. They haven't even played 30 games yet, but I just wonder what his process is always the same. They talk about that in the article on how great he is at keeping the same process every day to make sure he's ready for that game. But the other thing, too, which he's gone through, which is very tough to do, is not berate yourself and beat yourself up because you've had a bad day or had a bad week or had a bad month, because it's never going to get better doing that. But yet our human nature is to say, I suck. And then
that's what
all
I
right,
do.
well then how do I get away from that? Because tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow I have 4 more at bats. And so in this article, it's a very long, good article, but I need to read maybe all of it. I'll be honest, I haven't read all of it because I'm waiting for, like, does Corey Seager explain when he goes through ruts, besides just having that same routine, the same attitude, how he comes to the park different that day, the same that day? I mean, I played with Michael Young. It was amazing. And Michael Young was early in his career. It's 2004. So he's 4 years into his major league career. But I just remember how professional he was. And I'm about the same age as him. And I'm like, dude, he has it figured out. And maybe, behind the scenes he didn't. But obviously he probably did because he was a multi-time All-Star. But I'm like, no matter if he went 4 for 4 yesterday or 0 for 4 yesterday, that's the same dude.
Mm-hmm.
If we won or lost, same dude.
From the 940, I understand exactly what Mike is saying. Once I got rocked in MLB The Show, and I rage quit.
I just started pegging everybody.
All right.
Don't say that.
Well, I did. And then they quit. The game was quit. They made me forfeit the game. The game forfeit.
I was there, Mike. I was playing against you. I remember it was hilarious.
And what he meant was he's throwing the ball.
Yeah, I think he tried to throw it at the dugout at one point. He was like, can I throw it, Nolan
Well,
Ryan?
they'd show the dugout yelling at me, and I'm like, I know. I'm going to keep doing it. Come out here and do something about it.
And they did.
I'm done with this game.
They made him stop.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Delightful. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Man, what Draymond Green said, this is interesting stuff to me. It's interesting drama around the NBA, plus Dave & Buster's, and how the gambling will continue next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports. about to be masterpieced. KNC style. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of notes worthwhile. Chris Harris Jr., the defensive back, is retiring, but probably what you care more about is that Tyronn Lue said Kawhi Leonard is officially out for Game 5. Now, theoretically, that would seem like a good thing.
Why is everybody excited about this?
Undefeated when Kawhi watches the game.
But for the 806, we're officially screwed.
Yeah, man.
Who knows?
Who
knows?
knows?
Lose the first
indeed.
quarter by 742 points.
That's a good point. But yes, Kawhi Leonard out for Game 5. And now we bring you the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks.
I have some audio I want to get to.
Go.
After the Warriors season ended,
Play in.
Jusuf Nurkic.
Okay, sure.
Jusuf Nurkic.
Yeah, there you go.
Posted on his Twitter at Bosnian Beach 27.
I like it.
The very well-known WB That's All, folks. Picture video.
With the frog?
No, just the circle that says That's All, folks. It looks like
Isn't that Looney Tunes?
Yeah, Looney Tunes. My bad.
I mean, they're in the Warner
I was thinking about
Brothers.
WB the station. But
Same
yeah.
thing.
Welcome to the WB.
They're all cartoons. Bart Simpson.
Have thoughts about them. but-
Was your statement they're all cartoons? Okay, fair. I guess.
They're all from Toontown.
All cartoons are cartoons. Is that in reference to Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah.
Like, I might be numb, but I'm not stupid. And then, so that was a shot from Phoenix Suns Jurkic at
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting he's with Phoenix.
the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was with
Portland.
Yeah. So at the Golden
Or in-
State Warriors.
I think did he start off with Denver and he was the higher pick from Jokic and they were
That's
like,
correct.
I think the
I think that
Jokic
is-
guy's
yeah.
gonna be better. And I
There
remember
you
there was
go.
kind of a controversy at the time of like Nurkic, Jokic, who's gonna be better? Denver might have made a mistake. Nope, they didn't.
Because he got drafted during a Taco Bueno commercial.
No.
Okay.
Bueno's better.
They're all tacos.
No, they are. True. You did state a fact. Sorry. Bueno has better tacos.
No. Well,
I mean,
okay.
he did say they are
I agree with
tacos.
you. I'd absolutely agree.
Jack in the Box has tacos, but are they tacos?
Nobody knows what they are. They are pouches of glorious grease.
What?
Yeah, they just stick the whole pouch in the fryer and
Yeah.
it works.
Even the lettuce, dude. They throw the lettuce in there. They don't care.
It's like, here,
Should have lettuce on your taco.
fried it up.
What are you talking about?
There's no need for it.
Yeah, there
That's
is.
cilantro
Your
and
body-
onion.
Yeah, do you like pooping? It helps.
Yeah, if you ate nothing but tacos all day, you can get lettuce or other vegetables from other places besides eating tacos all day.
Yeah, but this way I can just eat it all in one.
Got my
thing.
vegetables.
Yeah, got my iceberg in, so that helps me out later in the day.
That's good.
Yeah, iceberg and all the dietary fiber.
All the water.
All right.
ahead.
So here's Draymond Green clapping back.
Hold on. Wait.
What?
I feel like we need like a 20-second recap of how we got here because we just went off in a whole bunch of different directions. Why are we talking about Nurkic again?
That is the C block.
I
That is
know. I know.
Is the magic
Because
of
he
a C
said
block.
Golden State's done.
Sometimes
Okay.
it goes away, but then
I don't know what you're doing right now.
Nurkic posted the "That's all, folks" when the Warriors were kicked out of the playoffs.
That's all, folks.
And then Draymond Green, after the Suns were eliminated from the playoffs and Anthony Edwards last night, he said all these words.
Unfortunately, that is all, folks. I'm not sure which tweet aged worse. The tweet spoiled fast for Kuz, though. Like, it spoiled fast. And ironically, the tweet may have spoiled even faster from the big softy. Yeah, that is all, folks. So, you got to be really careful when you're not that successful and you try to take jabs at people when you don't play a large enough role in your team's success, when you can't really affect the outcome of the game. Like you can go have 20 rebounds and lose a game. Like when you really don't affect the outcome of the game, it's really tough to take jabs at people because you got a jab and then like you can't affect, what your end result is, and so, yeah, the big softy bowed out.
So I thought that was an interesting approach. Do you think he's right about that part of you shouldn't talk too much smack if you're not one of the big guys on the team?
No.
Okay.
I do think he's right about the other part, though. I have said this forever. That's why you got to be careful with college football Saturday, because it'll come back at you really quickly. Don't you dare tweet anything out about a rival team if your team hasn't played yet. If they're on the bye week, knock yourself out. But if you are going to dog a rival team before your team plays, get ready for that to go back in your face like 50 times. And that's the part that I definitely agree with.
So you always want Texas to play after A&M is won.
Yes.
This is what you need then.
Hell,
every time.
You know what? Let's be honest. I'm just happy A&M won. I don't have time for other things. We've been struggling, so.
I am looking forward to that matchup, though.
Me too.
Is it official the day after Thanksgiving? Is that?
Well, I'm not. I think it is. I'll double check.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to your question, Mike.
All right. It's a long time away, so.
That's true.
And
Probably November.
I just happened to throw out, because Draymond's not, at this point, he's not relevant, right?
Huh.
In a way.
I think he's relevant.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess he's not relevant to these playoffs.
Not these
but
playoffs,
he's
yeah.
probably going to have a pretty big media presence after his career is over. He's kind of already established that that's where he's going.
Do you think he's relevant still, Reggie, in the sense of being able to make an impact for a playoff team?
Playoff team is an interesting question, but like he's still relevant especially when it comes to that team. They needed him greatly. It's one of the reasons why we talk so much about him getting ejected. It's like, dude, that team needs you, man. Why are you bowing out on them?
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know what some of this is? That's a dude who's lower than me, and I'm going to remind him that he's lower than me in stature or status, even if Draymond Green might be slipping in some of that, as he can't necessarily impact scoring, even though he can impact offense. Yeah, that's just I don't even know how much we need to take him at face value. He's just like, hey, dog, y'all lost, and you couldn't do nothing about it. Probably shut your mouth.
Corey, I have a question for you, since this is the C block.
Yeah.
If I told you I would like to read you a headline for the Dallas Morning News that they just emailed with the breaking tag attached to it.
Ooh.
Would you allow me to read
Is
this
it a
headline?
real breaking story, or are you just enamored by the headline?
I am willing to argue for a lot of people in our audience, they will care.
All right. I will allow it.
Per the Dallas Morning News, breaking. Texas can continue requiring age verification for porn websites as ruled by the Supreme Court
of America.
That's a good clarification.
Not the Supreme Court of Texas. The Supreme Court of America refused to block a Texas law requiring age verification.
I like this.
I have a lot of thoughts on that.
I don't want my kids easily watching porn.
I don't disagree with you there. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but that does feel like a state thing, right? More than it is a federal thing.
Yes, I'm not familiar with how it's broken down state by state, but yes, this is a Texas law.
Yeah, and that makes sense, especially considering the state of the Supreme Court. That makes sense.
What?
Nothing.
Carry on.
I'll see how that vote broke down. I have no idea.
Go look at it, Kevin.
Okay.
Go find it out. Do they show that? Is there a website for that?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. You can't go to the website anymore, Corey.
Yeah.
No.
Is that not
I'm
what you
talking
meant?
about for the voting on the Supreme Court. Is there do they show that this one was voted on 4-3? And then also, don't forget about
there's 9 people on the court.
What about those 2 that stepped out because they have? That's city council.
See, and
bad.
This is where I don't like how news stories aren't like sports stories all the time. Because the Dallas Morning News, I don't immediately see where it says by a vote of 7-2. That's the final score. Give me the final score in the first 3 paragraphs.
Yeah, and then the box score. I need more of the box score, and then give me your recap.
There were no dissents. So
Interesting.
It was unanimous.
Like I said, state of the Supreme Court.
I don't know.
Just like I always said.
I don't know if that holds up.
What state is that?
Supremacy.
It's in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
All right.
Excellent.
Kevin, maybe the most important. Now that's
I just
interesting.
told you
That's
the most
interesting.
important
No,
thing.
this might be even more important because we found a loophole, guys. And I first saw this when Reggie retweeted or quote tweeted, and then I saw it again later.
You're welcome.
And that's how, because Reggie said, do they want people fighting in the parking lots? I'm sorry that I stole your hilarious line already.
It's all good.
But I gave you credit.
I was just going to say it after you, so it's cool.
Damn it.
It's efficient.
Dave & Buster's will begin offering loyalty members the ability to bet on its games.
What?
Adults age 18 and older will be able to place real money wagers on arcade games with their friends.
So they can bet money on the Dave & Buster games?
And the technology is expected to be available in the coming months. So, yeah, basically what they're saying is they say they have 5 million loyalty members, which seems like a lot, right?
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, we used to run around at Dave & Buster's all the time. We used to host a bunch of parties there. It was awesome.
I like Dave & Buster's.
222 venues in North America offering everything from bowling to laser tag. Company says 5 million loyalty members, 30 million unique visitors to its locations per year, and the company's stock is up more than 50% since Kevin and I started doing our stuff back in the day there.
What? It feels like they should have kept doing it.
And now they're saying customers
bad
can soon
sentence.
make a friendly $5 wager on a Hot Shots basketball game.
Oh, my God.
A bet on a skee ball competition or another arcade game, and the betting function expected to launch in the next few months will work through the company's app. So you can transfer money. Say you can go to your app. I'm betting it's going to have a little, some sort of button. You push that, and now you both have put $5 on the table, and you get to decide who the winner is afterwards and everything. But can't you already do that? Can't you already be like, $5 says I win this game of skee ball?
Yeah, it's called like Cash App or Venmo.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and now
Man, that's
so
a really
Dave & Buster's
good
is
point.
trying to get in on the game here.
They want their cut.
Is there a cut? Is there like
Yes.
$5 bet? 13 cents goes to the house.
Hey, but there's 5 million of them. That 13 cents piles up really quickly. It's even a bigger version of the scam they try to run in Office Space.
And Superman. Well, that was Superman that they got that from. Superman 3, I believe.
There
Is
you
that
go.
the second time this week that Superman 3's come up on the show?
Or a Superman
Is it-
movie.
Yeah, because I don't know what number it is that I referred to where he's in the swimming pool, the
figure it
indoor
out.
swimming pool.
We also mentioned Henry Cavill last week, right?
That is
Gene
true.
Hackman
That's
was
not my
Lex Luthor.
Superman. Was part 4 the one that Richard Pryor was in? The Quest for Peace?
I don't know.
Okay.
But that being said, Kevin, now will you go get your gambling fix in at Dave & Buster's? But here's the other thing, too. Now it's all on you to succeed. Or I guess you can bet on your friend. Maybe your friend's a really great skee ball player. And
Yeah,
you're
see-
like, no, I'm betting on him. Oh, man.
I want to know if you can short the market. I want to know if I can walk up to that hot shot and I see like 2 to 4 people just bricking it. And I'm like, hey, can I bet against all of these
Kevin,
people?
this is crazy degeneracy. There's people going on dates next to you. There's children having birthday parties.
Mm-hmm.
This is too much.
Dude,
You're trying to short bets at the hot shot machine?
Here's what I'm concerned about, Reggie. I see what you're saying about people that are using their date night and children are there and everything. It's going to look like a cockfighting ring in there.
That's right.
Good Lord. Why did you say it like that?
It really was a way
you
too strong
imagine
emphasis
in
on
the
that
back
word.
room if that's what they had at Dave & Buster's?
My God. Hey, you can play hot shot and back there. We have the cockfights.
Yeah.
Like, what a weird sentence. Or you want some jalapeno poppers?
Look, the way our world's going, it could happen.
What is happening in this segment, Corey?
Nachos are on the way.
That's actually not Corey's fault. That's Dave & Buster's fault.
Yeah, man.
a
Dave
good
& Buster's
point.
is setting up. I'm terrified. But as Reggie said, parking lots, they're going to have some more security out there. Because those parking lots could get really seriously violent.
Man, I
At a Dave & Buster's.
really want to see how this plays out. I understand all the
Go to Dave &
pitfalls
Buster's.
that comes along with this. By the way, can I ask you one more thing? Do you think this is a loser quote right here? This is from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. This is a real tweet that she put out. Tough season, but at least we won the in-season tournament. Proud of our team at Lakers.
I forgot about that. I love LA.
They still have a team in the tournament right now.
I know. She's still the mayor of that same city.
I know. They only love the Lakers.
They don't care about the Clippers at
Magic
all.
Johnson tweeted something earlier about like how they're all in trouble, like they're all in a bunch of trouble, and then the tweet just disappeared. And I want to know what else he had to say about that. Because he was saying this team has Wembanyama, and we're all screwed.
It eventually disappeared, but not before TMZ spoke with Magic Johnson. He said the Lakers are in serious trouble because we need better players. So
technically correct.
If you can work on that, Corey.
From the 817.
When they had Magic, they did a heck of a job of that.
True.
From the 817, have y'all never been to Peter Piper Pizza? They just sanctioned child gambling, and I almost got into a fight with a 9-year-old there.
What?
I don't know.
They
Hopefully,
have bumper cars near the Peter Piper Pizza where we go to.
Really? Oh,
and my kids have always gotten sick. Now they don't go there anymore. But when they are little, I think there's a lot of bacteria in those balls. The ball pit.
God darn.
That's what my wife believes. She's a pediatrician.
That's true.
And
I don't
Reggie,
think he's wrong.
You're right. As I set up this segment and prepare it every day, I do think about the space that needs to be had for the free wheeling of Kevin, Mike, and yourself. Because it's glorious to watch and hear at the same time.
I haven't come up with anything yet, but I did type in Peter Piper Pizza kids gambling to see if I could find anything more out about that.
I love LA.
I haven't seen anything.
Glad they lost.
Just quite.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
If you're an LA Lakers fan, don't worry. You can switch teams. You've done it 17 times in your life.
Also, Kevin, before we go, I have a
What? There's
pain
more?
underneath my right side of my rib cage, and I went to Google it. It said it could be muscle strain or
Appendicitis?
bruised or broken ribs.
Oh.
But there are conditions that link to heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and even skin. And then down a little further, Kevin, it said that I could have very big problems with my diaphragm and intercostal muscles between my ribs. So I'm going to go see a doctor.
Yeah, I definitely think you should after we heard all that. I want you to
Or
go.
just let it fly.
No, I want you to go and say, hey, I think I have a problem with my intercostal muscle. And just to see what the doctor says, like, you've been on the internet. They're like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's not elbow cancer, dummy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is this too much? Or did Roger Goodell just propose the perfect NFL schedule? Next, right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to, did Roger Goodell just unveil the perfect NFL schedule? Got a couple of other notes for you. Did you see that Nico Harrison finished 5th in the Basketball Executive of the Year voting?
Good for him. Like, that's warranted. Where the Mavericks were at the end of last year,
yes,
to where they finished a 50-win team, that was a heck of a job by him.
Brad Stevens was the winner from the Celtics. Sam Presti from the Thunder was second, and Tim Connolly was third from the Timberwolves.
Okay,
and Nico
very fair
was 5th.
I wonder.
Leon Rose for the Knicks was 4th.
For Nico to win, they'd have to get the 1 seed next year.
Yeah, I could see that because that's reflected in top. All the other ones were top 2 or 3 seeds.
Okay, and I don't know what. I mean, the team in a weird way is getting close to being complete.
Yeah,
like if you make one more small adjustment and get a really good 3-point shooter to go along with this, at that point it's on Luka, Kyrie to win a championship.
And then I don't know if it was the new rules that came out or the regulations or anything like that, but Jake Paul has opened up as a smaller favorite over Mike Tyson than I would have guessed. The Las Vegas Superbook has Jake Paul as a minus 150 and Tyson as a minus 180, excuse me. A Mike Tyson as a plus 150. That fight will be in Arlington in case you're interested. Now, let's talk about Roger Goodell. I know a lot of people don't like Roger Goodell.
Why?
Because I think he's power hungry is probably the number one reason, right?
When I saw him in the first round, I just thought none of these players will even come close to making the amount of money that he makes every year. Like he's making, isn't he making? Is he
$40 million a year?
Okay, I thought it was like
So Dak-
low 50s.
Dak will.
I
don't think he will though. Over the he's been the commissioner for how long? Like he's going to make $1 billion at least, if not more.
It's going to be a lot. I don't know like the trajectory of when his salary got that high, but he's going to make a ton of money. I want to say that I think if this comes to pass, he will have earned it. Specifically, Roger Goodell said that he is embracing an 18-game regular season with only 2 postseason games. Or two preseason games. Now, we talked about this a lot with Jerry, where the owners try to attack it from the point of view of it's a 20-game season, because obviously that's how they're worried about selling their season tickets and everything like that. So when you had 16 regular season games and 4 preseason, then you went to 17, dropped it down to 3 preseason. 18, and you drop it down to 2 preseason games. First of all, I like that. I realize it's more complicated than what a fan thinks. But after that, adding another regular season game, and we talked about this a couple of years ago, would theoretically result in a second bye being added to the schedule.
Yep. How do you sell a bye, you know?
Oh, I'm going to sell it in just a second. Well, consider this. If the preseason starts at the same time, you would have to start the regular season a week earlier. That means the regular season would start on Labor Day weekend. But perhaps more importantly, it means the season would end and the Super Bowl would be on Sunday night of President's Day weekend. Not everybody gets that Monday off, but for a lot of places, that is a holiday.
Well,
that
we just
next
have to move
Monday.
President's Weekend.
I mean,
Just move it.
But we haven't done that yet.
I mean, how would the country change its entire schedule?
Yes.
For the NFL.
Because I don't think people actually care about what a lot of holidays like represent, as long as you're like, I get the day
Do I
off.
get the day off?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
So like now you get the day off just that Monday, a Monday sooner.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really interested in this because you would start the NFL season on Labor Day weekend, holiday weekend. You would finish the NFL season on President's Day weekend. A lot of people could take advantage of, hey, the day after the Super Bowl should be a vacation day anyway. For a lot of people, that would come to pass. What do you guys think before we would move on from
I like it.
to the next part?
Let's make it happen.
It's going to be easy. The players just say, just give us one less day of practice.
Actually, Kevin, to
or
go
just
along
say,
with this,
hey, we'll just say yes because they'll put a deadline on it. Say yes, or if you don't, bad things could happen. And like, yes, we said yes, don't do it to us.
I actually, can we do this? Instead of saying, let's move President's Day weekend, why don't we just add another holiday like that?
Like Vice President's Day's weekend?
I like that. What? Why is that gross?
Vice President's Day, because modern vice president has little to no power.
I thought we just got done talking about how we just need a day off.
Yeah,
it doesn't
dude,
matter
we're
what we
just
call it.
trying to come up with a day, man.
We could come up with a better cause than Vice President's Day.
Super Bowl Recovery Day.
I think that's more legitimate than
What?
Vice President's Day.
You didn't even put any effort
For the
into
vice
it.
presidents.
Thank you, Corey.
Well, then you don't get it, and neither do I, because we weren't vice president.
I was in student council
Mm-hmm.
in elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
You had an elementary school student council?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's unnecessary.
I lost president to the guy who said no homework to everybody. I was like, you're an idiot. You can't do that. And then he got pinned up against the wall outside at lunch one day because everybody was like, where's my no homework? And he was like, I can't fix that, guys. And they were like, well, we got to beat you up for it.
DISD.
Yep. That's the way it happened, dude. Nobody wanted homework.
Now, you brought this up, and you said the NFL players will give in. Initially, they were against the 17-game schedule, but when it all came down and got passed, players voted 51.5% in favor. So I actually think Mike is right. If you give them some, I don't know, little side something.
They're not very strong. They're not very strong in their negotiations with the NFL.
That is very true. I think that you can get this passed. Now, somebody brought up, usually only government employees get President's Day off. You could use that as a springboard. You're like, hey, this is an important day to me, so I'm going to go ahead and take President's Day off.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
And then the NFL could just fall in line with it. And then for the 318, why not instead they just have a Super Bowl on a Saturday? I
already have Saturday off.
We
already have Sunday off. I want Monday off, all right?
For your recovery.
For recovery from the Super Bowl. Super Bowl recovery day for vice presidents.
And I get it. We've talked about that. No, we've talked about that for a really long time, but for whatever reason, the NFL does not seem inclined to want to do that. Now, in addition to that, Goodell talked about expanding the number of international games. He says he envisions as many as 16 regular season games being played abroad within the next decade, like per year, not 16 happening over the next 10 years. Like in the span of the next 10 years, 16 games being played abroad, which would mean theoretically every NFL team could participate. I'm not saying it would absolutely happen like that, but that is an interesting note. And he said they're going to look to add, they're adding Brazil this year and adding Spain next year to the list.
I do have a question about that. Do you think, because there was a story I was going to do in C Block that I was holding on to, but this is a good conversation. The NFL, in addition to traditional scouting, the NFL found talent in other ways, and it has been continuing to do that. Canadian Football League, 2 Canadian universities, 1 from the International Pathway Program. And we've seen the International Pathway Program here.
Nigeria, Senegal, all kinds of different places.
I know a lot of people have been very focused on the concept of the NFL existing other places, other countries, but how much of the influence do you think it actually is starting to have in playing the game in other countries and being able to find that talent to bring here, and then maybe eventually it continuing to grow in that manner? But it does look like those pathways have been opened up a lot more.
And I think it's a very basic idea of, not what you said, just it's a basic idea of how do you get more people involved. And that's one of the things the NFL talked about and why they've given incentives for not only minority head coaches, but coordinators, general managers, and everything like that. That's what feeds into who's your head coach? Probably a coordinator. I realize there's other ways you can go, probably a coordinator. So that's the next point. If you want people to care about the sport in the country, what should you do? Probably have people's kids playing.
Yeah.
You know, like how many people got more involved in baseball or basketball or whatever? Because
Tolos, make your kids listen to the station. That's the best way.
Is a good idea.
If you have kids. Otherwise, nieces, nephews, little brothers, whatever.
But I'm sure a lot of people were like, hey, I want to be like this baseball player because I play baseball. And I'm projecting I could be like this person.
I forgot to tell you about this.
Oh, no.
When I was on my trip with the Rangers, I got asked if I would like to possibly be the pitching coach of the Polish team. They're going to try to qualify for the
World Baseball Classic?
Yes.
Dude, all
Now-
the Tolos know that you're the best sequencer in the world. They use it on MLB The Show.
So it doesn't mean I am, but they're just like, are you interested?
Did you tell them hell yeah?
Well, I mean, I didn't want to cuss.
Did you say heck yeah?
Yes,
It would be.
I am. Yeah,
Did
but
you-
I'm going to kind of see. It's 2 years from now.
the first time you're telling us this?
I totally forgot.
And who did you talk to? Was it like the Minister of
Bochy.
Polish
I
Sports?
talked to JP Morosi, and then he got me in contact with the leaders of the Polish baseball organization that's trying to get together a Polish team for the World Baseball Classic.
Okay, first off, in my mind, it was Bochy, and he was like, Mike, I've been giving a lot of thought to becoming the guy from
Bochy's
Poland.
Polish.
Because after a while, he's just been giving it thought.
But he
And
gives
then-
things thought.
And then he was like, in all those interviews he does with us each week, he's like, you actually ask good questions. You know what you're talking about. I'm going to talk to you about Poland.
I'm like that guy, Kevin.
Yeah, but now that we know how it all happened, I'm still shocked that you didn't tell us this earlier.
They asked me if I speak Polish, and I said no, and I was hoping that was Polish. Because it is in other languages, and so I was just hoping. I was like, maybe they'll buy it. No, but no, I might need to start learning. I might need to start trying to
Ask
figure
for a
out
translator.
basic terms.
What's that say
But
on
I
your
do think that
translator?
they would
Don't
want
give him your
people like
account
me
details. though.
20 years ago to be on the team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they would have obviously people from, I guess that area, that region, which I need to learn a lot
Poland?
more about. Yeah, but also I don't know if it's just that area. Does that make sense? Like sometimes you get kind of more of a region than just a country.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got what you're saying. Like you don't have to be from Warsaw or anything like that.
Yeah.
Man, I think you can learn a pretty good amount of Polish in the next 2 years. I'm excited about this.
It's not official, but they're just.
Hey, not with that mindset.
Yeah, man. What are you
Act
doing
for
here?
the job you want.
Yeah.
Dress for the job you want.
If
Learn
you fail
Polish.
to prepare, then you prepare to fail.
Yeah, for the job you want.
I have to start dressing Polish.
I think so. And eating Polish. You got to eat
Google
Polish
that. I don't even
food.
know how to dress Polish.
Okay, well, glad we can.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at most of the names of these cities, and I can't pronounce them, even looking at them. So good luck, Mike. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Do you prefer
Lublin.
international Mike or internationally famous Mike going forward?
I mean, either one is a good thing to put on his business card.
What if
Have
I do it
sewn
like
inside in
MLB
your
The
suit.
Show, and I'm like, well, your shortstop missed the pop up, which he shouldn't have. Just peg the next guy. It's
Again.
but I won't do that. I'll try and tell your best to get the next guy out. Okay?
Bally says Mike doesn't have enough vacation hours to take that job. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It'd be in the off
It's in
season.
the off season.
It's
Yeah,
in
he's gonna be
February,
fine.
March.
Dude,
There's no off season.
I have thoughts because I want you to correspond with us on this, but I know it's going to cost us. So
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh man, that's a great point. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, what a bombshell at the end of that
I forgot
segment.
to tell you guys this.
Now look, from now on, whenever you come back from a trip, if someone internationally offered you a job, start with that.
Kevin, show trip, dude.
Oh hell
Show
yeah!
trip. We get to go to Poland.
I want to go to Poland.
Watch baseball.
Okay.
Think you want to take the walk there?
I wonder if they have. This is a serious question. Like, how many baseball fields do they have?
I don't know.
Feels like you should be researching this, not asking us.
Yeah.
Coming up next,
baseballfieldsinpoland.com.
That can't be a website. Let's
Clearly
chit
.net.
chat with those fellas from the G-Bag
There's
Nation.
a story. There's a news story. New baseball field opens in Rocklaw.
105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the DFW double header. Brett Severn will join us at 9:20.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. I love the energy that you've been bringing these last couple of crosstalks. Now, we were talking about the NBA playoffs in a more broad sense. Like, I know obviously we're all focused on Mavericks-Clippers. Is there anything from OKC dominance to the Lakers being done to Brunson stepping up or whatever that has kind of surprised you, or that you feel like I learned something new in this NBA playoff run?
Man, no. I guess the entertainment factor, I think, is just off the charts good right now. You know, I think that's one of my main takeaways. The Timberwolves show is, pretty awesome with Edwards. I can't wait to see OKC be battle tested. I was chatting with a Thunder fan last night, and I'm bored to tears watching them play. I think their playing style is annoying at best. It lacks creativity and imagination, but they have like 6 players that can absolutely cook you. And just watching them take turns go one-on-one, I think is, not my basketball utopia, if you will, but it can be really damn effective. So I think OKC dominance is great. Jalen Brunson, still when I watch him, I think, there's a guy who's going to get about 8 minutes tonight and his coach is going to bench him. When he's walking out on the court, I'm like, how is this guy a superstar?
And yet here we are.
Man, you just give him time, and I love it because I think that's what you want to coach. That's what you want to show kids. Like, it's not exactly what physical gifts you're born with, but how relentless you are in your pursuit of finding ways to get the job done, even when the deck is stacked against you. And I say that with, I don't want to offend Jalen Brunson. I'm just impressed that he's made such a superstar career out of. It took him 4 years to even be a second-round pick.
Wow.
He was getting benched, a year before his breakout with the Mavs. So it's just incredible, the different paths you can take to greatness like that.
Yeah, his is one of the most unique for sure. I think for me, I'm wondering, how did I underestimate the Timberwolves? And I know the Suns are an extremely flawed roster and team, and everything's imploded. But that's what I'm saying. They were dominating victories. And so a young team like that, you never really trust him. Gobert usually gets played off the floor, but it seems like he's a bit of a different version of himself, and they seem like they might be a real threat here to Denver. And so I just want to see, okay, was that the Phoenix Suns just imploding here and they took advantage of it, or are they about to go toe-to-toe here 6 or 7 games with Denver?
Does Kevin Durant want out? Will that be an off-season story? He's always kind of in these situations, said, I'm done. He's getting close to 40 at this point. Phoenix can't compete in the Western Conference.
Look, the odds are already out there. If you're interested, I know some folks have said OKC. They're second on the list behind Miami.
That's what McMahon was referencing today with Sean and RJ. He was like, I don't expect KD to finish his career in Phoenix. If it's not this summer, so maybe the deadline or something like that, but sort of imminently he's going to be out. And OKC was the first team that he sort of tossed out there. I was like, oh my goodness.
Their only way out is to trade him and Booker. I mean, they're just done as an organization if they try to play this out. But I think one thing I learned is KD is more washed up than I thought he was.
Okay, then let me ask you something with that in mind. As the years have gone along, has he faded in terms of his all-time standing? I'm not disputing that he's going to be a great all-time player, but there was discussion about, he's top 15, top 18, whatever. As you see it go along and more attempts for super teams and more failures and now getting swept out in the first round, does he start to fall down the list? Because I think you're really close to seeing Jokic just scream past him, and nobody would have guessed that 5 years ago, not even close.
He doesn't have a team fan base. That will always hurt you in the history of the sport if no team accepts you as theirs. Golden State doesn't see Kevin Durant as theirs. It's great they won 2 championships with them. Oklahoma City comes close, but they're like, he kind of screwed us over a little bit. And
go back to OKC and win one. And
so that's, I think, the tough thing. Is he better than Dirk? I think there's an argument to say, yes, Kevin Durant was better than Dirk, but Dirk has Dallas forever. Sure. Kevin Durant has no city behind him, no organization behind him, as he's ours.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I don't think that he's about what I always thought he was, and that's one of the best scorers in the history of the game. But in terms of the all-time greats, like I would never have put Kevin Durant in a top 10 conversation personally. I mean, so I don't think that it's changed the way that I personally have viewed him. For those that would have maybe tried to argue he was a top 10 player, that argument is dead, in my opinion, because you're right. Like a Nikola Jokic,
I think top 20 is going to be dead.
Maybe. I think that there still is a debate to be made about Kevin Durant. In his heyday, I think he was fantastic. But, I mean, I think that some people, the second he left OKC, when you were up 3-1 in that series, then you go join the team that beat you in Golden State, and now you win championships. I think people were soured on KD then, and their opinion forever was never going to be changed.
I didn't know that Joel Embiid was a bad fourth quarter player.
Do you give him any break because of the Bell's palsy in this series particularly?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm just kind of, to me, I didn't, he's kind of a, I understand what that is.
You've only had it once, right?
Yeah, I've had it once. But I didn't feel like that, to me, that I didn't know that about him.
You know who else has really been pulling him down, and I love him. He was on the show. Tyrese Maxey has struggled hard in some of these fourth quarters.
No.
You can look at the massive comeback that the Knicks had in game 2, and then the last game where Maxey, I think, was like, 0 for 8 or something down the stretch. It was something really bad. He's awesome. He's from South Carolina.
But that's a team.
He's struggled too.
But there was a team that was when Embiid came back that they had won a bunch of games.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking about them. Watch.
You don't want to see them in the first round.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now it's like a team that just looks totally falling apart.
Could it be the jersey? Is there something about you're just wearing that Philadelphia 76ers jersey and naturally you're just going to poop your pants in those situations because that organization always seems to do so.
Wouldn't you argue that wouldn't be the case against the Knicks, which in more recent history is probably not known as...
Jalen Brunson is a slump buster.
He is.
He transcends the pooping of the pants in a way that Joel Embiid never could.
Instead, they might just urinate the pants when they get into the conference finals against Boston.
Trying really hard to not point out that Micah Parsons is a 76ers fan. You know?
Thank you for not.
And an Eagles fan, man. He loves what they do as an organization.
Had a banger draft, man.
I know.
Across the board.
Thanks. I showed deference there. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I think he missed your home run derby here recently. That's the first time for him.
It's tough. It's a tough time for my guy. But I'm sure he's going to dominate again next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's that?
In the regular season. Micah Parsons.
In the regular season. I mean, look, poor Zion. He was healthy for a whole season for the first time, going off in the play-in, and then he got hurt, and they're like, we're done.
The only lottery player from that 2009 draft that hasn't played in a playoff game. 2019.
That is
played
crazy.
in a playoff game.
Sad.
Wow. It's a nice turnaround for those guys.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that's the guy? He's like, he'll never do anything. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We're going to talk with one of the best relievers in Major League Baseball. Kirby Yates is going to join us coming up at 2:20 for the Player Show.
I have a question that I would like you to perhaps ask Kirby Yates. So
Fire away.
I'm looking forward to that. No, about Cole Winn.
About growing up in Hawaii?
Okay, well, it sounds like they have lots of other
About his
ideas
brother
as well.
Tyler.
He was Mike's roommate, remember?
Yes,
that guy.
I know. That was like the first thing you said to him at spring training. And then it looked like y'all just dunked on his brother for like 8 minutes just hanging out.
Yeah, he's our buddy.
Hey, we're home.
They were
He's our
teammates.
buddy. With the G-Bag Nation, we've been the KNC Masterpiece.
Shower
Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a good day. What do you think the chances are Wolchuk heard what I said right there, Broadus?
He looked at you kind of like blankly.
Yeah, sure.
And then it was.
I know what it is. It's email a certain somebody, something that you've recorded.
There you go.
I got it. I'm doing better when it comes to the multitasking. I used to be, well, there are times where I'm still terrible at it, but I do think now having a child has made me just have to naturally get better at it. I'm having to do multiple things at once.
While probably fatigued.
Yeah,
you know,
probably a little something there.
Yeah, I mean, you're really tapping into some superhuman strength over there, Wolchuk. That's dad strength for the first time in your life. Freaking flex on it, my boy.
Dude, you should have seen his T-level charts the other day.
God,
oh my gosh, through the roof.
Honestly, I probably should go get some shots.
Trying to figure out a way to get those T-levels down for the Wooly Bully.
Well, it's been an exciting passage of time since we last broadcasted with you. Let's talk about it. There's Brian Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You have Lucius Alexander, the pimp cup over there, Master Control. Wolchuk and Shia followed here, your Nosebleed brothers. And got Carter Freeman, of course, coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. What a game last night for hockey fans there. To get the win and to hang on like they did. I mean, an absolute nail-biter there in the end as you go down to 4 men. But felt like you were the better team once again. And I'm getting pretty close to having to eat crow on this one.
Man, you and me both.
Yeah.
I mean, the Stars certainly, I think 3 out of the 4 games of this series have been the better team. You could probably say for like 3.5 of the 4 games have been the better team. The thing is, it's like you get into those final 2 minutes, and until Rupe gets the block and then gets an empty net goal, I'm still thinking to myself, holy crap, clinched moment here. Are they about to give up a goal and we're going to go to overtime? Because Vegas has still been so good at capitalizing on any type of small error. But the Stars got some puck luck go their way last night, finally. I mean, how many times are you going to see you shoot sideways, kind of parallel to the goal here, and we're going to find a way to get this doink off a face mask and in. So we'll take that, but that's the thing. Stars just need to be more aggressive and shoot more. I still think there's times where it's like you're holding, here's a pass, there's a pass. Just let it rip. You never know what kind of bounce, or how about the rebound opportunities? Vegas was able to cash in on a rebound opportunity. Honor makes a great save, then the puck spits out right in front of the crease. They bang it home. I think the Stars still need to get their shots up.
Absolutely, and that was a part of the approach last night. But, I felt like it's been a commitment to the defensive end that's been getting the job done. To win only giving up 2, that's playoff hockey at its best, and that's what we felt like we were getting this time around compared to last year, was a better defense and an Ottinger who was more on fire than he was last year. But what Rupe did is just legendary. I thought for a second maybe he'd suffered a broken bone or something and still managed to pop up and fire that thing in. He was just, it was all toughness to get the job done. And when you can't celebrate a goal of that magnitude, you knew that thing had to hurt bad.
Yeah, dude, these guys are ridiculous. The physicality of this series just continues to just crank up in that third period. All those blocks that they had, just no, we're not going to let you do this to us right now. And it was just cool to see that the way that they've responded in this series has just been ridiculous. And my favorite, for me, my favorite part of the game was in that first period when you get the redemption shot on McNabb immediately from Jamie Benn. But these have been bone-crushing hits across the board, and it has been. I guess this has been the best series in the first round. We're dealing with it on both sides right now with the Mavs and Clippers, and then this series, and these games, unlike the Mavs games, you've had a couple of blowouts or whatever, but these are nail biter, grinded out to the end, high stress games, dude.
Well, and that's how it was in the postseason last year against this team. The margin for error is so small, but this is the only series that's 2-2. You could have 3 series end tonight in the first round with the games that are going to go on in the West. they could go 4-1. So you could be the only team playing in the Western Conference after tonight, depending on how these things go. But yeah, Jamie Benn setting the tone. 30 seconds into that game, you get your line mate absolutely drilled in the corner. The captain comes in and says, not on my watch. And that goes ahead and quiets the crowd down, too.
I don't know what's going on here with the home and the road ice advantage here. It's crazy. It's starting to feel like Rangers Astros, Brian.
Yeah, it is. Man, that the Fortress is a tough place to play, as they like to say. And so, for the Stars to go in there with so much on the line, it just shows you how resilient that team really is. And I man, trust me, I'm wearing a Stars hat today. I didn't think that they were going to beat Vegas 4 times. I mean, it's still a series. It's 2-2 now, best of 3, really. But they've shown up where there were some things that you didn't like on home ice, but they were able to take it on the road, make some adjustment. Pete DeBoer, he shuffled up the lineups a little bit, and made it, and that made a difference. And all of a sudden, the Stars just kind of, they played one of the best prevent defenses you could play last night. It was get the puck, lob it out, get the puck, lob it out, and just try and hang on there. But, great job by them to be able to do that. Great job to get the empty netter too. When there's those last, minute, 20 seconds, it's just such chaos there.
Yeah.
And you hope that you catch a break where all of a sudden the puck ends up on your tape and then it's down at the other end in the goal. That I didn't feel good about it until that puck crossed that line to make it 4-2.
No, I didn't either. Especially when it's 6-on-4 essentially.
Yeah.
They're really being tested there, just trying to crowd the middle as much as possible and protect the goal.
Yeah.
And I didn't think they were going to be able to pull that off, but it's I think a testament to them, what they did in the second period, being able to get that lead and being able to play that style in the third period and just, commit to frustrating Las Vegas and making them earn every single chance they were going to get. And it paid off. After the first game, I felt, like, hey, Vegas has won now 8 of 10 against the Stars.
Yeah.
So I flip-flopped on you. And after game 2, I was even more convinced that I was right, and a lot of people joined me actually in flip-flopping and saying, oh, man, it does look like the Knights are going to win this thing. But after these next 2, I don't know. The road team has looked more poised and comfortable. The home team has been rushed. They have been out of position and having to fight in what kind of looks like just trying to keep their head above water. So it's something weird that happens every now and then in playoffs.
Both teams have done a good job for the most part staying out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
So anytime you're just so nervous when you give up that, you give up the extra attacker, you're like, oh, geez, this is about to be 2 minutes, especially with Jack Eichel and the way that they kind of move the puck around, and you're going to feel
that
like
dude's unreal.
Yeah, he is. He is special the way he plays. And then their special teams did a good job against Dallas's group as well. But, they played 5-on-5 hockey. It's been like, I think both squads, and I'm not saying there's, we haven't seen a lot of goals, I don't think, but the ones that we've seen, it appears to be it's been goalie mistakes, and I think guys know this fact that I'm 60 years old. I've seen a lot of hockey games. I've never seen 2 goals scored from the back line.
No.
I've never seen that. And the fact that you could just now